6:35. For a time, there was only the sound of flipping books in the room. The ship owners were very good at doing business and accounting. After all, it was their specialty. Most of the sword immortals left after receiving the order of the hidden official. Li Kai, Kuxia, Yuan Qingshu, Xieji, Song Pin, and Pu He had all returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miyu and Gao Kuei stayed. Xiao Yunyan was still sitting at the gate. Xie Songhua had to personally escort a cross-continent ferry out of the inverted mountain, so she would not leave the Spring Banner House. Yan Ming and Nailand Saihuan also had to stay. In the future they would need to cooperate with Xiao Yunyan to do business with the 8 Continents ferry in the Spring Banner House. Tonight's business in the Spring Banner House was really not small. In the vast territory of the 8 continents, hundreds of dynasties, sects and immortal families would all move in the future because of tonight's conversation. Qin Pingon had been sitting on the main seat, drinking the wine sent by Miyu. He did not urge any of the ship owners. He held the wine pot in one hand and clenched and unclenched the other. Nailand Saihuan was probably the one who hated Qin Pingon the most in the room. Gao Kuei's trip was only for one thing, to kill her, Nailand Saihuan. There was a lot of hatred but nothing could be done. Usually it was because there was more fear than hatred. Nailand Saihuan's greater fear was the young hidden official's words to her. I can pinch my nose and do business with these outsiders. Why can't a family member with real power tolerate it? It doesn't make sense. Nailand Saihuan, I promise you that the Nailand family will not lose too much money. If you are lucky you can still make a profit. But I can't guarantee anything about luck. Nailand Saihuan also promised something. Nailand Saihuan felt that she had really reached an agreement with the young hidden official and opened her heart to him. However, not only did it not change her current predicament, but it also ushered in the biggest fear. Gao Kuei still did not leave the Spring Banner House. He still sat quietly not far away and drank. It was not the immortal wine of the Spring Banner House, but the wine of the Bamboo Grotto Heaven. Nailand Saihuan calmed down and began to think about tonight's meeting. She wanted to know more about the young people from the beginning to the end. Previously she had never really interacted with Qin Pingon or the second shopkeeper. It was only after he became the hidden official that the two of them discussed some matters, and it wasn't very pleasant. Nailand Saihuan thought of a young hermit's final words. The way a scholar chewed on words was truly terrifying. According to Righteous World's custom, it was supposed to be, persuade with emotion and reason. But Qin Pingon insisted on saying, persuade with emotion and reason. Love, it was the love of incense. This was something that the merchants of the 9 provinces ferry had forgotten. On the contrary, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never forgotten about their nostalgia. The logic was even simpler. He was a sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a sword cultivator who used his flying sword to take the head. After that, it was the most vulgar way of saying that money moved people's hearts. Everyone sat down, talked nicely and did business properly. It was just that before this, Qin Pingon's most ruthless threat was not that the sword immortal would kill people at any time, but that he made a cut and targeted the vital interests of some ferry owners. Putting aside any morality, business rules and sect management, Qin Pingon chose to directly fight with his opponents. For example, Wuxia and Tang Feiqian's private residence in the Zhuli Mountain area of the North Continent, and the reputation of the 2 cultivators of the Upper 5 realms. It was better to die than to live. Of course, there were also the lives of Nanji Jiang Gaotai and Nikhang ferry manager Lu Shen. They would die if they said so. Don't talk to me about the heritage of the sect or the aftereffects of flipping the table and not doing business anymore. As long as someone stood up from his seat, then the Great Wall of Sword Qi would only target a certain person in front of the young hermit. Talking about this with many serious immortal masters in the world, the direct disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, especially those arrogant people of rich families, not to mention that they might not be able to come to an agreement, they might even fall out completely. However, it was most useful to talk about this with these merchants who were no longer pure cultivators. The real dividing line was, of course, the booklets that Miyu took out. Without them, no matter how much Qin Pingon schemed, when dozens of ferry owners left the Spring Banner House and the inverted mountain, Qin Pingon would not gain anything except implicating the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi and being hated. Perhaps he could continue to be a hermit, but the financial power of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would fall back into the hands of Yan Ming and her. Nailand Saihuan regained some spirit and felt that she finally knew how to get along with the young hermit. In terms of appearance and bearing, Nayland Saihuan was indeed a great beauty. Therefore Miyu glanced at her. Then Miyu shook his head. There was some pity and disdain in his eyes. He no longer looked at Nayland Saihuan and continued to close his eyes to rest. If Nayland Saihuan was a woman who could make men fall in love with just her appearance, then Miyu was a man who could make women happy with just his appearance. The nascent soul stage woman who was extremely resentful and sorrowful, accidentally, saw this scene. The haze in her heart was slightly lifted. This heartless man who should be cut into pieces, didn't even look at her after he said those shameful words that should be punished by the heavens. His gaze wandered to the opposite seat many times, and he deliberately avoided her every time. If Miyu did not have her in his heart, why would he be so deliberate? Moreover, it was said that Nayland Saihuan once fell in love with Miyu. Didn't she still not get close to him and become a pair of immortal Taoist companions in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Thinking of this, the woman felt that she was better than Nayland Saihuan. Looking at Miyu again, he looked bleak and lonely. He turned his head to look at the beautiful snow outside the door and was speechless. He pretended to be cool and unrestrained when he served wine to the young hidden official like a lackey. He was like a different person. She felt a little sad for no reason. Now they are both sword immortals in the upper 5 realms. Me, you are still in your hometown. Do you still have to suffer this? Qin Pingon had been holding his chin with one hand all along. He had been looking at all the clues of human emotions. After noticing the subtle changes in Miyu, he could not help but admire him. Infatuated people could only be moved by their infatuation. Miyu was such a talented, heartless man. If he only cultivated the love between a man and a woman, this great sword immortal Miyu should be at the level of an ascendant realm. He could probably compete with Jiang Xianxia in terms of Dao techniques. Qin Pingon intends to find an opportunity to vent the anger of these infatuated women. He wants to beat Miyu up so that sword immortals can't fight back. Xianxia is a little worried. She wants to ride Jiang Gaotai's Nanji, and she can't miss Dai Hao's Tai Tang. This female sword immortal's eyes wander. The ripples caused by the sword intent of the bamboo box behind her never stop for a moment. The matter of Spring Banner House is over, but she has a few more personal grudges now. This matter is not over yet. The guys from the White Peak continent are the first to stand up and talk. In the end, it seems that the White Peak continent has the most people who want to die. This is slapping her in the face twice. Look at Wei Jin and Yuan Qingshu, and then look at the cultivators from the Aquarius continent and the South Whirlpool continent opposite them. Don't they all give them face? Why, I am a woman. Am I not a sword immortal? Frightened, Dai Hao has to take the initiative to ask the young man who is drinking slowly with his mind. He asked carefully, Master Hidden Official, is sword immortal Xia here? Dai Hao didn't even dare to raise his head to look at the main seat. He had no choice but to ignore the etiquette. Otherwise, as soon as he raised his head, Xianxia, a terrifying sword immortal who could easily slaughter a demon sword cultivator in the unpolished Jade realm, would definitely notice some clues. Qin Pingon laughed. Do you still remember what sword immortal Xia said to you fellows when you first met her tonight? Think about it. Among all the fairies in the White Peak continent, Xianxia will personally escort the one who needs money the most. If the escort is not successful, you can blame her. Dai Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your advice, Master Hidden Official. Wei Jing, intentionally or unintentionally, did not go with Li Kai and the others. He was the last one to leave alone. Qin Pingon stood up. I will send Sword Immortal Wei off first. Miyu, you are responsible for answering the guests' questions. If the discussion is successful or not, take note of it. I still have the same conscience. Once seated, everyone is a businessman. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. How much you earn depends on your Tao. I am no exception. Tonight, in the main hall of Spring Banner House, the rules of earning money will only be greater than the title of Hidden Official. Qin Pingon looked at Lu Shen, the owner of the Nikhang Ferry, and Lu Yu, the owner of the Duck Bell Ferry. After calling out their names, he smiled and said, I'll have to trouble the two owners to help me record the contents of the meeting. Qin Pingon sent the Sword Immortal of Wind Snow Temple all the way to the entrance of Spring Banner House. Wei Jin said, I don't like to meddle in other people's business. I just have some questions, may I ask? There is nothing you can't ask or I can't say. Qin Pingon laughed. I am very happy to be able to meet a sword immortal from Aquarius continent at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Furthermore, you do not lose to the other sword immortal seniors. Qin Pingon said, this is the truth. It is up to you to believe it or not. Wei Jin laughed. If you did not say such superfluous words, I would have believed it. Qin Pingon said, go ahead and ask. Wei Jin then asked, all the sword immortals from other places including Xianxia, don't want to get anything extra because of what happened tonight. Why do you insist on making a deal before coming to Spring Banner House? Wouldn't it be unnecessary? Forget it, it should not be so. Since you are good at accounting, let me change the question. You only said that you would not let any sword immortal make a trip to Inverted Hanging Mountain in vain and act as a villain in Spring Banner House for nothing. However, you did not mention the specific reward, yet you dare to say that you would not disappoint the sword immortals. What is your so-called reward? Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, in terms of the heart, it is to do good deeds and to do good deeds. In terms of the matter, it is to not owe any favors for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Let's talk about the matter and do business with these sword immortals from other places with a clear conscience. As for the reward you asked about, it varies from person to person. I will not go into the details as it involves the privacy of the sword immortals. Other than that, Qin Pingon did not hide anything. However, there is a bottom line that I can say directly. In the future, every sword immortal from other places who has the chance to return to their homeworld can take away at least one sword immortal embryo from the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the lower 5 realms. Those who are not willing to take them away will be repaid when the time comes. Those who are willing to take 1 or 2 more, as long as the Great Wall of Sword Qi has such good seedlings in the lower 5 realms, feel free to take them away. Wei Jin shook his head with a wry smile. What kind of brain is this? Sword immortals from other places, cross-continent fairies, sword immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had yet to mature. In short, they were all included in the calculations. And if these young and innate sword immortals who had the chance to blossom within the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, what kind of scene would it be? As for the batch of sword immortals from other places who were the preachers, regardless of their temperament, they were sword immortals who dared to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and even dared to die on the city wall. How could they not be devoted to imparting their knowledge to these direct disciples and especially favored them? Once this batch of children grew up and eventually rose to power in the various continents, how could they not form a group? If they formed a group, how could the sword immortals who had already left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and returned to their homeworld not form a group? Taking a step back, even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi no longer existed in the future, would the gathering place of these future sword immortals be considered a different kind of Great Wall of Sword Qi? Wei Jin laughed. He was looking forward to that scene. This was Wei Jin looking back. If he looked back, he would thinking back to the first time they met. Wei Jin's impression of the young man beside him was that he was a silly and timid country bumpkin. And that young man's eyes were very clear and bright. Wei Jin stopped in his tracks and sighed. He turned to look at Qin Pingon, who was rubbing his hands habitually to warm himself. You're a foreigner. Do you have to think so much and so far for the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Qin Pingon laughed and said, I have a wife here. You don't. How can you compare to me? Wei Jin shook his head. He wanted to drink again and did not want to talk about this. As for his future, Qin Pingon had openly and honestly talked to him about it. At that time, the eldest sword immortal was also present. Wei Jin did not intend to refuse. He only hoped that he would not be inferior to Xianxia of the Snowy Peak continent. He hoped that he would first establish a merit worthy of the Immortal Foundation at the Great Wall of Sword Qi before going to the Fuyao continent to do that. Wei Jin did not have any thoughts about the Wind Snow Temple. After his master left, he had long regarded it as insignificant. But since his master had passed the Immortal Foundation to him, he had to do something. His master was a cultivator of the older generation. Old people like him cared about face the most. Wei Jin, as his disciple, had to help his master earn it. When he went to the grave and toasted with wine, he would not be silent. Qin Pingon said, Can I tell you something that I have never mentioned to anyone before? Wei Jin said, If you don't have any plans, I'll listen. In the Wind Snow Temple, the sword opened the curtain of the night. Before the person arrived, the sword had already arrived. That kind of sword immortal spirit. Song Yu of the Brushwater Nation burned a fire. 1 man and 1 horse against an army. 1 man against an entire nation. That kind of martial spirit. Lotus flower blessed lands devil ding ing. The true target of the Q-seeking fist was actually the great Tao. That kind of great heart that competed with the heavens. These were the few battles that Qin Pingan had the most lingering taste in his heart. Wei Jin heard Qin Pingan's general words and laughed. It seems that it has little to do with the level of cultivation. Qin Pingan nodded and said, it does not have much to do with it. Wei Jin left the spring banner house. Qin Pingan turned around alone and went back the way he came. Halfway back he squatted beside a courtyard of a large courtyard. He picked up the snow and wiped his cheeks. He took a deep breath and rubbed a solid snowball. Xiao Yunyan stood behind the young hidden official and laughed softly. Sword immortals kill without spilling blood. Sir, hidden official's actions tonight have the same effect. Qin Pingan shook his head and said with a smile, it's not that good. It's like a family with a strong foundation. The younger generation took advantage of the situation to do things and succeeded. I have the ability, but it's not as great as imagined. He casually threw the snowball onto the roof ridge and lifted the golden rope of the jade token at his waist. If it were Yan Ming or Nayland Saihuan sitting in my position, they could also do this. What they lack compared to me is not mental effort or scheming, but this jade token. Xiao Yunyan shook his head and said, I don't think so. Qin Pingan smiled and said, if everyone can be like Mr. Xiao, who can distinguish between sincere and polite words and can understand the implication, it will save us a lot of trouble. Xiao Yunyan said, if there is really an apology, Sun Jian and me, you will be there. As for the payment, it doesn't make much difference whether it's first Yan Ming, then Nayland Saihuan, then Spring Banner House or some other order. The only thing you need to pay attention to is how much you need to pay. Do you want to lose all your money and end it all, or do you want the three parties to pay half of it first? Qin Pingan said, let's pay half of it first. If there is no improvement in the financial operation at that time, or if there is an accident, the Yen family and Nayland family are doomed to lose money. We can only let Sword Immortal Xiao sell the whole Spring Banner House. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, okay. In fact, I'm not afraid of accidents, but I'm afraid of doing things without a plan. Qin Pingan said, if we want those ship owners to leave Spring Banner House, they will still be unable to work together for warmth. They won't be able to be like the young ancestor of Mountain Water Cave who came out of nowhere to mess things up and twist people's hearts into a rope. If we want to do this, we have to let them be bitterly disappointed and completely distrust their original allies. In the end, the half-truths and half-lies that I had said earlier were not absolute facts. Many of those old foxes would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Without experiencing the pain of a stick, one would not know the sweetness of a date. Therefore, I will do some dirty things next, and I may need Sword Immortal Xiao's help in many of them. During this period, if you need my help to mobilize any Sword Immortals, just say the word. Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, Mr. Hidden Official, let's not talk about people's hearts and visions. Just based on your style of doing things, do you deserve to be looked upon favorably and have high hopes by Sword Immortal Xiao? Qin Pingan couldn't help but laugh. He raised his head and asked, Sword Immortal Xiao, you don't have to be so straightforward, right? Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, my friend, you speak freely. Qin Pingan scooped up the accumulated snow as if he was scooping up water. He clapped his hands lightly, causing the snow to swirl in the air. He slowly said, doing something and wanting to do it well is always harder than being reasonable and being a good person. In the eyes of outsiders, a person who was too unreasonable would actually have a lot of reasons to support this unreasonableness. A person who liked to earn money and was able to earn money would actually pay a price that he didn't think was a price. There's actually such a person. So it's such a person. As far as the eye could see, the world was dark and there were walls everywhere. It was all up to fate. With a clear vision and a bright world, one would see many unhappiness. One suffered. One was terrible. Xiao Yunyan said, using one's own suffering to deny the kindness of the world. Using a grand vision to deny the joys and sorrows of others. Indeed, none of them are good. Qin Pingan stood up and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Xiao, you truly are an expert to be able to see through people's hearts and have penetrating insights. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, I'm not as good as Hidden Official. You're too kind. You're too kind. They hit it off at first sight and hugged each other happily. Brother Xiao, did you really not leave a single blade strengthening gourd in the Spring Banner shop? I just wanted to take a look and see the world. Brother Xiao, you don't have to look at me like I'm a thief. Indeed, not a single blade strengthening gourd was left behind. They were all taken to the North Continent by Lu Sui. If hidden official doesn't believe me, you can search for it. If you find one, I'll give you another one. Alright, I'll have to trouble Brother Xiao to give me a map of the Spring Banner Shop. I might have to come here often in the future. The house is too big and I don't want to get lost. I don't think there's a need for that. If Brother Xiao continues to be so disgruntled, we'll really be mocking brothers. You're too kind. The North Continent Ferry Steward had no objections to the almost cumbersome pricing of all the resources in the book. In fact, it was very different from the other stewards who browsed word by word. The old cultivators of the North Continent flipped through the books, drank wine or drank tea. All of them were relaxed and carefree. They didn't earn much before, but now that they had the chance to earn more, what more could they ask for? The South Swirl Continent Ferry Steward had some objections. The Fu family and Ding family of the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City also had some objections. The Central Divine Continent, Snow Peak Continent, and Fuyao Continent's Ferry Steward had yet to speak. The Liuxia Continent and the Jinjia Continent were neighboring continents, and their relationship was not bad. Many of the resources and minerals transported to the inverted hanging mountain were exchanged, so they had been communicating with each other. They planned to wait for Wu Qiu Tangfeiqian Jiang Gaotai, and Bai Shi to speak before they spoke. The thick booklet was compiled by Qin Pingon, who was in charge of the general direction. All the sword cultivators of the hidden officials took turns to read the files and compiled it together. Among them, Lin Junbai and the other foreign sword cultivators naturally contributed the most. Many of the old records of the hidden officials were actually unable to keep up with the changes in the vast world. Miyu did not dare to say that he knew everything by heart, but it was enough for Miyu to discuss matters in the main hall with the ship owners who were already extremely tactful in their words. Lu Yu and Lu Shen received an extra small task to help write down the contents of the discussion. Before Xiao Yunyan left the main hall to find Qin Pingon, he had already prepared a writing desk, brush and ink for the two ferry stewards. How to earn money in the world was nothing more than expanding sources of income and reducing expenditure. The young man said that the products of the 8 continents each had their own strengths. So there was a lot of knowledge on how to expand sources of income and reduce the cost of the ferry stewards. Among them, there was a small preface in the book for the scenery section and the ferry section. There were words that enlightened the sect, hoping that the 8 continents' ferry stewards, sects and mountains behind them would have their own opinions. So tonight's discussion was not as simple as haggling between the ferry stewards and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was far more complicated and far-reaching than that. It involved all the ferry stewards and all the old trade channels. They needed to renegotiate the goods, negotiate the price and return. In the words of the young man, they could discuss it properly. They could discuss it openly or privately. Nayland Saihuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt that there were many ways to do it. As long as she could connect the dots, she would realize that it was all an open and above-board scheme. If the immediate interests of the ferry stewards were used as a threat, it was the Great Wall of Sword Qi's unruliness in the business world. The many hints of the young hidden official reminded the merchants to consider their own cultivation of the Great Tao. There was no harm in haggling over personal gains and losses. Not only did the Great Wall of Sword Qi not reject this, it was even happy to see it happen. Even helped a little. This was the Great Wall of Sword Qi's unsheathed sword. It was a retraction. It guaranteed that all the ferry stewards would make a lot of money in the future. At most, it would be the icing on the cake. But if all the ferry stewards could take the money into their own pockets, it would be a timely help from the general business of their own mountain to a real business of their own. With this retraction and release, people's hearts would no longer be the same as before. However, the outcome of all these plans would depend on whether they could withstand the scrutiny of the world and whether they could withstand the unexpected impacts in the future. Approaching the central hall of the Spring Banner Shop, Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Are there any outstanding accounting talents?" Xiao Yunyan said regretfully, "I used to have a direct disciple who was an expert in this field. The business of the Spring Banner Shop was handled by him. He was good at it and had the ability to create something out of nothing." Qin Pingon asked, "Is there a chance to ask the Huichun Banner Shop to do something?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, Do you trust my judgment? Qin Pingon said, people's hearts are unpredictable. The difficulty lies not in the past, the present, or the future. So I don't dare to fully trust it. Fortunately, I believe in the Great Wall of Sword Chi's ability to correct mistakes. Xiao Yunyan nodded and said, then I'll try to recall this person. He was extremely talented in the field of divination. He has a natural instinct for tedious and boring numbers and enjoys it. I originally gave him a secret letter to seek refuge with a bigger business sect in the Bale Peak continent. If he can first gain experience in the new spring banner shop, I don't think he needs my secret letter as a stepping stone. Qin Pingon said, tie him up and bring him back to the inverted mountain. After entering the lobby, they began a long bargaining session. Nayland Saihuan was surprised again. Because the young hidden official seemed to deliberately want everyone to grind the details and price to death. It seemed that he didn't care about writing a new booklet at all. Because even the North Continent ferry steward who had made up his mind not to speak was pulled to the business table by Qin Pingon with a smile. He asked in detail whether the North Continent had something similar to the booklet or a substitute for the goods in the booklet. After a few rounds, the old cultivators were annoyed. Since the hidden official made it clear that he wanted to talk business, they wouldn't be polite. Once they opened their mouths, it was a matter of a few words. The North Continent ferry owner who was in the same boat as the Great Wall of Sword Chi was like this. The South Saw continent was even more impolite. Even the two ferry owners of the Aquarius continent who had the lowest voices dared to say more. For some of the negotiated new prices, the young hidden official directly asked me to erase the old text on the booklet and rewrite it at the side. Wuxia and Tang Feiqian were slightly relieved and then opened their mouths. There were those who raised the price and those who accidentally lowered the price. In short, both sides went back and forth. Yan Ming no longer remained silent. Even Nayland Saihuan didn't continue to be a mute. More and more ferry owners and stewards didn't hide their mental calculations from their seats. There were more than 10 people in the previous row. There was a sword immortal overseeing it. The young hidden official who sat in the main seat had the final say. Now this was his old profession. The beads on the abacus rolled up and down. It was hard to say who would win or lose. On the side of the Pure Jade Continent's ferry owner, Jiang Gaotai of the Pure Jade Continent spoke more. After a few rounds, he seemed to be the leader of the Pure Jade Continent's ferry. The other ferry owners really admired this Jiang Gaotai. He was someone who had gone through the gates of hell before. They didn't expect him to be so unafraid of death now. Jiang Gaotai's expression was calm, showing the demeanor of an immortal in the upper 5 realms. In fact, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, I was forced by the hidden official to bargain fiercely. Does he really think that I'm so blind, a hero who holds his head with both hands? Qin Pingon raised his head and looked outside the door. Unknowingly, the sky was bright. In the account book, there were no one-off transactions. There were many clauses that were changed again and again. It was obvious that both parties were still in a stalemate. The crucial point was that as time passed, the various continents and the various ferries started to have disputes. At the start they would restrain themselves, but after that they could no longer care about their feelings. There were even people who slammed the table and glared at each other. Anyway, the young hidden official didn't care about such things. Instead he laughed and took sides. He said a few words to appease the flames. He used the excuse of mediating the dispute to lower the price. Everyone present were all cultivators. They were not tired. As for whether their hearts were tired or not, that was another matter. However, everyone was well aware that once tonight's matter became the final conclusion, then the slightest bit of profit that anyone present could obtain for their ferry, even if it was just a slight difference of 1 or 2 snowflakes, would be an enormous profit in the future. Thinking about it, even if they were tired, they would still be happy. At noon, the hidden official suggested that they could return to their courtyards. The stewards of the continents would discuss the matter behind closed doors. If they wanted to visit and discuss matters, the Spring Banner House would definitely not stop them. Everyone in the hall immediately dispersed. Jiang Gaotai got up later and glanced at the young hidden official secretly. The latter nodded with a smile. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan also went to discuss matters. Qin Pingon found Gao Kuei first and said, "Thank you. Sword Fairy Gao, you can return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Gao Kuei said indifferently, "It's just getting up, staring at women and drinking a pot of bamboo sea cave wine. It's not a big deal." Qin Pingon said with a smile. I still have to say some polite words. Miyu said with a smile. Gao Kuei, you should be polite when talking to the hidden official. Gao Kuei was very impressed with this Miyu, who was famous for being an embroidered pillow in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the past, if he met Miyu, who always wanted to crawl under the skirts of women, Gao Kuei would lose if he looked at him or said anything to him. After last night, his impression of Miyu did not change much, but he was willing to say something. Of course, it was not good words. Miyu, don't always be like this in the future. If your brother Miyu was not dragged down by you, he would have already become an immortal. You should know that at the beginning Yu Qing's aptitude was not as good as Miyu's. After Gao Kuei finished, he strode away. Miyu said helplessly, this Gao Kuei deserves to be a bachelor. I like women most sincerely and women like me also sincerely. Is it wrong to exchange true feelings for true feelings? Qin Pingon said, look at you, you have to thank great sword immortal Miyu for not being chopped to death by the lonely sword immortals. Miyu turned to look at the snow-white continent's female sword immortal who was still sitting in boredom. Just as he called her sword immortal Xie, Xie Songhua smiled and said, please go away. Miyu sighed and walked out of the hall. He crossed the threshold and went to make a snowman. He went to a secluded corner and made a girl who did not look like a god. Great sword immortal Mi chose a flower bed in Spring Banner House. Even in the middle of winter, the flowers and plants were still beautiful. Nayland Saihuan's auntie was destined to not come to such a place. She was beautiful, but she wanted to earn money too much. But the girl from the Central Plains Divine Continent would most likely come here, and she would definitely like this immortal peony that bloomed under the snow. When she came to the flower bed and saw the flowers, she would see the snowman secretly standing under the flowers and leaves. At that time she would know that she was infatuated with him. When foreign sword immortals left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the local sword immortals would often treat them to drinks. Just like when Huang Tong of the Taihui sword sect was about to return home, the old sword immortal Dong Sanging personally sent him off. Xie Songhua naturally needed someone to send her off. Actually, Qin Pingon only sent her to the entrance of Spring Banner House. Xie Songhua was a little unhappy. She felt that she should not leave inverted Hanging Mountain like this. Qin Pingon said that she could wait at Flood Dragon Gully. If she was really bored, she could go to Rain Dragon Sect to take a stroll and relax. Xie Songhua's interest was immediately piqued. She asked, does this count as picking that Jiang Gaotai? What about that Dai Hao? How about we get rid of them together? I owe you a favor. Since you are so good at calculating, you have to make the best use of it. They are all heading north. Sword cultivators fly on their swords. Anyway, they are very fast. Qin Pingon shook his head. Wait for my news. Xie Songhua grumbled, so wishy-washy. If not for the fact that I owe you a favor, I would not be bothered to talk to you. When you reach the snowy border continent, don't come looking for me to catch up. There's no need to drink. Qin Pingon smiled. Those two girls from Stork Tavern will be under Sword Immortal Xie's protection in the future. Xie Songhua was in a good mood when she thought of this. They are all good seedlings. I will nurture them well. It might be a little difficult to become a sword immortal like their master. Earth immortal sword cultivators will not run away. Qin Pingon, I still have to thank you for this. But it does not count as owing you money. I will just thank you and forget about it. Qin Pingon exhorted him. He said that the two young ladies were born in the streets of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were too young and had never seen the outside world. The matter of teaching them the way of the sword was very important, but how could they live more freely in the vast world without forgetting their roots? He would have to trouble Sword Immortal Xie. Especially before they could protect themselves, they must not mention that they were born in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They must not let their emotions affect their decisions when outsiders talk about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No matter how unpleasant the words were, they should bear with it. They should treat it as a mental cultivation outside of learning the way of the sword. Xie Songhua felt a headache coming on. She could only say that she understood. The two of them approached the entrance of Spring Banner House. Qin Pingon finally stopped nagging and asked a strange question. Sword Immortal Xie, do you know how to brew wine? Xie Songhua was a little confused. Of course not. Qin Pingon smiled. I have a friend who once said his biggest wish in life was, what's the matter in the mountains? Brewing wine with pine flowers and frying tea with spring water. Xie Songhua asked bluntly. Qin Pingon, you've been with me for a long time and now you want to tease me? Qin Pingon was at a loss for words. Qin Pingon felt that he was never good at dealing with women. He was far inferior to Sword Immortal Miyu and even more inferior to Jiang Shangzhen, who had turned from an enemy to a friend. To be honest, he could not even compare to his good friend Qi Jinglong. Xie Songhua laughed heartily. You are indeed inexperienced. No matter how smart you are, you still can't take a joke. Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. Xie Songhua cupped her fists. Please stop here, hidden official. You don't have to send me off. I don't have the habit of strolling with men. Qin Pingon smiled and cupped his fists in return. I can't imagine how outstanding a man Sword Immortal Xie would be if he could make you fall for him. If we meet again in the future, I hope Sword Immortal Xie can let me meet him. Xie Songhua sneered. Outstanding? Flirtatious motherf ***, he still dares to flirt with me after finding me. Qin Pingon said helplessly, Sword Immortal Xie, this is different. Xie Songhua laughed. You are still young. Do you really think I don't know this? I am in a good mood to be able to make hidden official suffer twice. Scope. I will stop while I am ahead. Xie Songhua walked on the street outside Spring Banner House and strode away. After a dozen steps, she raised her hand and waved. She did not turn around but said something. Her words were very Xie Songhua. Jin is not big and her waist is not thin. What are you looking at? Take a few more glances at Nayland Saihuan. That Lu Xian is not bad either. The table is about to collapse. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and turned to walk into the mansion. He tapped his fingers and walked slowly. Senior brother is going to the southeast Tongyi continent. He will first find the old heavenly lord of Taiping Mountain and Song Mao. Wei Jin will go to the South Pasua continent. Xiao Yunyan and an undecided great sword immortal will go to the Fuyao continent. Xiao Yunyan will go to the southwest Fuyao continent in the future. However, there was a difference in priority. After all, Xiao Yunyan was limited by his current realm. As an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator, he could not shoulder the burden alone. Therefore, Qin Pingon had been struggling with the choice of the third sword immortal. It had to be a local sword immortal and had to be at least in the immortal realm. Qin Pingon thought about Lu Ji, Qin Shi or Qi Tingji. Compared to senior brother and Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, he would definitely leave later. However, this choice would involve many hidden connections. It was extremely troublesome. If he was not careful, it would be a disaster. Therefore, he had to wait and see. In fact, back then on the city wall, the person Qin Pingon really didn't trust wasn't the old deaf who was a great demon but was willing to rigidly abide by the rules. It was the peak great sword immortal Lu Ji. This was not to say that Lu Ji was a spy in the wilderness. That was not the case. It was just that Lu Ji was not willing to die on the city wall. She was the kind of person who would keep her sword and leave when the situation was settled. Qin Pingon did not mind Lu Ji making such a choice. Qin Pingon would also not underestimate Lu Ji because of this. Qin Pingon's choice to let Lu Ji protect the hidden officials was actually a hint. Qin Pingon could not figure it out. It did not matter. It would not change the outcome. If she understood and thought of it, then as the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he would do what the hidden official should do. For example, he would let Lu Ji leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi with a clear conscience. As long as she did not betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the war and turn the tip of the sword to her own people, she would be able to claim credit in the wilderness. This was the only bottom line for the eldest sword immortal Qin Pingon. In the 10,000 years of history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, not to mention those who were willing to die, there were many sword immortals who did not want to die. Logically speaking, they did not have to die. It was just that they all died. The reason for all of this was that Qin Pingon wanted them dead. How would the eldest sword immortal Qin Pingon feel if he was in his shoes? It was not 2 or 3 years. It was not 100 or 1,000 years. It was 10,000 years. Was one's heart important? Qin Pingon would only feel that if he was in Qin Pingon's shoes, his Dao heart would have long been shattered. His state of mind would have been shattered and he would not be able to pick it up. He would either go crazy and use it as an escape or go to the other extreme. It was impossible not to think about these things, but it was useless to think too much about it. Qin Pingon thought about his senior brother's parting words. Originally, Qin Pingon thought that Zhou would not be nice to him. But to his surprise, before his senior brother left, he was still smiling. His tone was extremely calm and even seemed to be half joking. He said to his junior brother with a smile. Before learning, learn the sword. Learn martial arts with the sword before studying. Senior brother is so useless. As a junior brother, don't learn from him. Sword immortal Zhou Xian was already standing in the study room. After sitting down at the desk, he picked up a brush and wrote a sentence of insight. After gently putting down the brush, Zhou Xian was very satisfied. The smallest is the biggest. The most cautious is the best. The sun is the moon. Learn to be bright. Qin Pingon walked all the way back to the main hall and sat on the main seat. Since he had nothing to do, he reached out his hand and pressed on the four immortal table. The tenon that was originally tightly connected began to loosen and tremble slightly. When Qin Pingon raised his hand, the table quickly regained its calmness. Qin Pingon stood up and walked a few steps before turning around. He squatted on the ground and looked at the table. He saw that it had been stable for 10 million years. 636. Jia Shen Tent, not a sword cultivator but a leader's wooden clog. Lu Cha's only disciple, Beijing. Moon supporting mountain's last disciple, Li Zhen. You see. Beach. Female sword cultivator Lu Bai. A group of people appeared at the southernmost part of the battlefield. You see squatted on the ground, pinched a handful of soil with 2 fingers and gently crushed it into powder. She clapped her hands, stood up and said, both sides' sword wills are decreasing and the other is increasing. The degree of conversion is about the same as expected. This is the only good thing left. Lu Bai frowned. It's obviously a trap, why do we have to jump into it? Besides, it's not only us who feel that it's inappropriate, the Jia commander's tent is still ignoring us. What's going on? Our Earth immortal sword cultivators are being targeted. How many have died? Up until yesterday there were already 9. Next, how many merits are we going to give to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? This is a war. How can there be such a way of fighting to save face? Wooden clog, what's going on? After you replied, you didn't even say a word. If we're really wronged, Li Zhen, Beijing and I can all talk to our respective masters. She was one of Zhou Mi's direct disciples. She followed the teacher who was known as Xue Hai, and was familiar with military books. She was used to being calculative. Yi also said, wooden clog, don't keep it to yourself. On our side there's nothing that can't be said. Wooden clog said, the Jia commander's tent didn't say the specific reason. They only said that after Q-Sword, including Yang Ji and Huang Wan, the 2 seniors who made up for their mistakes, they would carry the heads of the sword cultivators who came from behind and throw them to the Great Wall of Sword Qi as a return gift after Q-Sword. Lu Bai said angrily, what return gift? If the Earth immortal sword cultivators didn't die in vain, there wouldn't be heads of those hidden sword cultivators? That's 2 different things. Wooden clog sighed, yes. I don't understand either. I don't understand why there are so many of our sword cultivators dying here. Seems like they have to die. Tan laughed, since it's already like this, what else can we do? At most we can only watch and do nothing. On the battlefield far ahead, one of the sword immortals from the savage lands revealed his true form of 1,000 feet tall. He stood alone on the battlefield and wielded a sword with both hands. Above the sword formation waterfall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, hundreds of bright red lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if the gods were enraged, holding thunder whips in their hands as they smashed the ground randomly. The sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi responded as well. They used the Sea of Sword Qi to block the lightning, preventing it from landing on the sword array and harming the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms. There was a slender female sword immortal on their side. She did not carry a sword with her. Her sleeves fluttered, and sword qi condensed on the ground within a radius of several miles, turning into thousands of flying swords. They shot towards the majestic sword formation that seemed to fall from the sky. Above the city walls, great sword immortal Yu Qing used one of his 2 intrinsic flying swords, Skylark in the Sky, to confront him. In the battle between the Dharma treasures of the demon cultivators and the sword-seeking battle, several unknown cultivators in the savage land seemed to have been born. There was a demon cultivator who was not a sword cultivator. He was only a qi cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm. After he attacked with his sword, he was only there to make up the numbers for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Unexpectedly, he accidentally obtained 2 streams of the ancient sword intent of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, they were of extremely high quality. The young man was destined to become one of the 100 sword immortals. Large amounts of resources would be poured on him. Perhaps when he reached the vast world he would be the seed of the sword Tao that had the potential to establish his own sect. A golden core realm sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword, which was originally of little value, made an incredible contribution in battle. He made 2 sword immortals of the enemy attack with all their strength twice. Not only did he save the 2 earth immortal sword cultivators, but he also made the sword immortals' flying sword inexplicably smash on the Great Wall of Sword Chi's sword formation. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi's side, 2 golden core realm sword cultivators each died in an instant. The sword immortals of the middle 5 realms who were below the earth immortal realm had their intrinsic flying swords heavily damaged and were directly withdrawn from the battlefield. This golden core realm sword cultivator was immediately ordered to withdraw from the battlefield. After that, an Ascendant Realm Senior used a camouflage technique to re-enter the battlefield several times, specifically targeting the Sword Immortal's all-out attack. As for why a Golden Core Realm Sword Cultivator could predict the Sword Immortal's attack, only the Jiazi camp knew the truth. The Jiazi camp and the other military camps had no right to ask. In addition, a pair of nascent Soul Realm Sword Cultivator Dao companions broke through to the upper 5 realms one after another in the battle. If it were not for these shining embellishments, the sword-seeking battle in the Savage Lands would be a joke. This was because the speed of the Great Wall of Sword Chi's sword cultivators was quite different from the results of the various military camps' deductions. It was much slower than expected. Wooden Clog said, "In war, people and money are just 2 things. The other side's sword cultivators' losses are less than expected. It's just less, it's not like there aren't any casualties. Next, it will depend on the immortal money. In fact, this is more important than the sword cultivators." Now, the sword cultivator's spiritual qi in the Great Wall of Sword Chi has gradually begun to show signs of drying up. The spiritual qi on the Great Wall of Sword Chi's battlefield is so turbid. Both sides can forget about absorbing it. However, we have the entire Savage Lands behind us. Moreover, the 2 seniors used their great magical powers to guide the 2 streams of spiritual qi together. It's like a river that is continuously flowing over here. However, how big is the territory behind the wall? How much spiritual qi can it store? As the battle drags on, how much power can it support the Sword Immortal's all-out attack? Regarding this matter, the Yiwu military camp had already made an accurate calculation long ago. As long as there are no accidents, the current sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Chi will only die later. When the time comes, many of them will die very quickly. Yu Si smiled and said, "It's even very likely that they will die quietly. Even if they summon their flying swords, they won't be able to take them back." Lu Bai said in a deep voice, "The premise is that there are no accidents. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has no unexpected source of spiritual qi. However, this battle will bring us a lot of accidents, right?" Wooden Clog nodded and said, "Then let's do a rough calculation. The Great Wall of 8 continents fairies, not to mention the North Continent, might even take out half of their continent's resources. Fortunately, only the North Continent would do such a thing. The Tongya continent doesn't have any fairies. The closest to the inverted hanging mountain are the South Hassa continent and the Southwest Fuyao continent. The Fuyao continent's fairies are led by the Shanshui grotto. They have old grudges and won't be easy to talk to. They might be doing us a big favor. The Hassa continent, on the other hand, won't be easy to talk to. Even if the fairies' owners are crazy and are willing to help the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it depends on whether their sects and mountains dare to agree." Wooden Clog said this and laughed. Fortunately, the Great Wall of Sword Chi has never been good at dealing with the Great Wall of Vast Lands. Lu Bai was used to playing the devil's advocate. What if there is someone in the Great Wall of Sword Chi who can persuade the 8 continents fairies to supply the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Tan looked up at the Great Wall of Sword Chi and sneered, "How can you persuade them? Is it because of the Sword Immortal? How can a kind-hearted person who doesn't earn a lot of money become the owner of the fairies? How can they do the business of the inverted hanging mountain? Do they have to rely on the Sword Immortal to personally give them immortal coins? What a coincidence, the Great Wall of Sword Chi actually lacks the immortal coins with the purest spiritual qi." Wooden Clog looked up at the city wall and said, "If there is a chance, I would like to meet that person. I would sit on the city wall and review with him." Li Jin said, That depends on whether he can live until that day. Lu Bai suddenly had an idea and was about to speak. Wooden Clog seemed to have guessed her thoughts. He shook his head and said, accidents naturally have to be corrected with accidents. There are some existences on the inverted hanging mountain that won't always be a bystander. Miyu built a snowman and secretly picked flowers and leaves from the garden. He put the snow woman in a flowery dress. The color and style were all the same as when he first met her. When he came to the lobby, he saw the young hidden official squatting on the ground and looking at the table. Miyu crossed the threshold and leaned against a small table. He asked curiously, "Hidden official, is this immortal table actually a valuable treasure with hidden mysteries? Are you planning to move to the summer palace?" Qin Pingon stood up and said, "Let's go out for a walk." Miyu stood up straight and glanced at the immortal table again. It seemed that it was not so valuable. As one of the 4 major private residences in the inverted hanging mountain, the Spring Banner House occupied a large area. It was lined with corridors and aisles, ancient trees towering into the sky. It was especially famous for its artificial mountains and strange stones. Waterfalls and springs flowed, complementing each other perfectly. Qin Pingon and Miyu walked on a stone path filled with water vapor and abundant spiritual energy. Miyu asked, "Hidden official, allow me to say a few more words. You tightly covered your own rice bowl and snatched rice from other people's rice bowls. The taste was especially good, but those people were not ordinary people. They only gave benefits but still did not learn their lesson." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Are you blaming me for mobilizing so many people and calling so many sword immortals to support me, but in the end no one died?" Miyu said, "I wouldn't dare." Qin Pingon explained, 11 sword immortals came to the inverted hanging mountain. Their killing intent was so strong that it could not be faked. To put it bluntly, do sword immortals need to pretend to want to kill people? But in the end they still did not use a single sword. Do you believe it? Miyu said, "No." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "So Wuxia, Bai Shi and the rest will not believe it even more. Don't look at how the merchants seem to have returned to the small world of accounting books and abacus when they talked about serious business later. In fact, they were still worried about life and death. If you look more at many details and not just focus on the female ship owner's beauty and flaws, it is not difficult to discover the truth of what I said." Miyu was a little resentful. Habit became second nature. This was also his small world. It was just that he could not compare to hidden officials' foresight. Miyu's opponent was only the beautiful women in the world. Qin Pingon stopped and turned to look at the waterside pavilion not far away. "You can kill a few more. Wu Qiu from the central divine continent, Jiang Gaotai with the strongest cultivation, Bai Shi with the most enmity with the great wall of sword qi, Lu Shen with the lowest cultivation and the least worth mentioning. Kill until the group of people that the other party thinks will not die are all dead. Only then can we force the other party into a corner with no way out. The situation in people's hearts are like this." On the fake mountain there were thin and wrinkled mountain rocks. Between the cracks there were lush green pines and cypresses. Qin Pingon sat on a step. "If the situation is not like this, then don't kill a single one. Let them think about who to kill. Just wait and see. As long as I give a little hint, there will be smart people who will help me choose to kill. In turn, they will hint to me that the person who dies the least will not need Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan to pay a lot of money. They might not even need Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan to apologize. Since you feel that the Great Wall of Sword Qi must kill to establish its power, a few people on the ferry will have to die to answer to the hidden official and Sword Immortal, then you will die but not me." Qin Pingon pointed to the sickly pines and cypresses. "If you can live in the mountains and lakes, you can live well here." Miyu was suddenly enlightened. The accumulated frustration in his heart dissipated. However, Qin Pingon said, "Killing is not a fun thing. If you talk about the feelings in your heart, you will only be happy if you kill the row of ship owners in the hall. But if you think about it and pick them out individually, who do you think deserves to die? Bai Shi. He is not the patriarch of the Mountain River Cavern after all. Wuqiu. Why does he deserve to die? High Platform Jiang, if I did not pester him endlessly, and if he did not want to take advantage of me and the 8 States Ferry, would he have fallen to the point of death?" Miyu was silent for a moment. He sat beside Qin Pingon and said in a deep voice, "It's not fun to make money from the dead. Aren't all of you having fun? If I were the hidden official, I would have taken action long ago. Of course, the consequences would be terrible. It was rare for Qin Pingon to say words of comfort to Miyu. Sword immortals naturally only do what sword immortals should do. If I remember correctly, you were already a golden core sword immortal at my age. Then you entered the nascent soul realm at the age of 64 and broke through the nascent soul bottleneck at the age of 196. In fact, your aptitude is not at the bottom among the many sword immortals. Instead, it can be considered to be in the front. Excellent aptitude ensures that Miyu can enter the upper 5 realms that others dream of. But in the process, you change to do something familiar other than sword practice. You really like it. In the eyes of outsiders, the results are not good. But you don't think there's a problem. At most, you feel guilty towards your elder brother Miyu. Miyu was a little embarrassed. Lord Hidden Official, it's fine if you say it directly. Miyu is just more interested in romance and flirting with women. I'm also better at sword practice and killing enemies. Qin Pingon smiled. A place nurtures a person. The world can't produce so many sword immortals. But the price is that an outsider who is familiar with the rules of the outside world has to be the hidden official. But if I get distracted because of this, my Dao heart will become more and more distant from the word pure. If I continue on this path, even if I make progress in scheming against people, once I'm too focused on this, my future cultivation bottleneck will become bigger and bigger. But I can guarantee that as long as there are no major accidents, compared to sword immortal me, my attainments in the Great Tao, especially in killing, should still be higher. Miyu nodded. Realm can't solve everything, but it can solve many things. Qin Pingon said, Realm can solve many things, but it can't solve everything. Miyu praised, there's a reason why Lord Hidden Official is Lord Hidden Official. Qin Pingon didn't continue the conversation. He smiled and said, earlier Xiao Yunyan took advantage of the situation and said something to me. It could be considered a different way to express his attitude, which was roughly the opposite of yours. He wanted to persuade me not to act on impulse and kill indiscriminately. He said it very tactfully, but if I don't listen to him, the next meeting will probably be at Water Fairy Palace or Lingji Cottage. Do you think that Xiao Yunyan is sitting at the entrance just to be a door god for our Great Wall of Sword Qi? A sword immortal won't have low ambitions. Miyu frowned. Qin Pingon waved his hand. There's no need to vent your anger on Xiao Yunyan. As long as it makes sense, we will listen to him. Besides, Xiao Yunyan doesn't mind us using some ruthless methods after this. I tested him and he accepted. Not only that, he was willing to do it himself and promised to help me find that Shang clan genius who is proficient in falsifying accounts. So, after going around in circles, in the end, it's still the result that I want. Miyu said softly, it's been tough. He did not address Lord Hidden Official respectfully. Generally speaking, it was Sword Immortal Mi's heartfelt words. Qin Pingon stood up. We can't just beat them with a stick. It's time to give them real benefits. Otherwise, when they come back to their senses, they will still try some tricks. I can deal with them, but I can't afford to waste time. Back at the Spring Banner House, everyone was already seated. Qin Pingon sat on the main seat and smiled. Don't argue, don't quarrel, don't be friends. Since we're friends, I have a small gift for everyone. Unexpectedly, no one felt relaxed. They held their breaths and focused. Many old ship owners even tucked their hands into their sleeves, ready to run for their lives. Now that the row of sword immortals was gone, this Lord Hidden Official was finally going to kill someone? This young hidden official's brain seemed to be very different from ordinary people. He could really do it. Qin Pingon smiled. It's just a small gift for everyone. There's no need for everyone to sit up so straight. Miyu stood up slowly. A few timid ship owners almost stood up subconsciously. But just as they lifted their butts, they realized that it was inappropriate and quietly sat back down. Miyu put one hand behind his back and shook the sleeves of his robe lightly. Pieces of strange jade tablets with flowing light and sword chi lingering around them flew out and hovered in front of the 54 ship owners. Miyu's mind moved slightly. Without any ripples, all the jade tablets instantly stood up and rotated slowly. This allowed those guys to open their eyes wide and take a closer look. Everyone could no longer care about the remarkable ability of a jade unpolished sword immortal. Wuxia looked over. It was the most common style of the vast world. There was no front or back. One side was engraved with the words, Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the other side was engraved with the words, Vast World. But beside the 4 words Great Wall of Sword Qi, There were the words hidden official in Xiaozhuan. Wuxia quickly looked elsewhere. Tang Feiqian had the number 12, and Jiang Gaotai had the number 16. Fuyao Continent's Tile Basin Ferry Manager Bai Shi had the number 13 on his jade tablet. The rainbow ship owner Zhou Xian, who was closest to the door, had the number 96. Qin Pingon leaned against the four immortal table. Miyu opened his mouth and said, regardless of the size of the number, everyone is unique. This jade tablet was personally drawn and engraved by the hidden official. Every jade tablet has the sword chi of 2 to 3 sword immortals. As for which sword immortals favored which jade tablet, other than the hidden official, no one knows. As for how to figure out the answer, everyone can only use their own methods to investigate. In short, looking at the entire vast world, no one can copy it. If you want to say it's valuable, it can't be said to be valuable. Everyone here is in business and has seen all sorts of good things. But if you want to say it's not valuable, it's still a rare item. Miyu said with a heavier tone, in the future, if other people want to get a jade tablet like this, they will have to see if they have the opportunity to meet our hidden official, and if they have the qualifications to become an honored guest of the Spring Banner House. I can guarantee that it will be extremely difficult. And there are only 99 of these jade tablets. No more will be made. Therefore, the largest number is 99. So in the future, if anyone sees a jade tablet with the number 100, just treat it as a joke. Xiao Yunyan suddenly said with a smile, I'm also a guest. Why am I the only one who doesn't have a jade tablet? I think the smaller the number, the more honored the guest. Then I'll take the jade tablet with the number 99 engraved on it. Miyu didn't dare to act on his own. He turned to look at Qin Pingon. Jiang Gaotai suddenly stood up and cupped his fists. He said solemnly, hidden official, can I exchange my jade tablet for the one with the number 99 ? This time it wasn't that the young hidden official said anything to him. It was Jiang Gaotai himself who truly wanted to exchange his jade tablet for the one with the largest number. A small gamble for fun? It wasn't necessarily a small gamble. Jiang Gaotai had always trusted his intuition. In many crucial moments on the path of cultivation, Jiang Gaotai relied on this unreasonable and illusory intuition to earn his current wealth. Xiao Yunyan smiled. Shipmaster Jiang, are you fighting with me over this? Aren't you being too unkind? Moreover, the smaller the number, the higher the level of the 2 or 3 sword immortals who poured their sword chi into the jade tablet. Why bother with the number? Jiang Gaotai smiled as he turned around and cupped his fists again. Sword immortal Xiao, please part with your treasures. Xiao Yunyan shook his head. There's no room for discussion. Qin Pingon said, take the jade tablets as a small gamble for fun. Bet on which sword immortal's sword chi is contained within and are willing to exchange them. Or perhaps this jade tablet is the one you fancy. It's up to you. You can discuss it in private. However, you must record it in my records. Although I'm the one who gave you the jade tablet, I still have to know who received it. Before you leave Spring Banner House, remember to inform our sword immortal me. As for the jade tablets, you can give them to your sector mount and keep them for yourself or sell them. Just treat them as jade tablets. They aren't worth much anyway. You can do whatever you want. Now let's not talk about such trivial matters. Let's talk business. Miyu sat down again. Xiao Yunyan and Jiang Gaotai also sat down. Miyu was a little awkward on the way here. He asked, even I find it awkward. Don't those sword immortals feel awkward? Do they know that these jade tablets are to be given to those bastards? They do. I've told every sword immortal clearly. Qin Pingon's answer was simple. What's there to be awkward about? In the future, every jade tablet in the vast world will be mentioned. What's the name of the sword immortal? What's his realm? What great feats he has done? What great demons he has slain? They might even be more familiar than you, Miyu. Miyu immediately said with a wry smile, Lord Hidden Official, I'm also a sword immortal. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Qin Pingon chuckled and said, many sword immortals who agreed without hesitation would ask if there was great sword immortal Mi's sword chi in the jade tablet. When I said there wasn't, the other party felt relieved. What do you want me to do? You're the leader of the hidden official lineage after all. How can you be so disliked by others? I'll help you tear off the page on Miyu's side and place it at the front. So what? Will it be useful? If you think it's useful and feel better, tear it off yourself and place it near Yu Qing and elder brother Miyu. I can pretend that I didn't see it. Miyu's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. His heart was being torn apart, and it was even more serious than the emotional pain. Now he didn't feel awkward at all. He only hated that he couldn't participate in it. At this moment, everyone in the hall had already carefully put away the jade tablet. Apart from treating the jade pendant as a rare and precious treasure, he was also worried that the jade pendant would mysteriously explode along with the sword chi. He was also worried that the sword chi of the jade pendant wouldn't kill anyone but would cause them to reveal their whereabouts. Perhaps all of their words and actions would be seen and heard by the young hidden official. After all, every noble and virtuous person of the Confucian Academy had a jade pendant at their waist for this purpose. Miyu was filled with emotions. He thought about the pointers that the young hidden official had given him on the way here. With these merchants, no matter how much you talk about incense, talk about old friendships, or promise a future, it's all empty. We need to see the big picture from the small. We don't need to say clearly what they can obtain from the Great Wall of Sword Chi with this jade tablet. Let them guess for themselves. It doesn't matter if the answer that the smart person guesses is correct or not. In any case, it's very reliable. The discussion in the hall became smoother and smoother. The more disputes on the table, the better. This didn't mean that it was a bad thing. It was only at dusk that the discussion came to an end. During this time there were all sorts of schemes, big and small. The 8 provinces' fairies worked together to scheme against the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The fairies of one continent worked together to scheme against the neighboring continents, and the fairies of one continent schemed against each other. Miyu really wasn't interested, but he had to participate because of his duty. For the first time, Miyu had the thought that practicing the sword wasn't such a chore. Everyone dispersed once more, returning to their courtyards to discuss in secret. In truth, after most of the sword immortals had left, the discussion in the hall was already stable enough. But to have such a process made the stewards of the intercontinental fairies feel much more comfortable. At the very least, they felt more at ease. Otherwise, when they looked across and saw that the sword immortals weren't there, just the empty chairs where the sword immortals sat was an invisible deterrent. It was really hard to be at ease. Qin Pingon continued to walk around the Spring Banner House alone. He agreed to meet everyone 4 hours later to discuss the matter. Sword Immortal Miyu had something to do. This was because the young hidden official had instructed Miyu to do 2 things. In the Summer Palace, Miyu still felt that he was a little redundant in the face of those young sword immortals. He didn't expect that there would be so much burden on his shoulders at the inverted mountain. The first thing was to mention the words reciprocity to those fairy owners when he visited them in private. He had to hint to them that this was a small personal friendship with the hidden official, and not a big deal between the intercontinental fairies and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Miyu would be in charge of receiving the gifts. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan were not suitable for this. Miyu then asked about the final destination of these benefits. Qin Pingon said bluntly that they had to be handed over to Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan. But before that, all the sword immortals of the hidden official's lineage could choose an object they liked first. Miyu asked curiously, "Could it be that I also have a share?" Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Of course, if you really can't help but have protective feelings for the fairer sex, you can return the 2 treasures and personal belongings that the nascent soul female fairy owner handed over to her as a reward in advance." Miyu was greatly impressed. The hidden official is the one who knows me the best in the world. The other thing was to ask Miyu to find Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan. The 3 of them discussed and came up with a good name for this Spring Banner House meeting, so that all the fairy owners would feel proud. They would feel that this meeting was a joint venture and not a coercion. At least they shouldn't let the outside world think so. They should also let everyone feel that the Spring Banner House meeting was an excellent topic worth talking about. As long as there was a good start, even if these businessmen left the inverted mountain, all the fairy stewards would naturally help to secretly add fuel to the fire and encourage momentum. Some small fairy owners who had to hand over the jade token to the sects could also take the opportunity to keep the jade token as a private collection. The chi cultivators in the world were all prideful, so they would give it to them. Anyway, the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the hidden official's lineage didn't have to pay a single cent. A total of 11 sword immortals showed up in person to entertain the guests. The fairy owners had a hard time in the Spring Banner House before, but when they left the Spring Banner House in the future, as long as both parties had a tacit understanding, These ferry owners would be carefree and could earn a great reputation as long as they operated properly. Everyone would become a part of this great story. Qin Pingon was really just strolling around. On the way he made a big snowball and hid it in something close to him, intending to give it to Guizhu. Now the Great Wall of Sword Qi was scorching hot. Lingji House's business would probably be good in the next few days. This was the sect's share, so it could be recorded in the account. However, everyone would probably have to fork out their own money, and then take out a decent immortal treasure. Giving a gift but not a bill, they were hoping that good things would come in pairs. After an hour, Miyu came to look for the young hidden official. Qin Pingon smiled and joked. The other party didn't agree, but it was better than agreeing. Did you gain a friendship for nothing? Did he look at you with his watery eyes and scold you, asking you to get out? However, with Sword Immortal Mi's skills, he should have succeeded in keeping the treasure. Miyu said helplessly, "Hidden official, if you spend a little more effort on women it would be amazing." In the end, I placed the treasure at the door. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. I asked you to do 2 things, so I'll give you one more treasure. When we reach the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you can pick one and give it to your elder brother. Miyu began to feel awkward again. He knew that this was the hidden official's good intentions. He also knew that his elder brother Miyu would be pleased to see that he had made some achievements in the hidden official's lineage. At least he wasn't just sitting around waiting for death. However, Miyu couldn't do such a thing. There were too many such small things in life. He just couldn't thank someone or apologize to someone. The two of them walked side by side. Qin Pingon said slowly, I don't want you to deliberately play tricks. I want you to be stubborn and curry favor with your elder brother. If that's the case, I'll be trampling on the two of you and myself. A person can scheme many things, but ultimately, it's because he doesn't want to scheme against a few things. The reason why you're awkward is because you still don't understand what's more important, compared to your elder brother Miyu. If you really want to talk about contributions and returns, can you, Miyu, compare to Miyu? If Miyu wasn't burdened by you, he would have been a great sword immortal on par with Yu Qing. However, he's only an immortal who just broke through. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi knows why he's like this. I suggest you meet Miyu. It's not to return anything. In fact, Miyu doesn't need you to return anything. However, Miyu should use one thing or one sentence to let your elder brother understand that your younger brother Miyu knows all the contributions you've made. I won't play dumb. At this point, Qin Pingon didn't want to be too serious. Hence he joked, if you want to be more shameless, when you meet Great Sword Immortal Miyu can just say, Elder brother, I don't have any extravagant hopes of reaching the immortal realm in this lifetime. However, in the future the Mi family's lineage and family line will definitely be one of the best in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the future there will be more than 1 or 2 little fellows who will call you uncle. Qin Pingon finally said, this is just what I, as an outsider, think is good. What you, Miyu, think is actually very important. Miyu smiled and said, I think so too. It seems good. I'll give it a try later. After Miyu left, Qin Pingon walked on a stone path that was connected by mountains and rivers. It separated the rockery from the spring. The path was paved with colorful stones that must have come from the immortal mountain. Spring Banner House didn't have many guests, so the stones were not worn down. This reminded Qin Pingon of the Jade Cliff in the North Continent's Spring Dew Garden. Coincidentally, Xiao Yunyan was not far away. He was holding an exquisite porcelain basin and was throwing bait into the water. Qin Pingon walked over and leaned against the railing. He looked at the scene of fishes fighting for food and said, how many small fishes are in the clear water? Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, Elegance, please get to the point. After a while, Xiao Yunyan asked, is there anything else you're worried about now? Qin Pingon nodded and said, I'm worried that the ferryboat Steward's Mountain has already colluded with the wilderness. I'm even more worried that the collusion is so deep that they will risk their lives to destroy the Spring Banner House Alliance. I'm also worried that some unexpected people from the inverted Hanging Mountain will attack with brute force. No matter what kind of worry it is, as long as it happens, no matter what the truth is, the result will be that people will die under the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Fuyao Continent and Snowy Peak Continent, especially mountain caves by Xi, the chances of people dying are higher. After the event they will have a lame excuse that is disgusting enough. When the time comes, the people will be in chaos and the things that were previously agreed upon will no longer count. Xiao Yunyan said doubtfully, you've done so much. Even if people die and there are loopholes everywhere, can you really turn the situation around? Qin Pingon reached out and wiped away the snow on the railing. How can there be so much logic in people's hearts? Building a table and stool takes a lot of effort, but if you want to break it, it's just a matter of 2 or 3 moves. If you want to scheme against people, you have to be prepared to be schemed against. Then Qin Pingon asked with a smile. Then what if I assume that someone indiscriminately left the inverted hanging mountain and killed those ferryboat stewards without a second word? Would they still dare to dock at the inverted hanging mountain in the future? Xiao Yunyan's expression was solemn. Regarding this matter, I don't think it's right to tell the ferryboat stewards. If I tell them, everyone will avoid them. If I don't tell them, once it happens, they won't come again in the future. Qin Pingon leaned on the railing. That's why I said I'm not afraid of accidents. I'm only afraid of accidents. They're obviously hiding. As long as the other party is patient and doesn't make a move, I can only wait with them. Xiao Yunyan asked, how should we deal with it? Qin Pingon sighed. I have to meet that great heavenly lord now. I hope I won't be rejected. Xiao Yunyan's expression was strange. I just received the news. He's already in seclusion. Qin Pingon reached out and rubbed his forehead. He had a headache. After thinking for a moment, he said, that's good. It's equivalent to making a decision for me. I have a 3rd Sword Immortal candidate to accompany Sword Immortal Xiao to the South Swirling Continent. It was that female Great Sword Immortal Luji. In fact, the battle merits she had accumulated were enough for her to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From the looks of it, she wanted to travel and practice her sword in the wilderness more than the vast world. The premise was that she was willing to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and guard the inverted hanging mountain. Otherwise, not to mention the title of hidden official, it would be useless even if he brought out his eldest sword immortal. However, even if Lu Ji agreed, her leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi in advance would have a huge impact. It was really just choosing the lesser of 2 evils. Qin Pingon reached out and gently knocked on the railing. He discussed the solution with Xiao Yunyan. Should he leak some of the contents of the Spring Banner House's meeting and exaggerate it in advance? He deliberately left only Sword Immortal Miyu behind so that he could lure the other party to make a move immediately after weighing the pros and cons. Should he inform Xianxia, who had already gone to the Flood Dragon Gully and the Rain Dragon sect? Lu Ji, Miyu, Xianxia and Xiao Yunyan. As long as the other party appeared, the higher their realm, the better. Even an Ascendant Realm demon would not be able to escape the calamity. 2 days later, the young hidden official returned with a full load. He received many gifts. Sword Immortal Miyu stayed in the Spring Banner House. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak. The Spring Banner House's meeting caused an uproar in the entire inverted hanging mountain in just one night. The general content was nothing more than the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the manager of the 8 States Ferry. One side would provide the sword and the other side would provide the money. They would work together to deal with the siege of the savage world. Miyu, Xiao Yunyan and Xiachanhua were hidden in 3 different ferries. Even the 3 ferries did not know about this. They were actually able to be escorted by a sword immortal. Southwest Fuyao Continent, South Hassa Continent and Eastern Aquarius Continent. Lu Ji, who had quietly come to the inverted hanging mountain, was in charge of the inverted hanging mountain. She was in charge of supporting a certain traveling sword immortal at any time. On the Fuyao Continent's ferry, White Brook sat in the cabin. He frowned. There was a knock on the door. Before this nascent soul cultivator opened the door, an old man appeared in the room. After removing the camouflage spell, he turned into a lazy young man. White Brook stood up and said in a low voice, "May I know what Senior is here for?" The young man smiled and said, "I'm not Senior. I'm called Border. I'm a little sword cultivator from the Central Divine Continent. I want to ask you about the details of the Spring Banner House's meeting before deciding whether to start a massacre." White Brook was silent. The young man's eyes turned pitch black. He reached out his hand and wrote a line of words on the table. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "The ancestor of your mountain water cave is an old friend of mine. His natal magic treasure was an opportunity that I gave him back then. The words on the table should be something that every steward of the Tile Basin ferries would be informed of before they died. Don't you find it strange that every steward of the ferries would suddenly die within a few years after they leave their post? Just to hide this strange little secret. You're the one with the best luck. You were born late and had the chance to see me. You received a great fortune for nothing. This unbreakable nascent soul bottleneck of yours, when you met me, naturally could be easily broken. Whitebrook immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Welcome, senior. After the boarder sat down, he asked with a smile, you and the fairy couldn't have been tampered with without knowing it, right? Whitebrook didn't sit down. He still stood and said, the fairy has been carefully searched, especially my residence. There's no possibility that it was tampered with. As for the jade token, I left it in my private residence on the Hanging Mountain. Moreover, all of my words and actions were reasonable. I even complained a little after the incident, which was nothing more than a show for Chunban's High to see. That scheming young hermit would not only not be able to find any clues, but would also dispel his suspicions. The boarder smiled and said, what jade token? Young secluded official? Tell me about it. Whitebrook first explained the general idea of the jade token. He was greatly praised by the senior in front of him. Then Whitebrook described the meeting of the Spring Banner House in detail. The boarder nodded. If it works, it will be a great trouble. My risky trip was not in vain. After saying this, the boarder laughed and said, you're too low to guess that I'm in the immortal realm. Whitebrook cupped his fists again. An ascendant realm demon. Whitebrook finally asked carefully, Senior, when do you plan to make your move? The boarder glanced at this ant. Whitebrook braced himself and said, after you make your move, please sink the pottery basin fairy. It's okay if more people die. Otherwise, our Xianxia grotto will be too suspicious. It will only delay your future plans and affect the overall situation. The boarder smiled and nodded. That's good. Since you're so clever, you've received a great fortune. The Southeast Tongyi continent had a plan. Unfortunately, it was exposed in advance. It only damaged the vitality of the Fuyao sect in Taiping Mountain. And one of the arrangements of the Fuyao continent in the southwest was that this person who had been born in the Fuyao continent had gone to travel to the borders of the central divine continent. In order to deceive the imperial advisor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, it had been very difficult. Luckily, this young sword cultivator boarder that he had chosen was quite capable. As for the South Saw continent with Xianxia there, he wouldn't go to his death. There was no plan. The boarder said, I'm not in a hurry to make my move. The risk is too great. I won't touch the scattered fairies for the time being. Next time when they earn more money, they will leave inverted Hanging Mountain again and die happily. Whitebrook heaved a sigh of relief. This was indeed a safe move. Otherwise, he was really afraid that this senior would rely on his Ascendant Realm cultivation base to act with brute force. The boarder laughed and said, that young man called Qin Pingon is smarter than you think. On the Rainbow Fairy, there's an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator hidden. It should be the lackey sword immortal Miyu that you mentioned. Anyway, I'm just sightseeing. I'm not in a hurry at all. I'll just treat it as playing with them. I want to see how patient these arrogant sword immortals are. If they're really patient, I'll just make my move later. The boarder's smile disappeared. Standing up, Whitebrook felt like he was being strangled. In front of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon, his feet left the ground and he slowly ascended. Outside the door, there was a very familiar voice that Whitebrook seemed to be speaking for him. Don't blame others for your own stupidity. The boarder sneered and said, Qin Pingon, you're actually willing to exchange your life for mine? What are you thinking? Outside the house, a young man was swearing and tearing off the woman's skin on his face. Beside him stood Lu Ji, who didn't tear off the man's skin. In addition, both of them had a camouflage technique personally cast by their boss, Sword Immortal Qin Qingdu. The boarder asked, how did you follow me? The young hidden official smiled and said, I learned from Xianxia Cavern, gambling big and earning big. Just as the boarder was about to make a move, he instantly froze. Because an old man in a Confucian robe who shouldn't be here appeared in the house. The boarder laughed and said, good, good, good. A few sword immortals aren't enough. You even invited Qin Chunan. The old Confucian said indifferently, is my name something you can call? 637. The reason why Qin Pingon dared to show up was not only because Lu Ji, one of the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but more importantly, Qin Chunan would be there. If it was a fight between two people of the same realm, the Great Sword Immortal might be good at killing but not necessarily good at saving people. Previously on the city wall, Miyu had tried his best to stop the sword immortal Lai Ji, who was of the same realm and cultivation level, but Miyu was still a little slower. But with Qin Chunan here there was no need to worry. After Qin Chunan spoke, he did not give the Ascendant Realm Great Demon a chance to talk nonsense. The world had changed. Qin Pingan's mind was shaken for a moment. His entire person seemed to have manifested an infinitely large Dharma form, which suddenly soared to the highest point in the sky. It was high enough to overlook the entire vast world. However, before Qin Pingan could take a closer look, the huge Dharma form was forced to condense into a mind mustard seed smaller than a speck of dust. Not only did it return to the ground, it also escaped into an extremely small place where the lines on the palm were like mountains and rivers. When Qin Pingan completely recovered, he turned his head to take a look, and a Tao formula naturally appeared in his mind. Tao is an object, vague and indistinct, indistinct and indistinct, a vacuum, a great void. It turned out that behind Qin Pingan, there was a huge ball suspended. It was snow-white and sparkling. He could vaguely see the pavilion and a big osmanthus tree. It turned out that the osmanthus flowers were planted in the bright moon. Compared to the object behind Qin Pingan, the size of both sides was like a rice grain in a white bowl. Qin Pingan retracted his gaze and looked up. As far as his eyes could see, there was only the great sun hanging in the sky. It was bigger and golden in color, and there was nothing else. This great sun constantly emitted strands of golden light, which came and went at an extremely fast speed. There was also a black dot and a piece of ink which were moving indefinitely. There were constantly snow-white slender lights flashing and disappearing, which could actually cut off those golden threads on the spot. It should be the fight between Lu Ji and the Ascendant Realm Great Demon at the border. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. He planned on sitting cross-legged and immersing his mind in it. Then he would conjure his intrinsic flying sword that he had yet to think of a name for. He would use a small world to confront a small world and use it to sense more of the great Tao circulation opportunities of this small world. He never thought that his shoulder would be pressed down by someone who laughed and said, "Some knowledge, if you start too early it won't be pretty. It's not that I'm afraid you'll steal it. It's just that the divine ability of your intrinsic flying sword is not close to my dermic art." Qin Pingan dispelled the idea and turned to respectfully bow to the Confucian-robed old man. Qin Chunan nodded and said with a smile, "I'll just treat it as a Confucian junior paying my respects to senior and not the last disciple of some literary saint's lineage. I won't return the greeting with my hands folded in front of me." After Qin Pingan stood up, he blushed with shame and said, "I only dared to ask for advice but did not dare to ask." Qin Chunan waved his hand. "Since you and I both have the surname Qin, we are of the same origin but different schools. It's the same for our surnames, and it's even more so for our academic backgrounds. What's more, the Hassa continent's Ingyin Qin clan owes you a favor for the exemplary tree in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. That's why I pulled you in to watch the battle from afar. It's your ability to experience some of the Sword Immortal's elegance." "I'm not wary of Qin Pingan from Dali's Longquan County, but I'm wary of that old scholar and the disciple he's proud of. Isn't it just as expected?" Qin Pingan felt even more ashamed. Qin Chunan stretched out his hand and grabbed, dragging the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal Miyu into heaven and earth. Qin Pingan then reminded, "Can't see clearly? Why don't you recite the teachings of your teacher in your heart? Maybe your vision will become clearer." Qin Pingan began to recite silently in his heart. Qin Pingan had no other thoughts. Subconsciously he was already sitting cross-legged, with his hands clenched into fists and gently placed on his knees. Sitting down, he felt the boundless ancient aura from the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. Qin Chunan sat upright and still in the void. After hearing the old elementary scholar's words, he smiled slightly. Not to mention Qin Pingan's inner thoughts, Qin Chunan could listen to them whenever he wanted. Even Qin Pingan's thoughts could be easily seen as long as Qin Chunan wanted to see them. After that, Xie Songhua and Xiao Yunyan, who received the message from the flying sword, flew extremely fast on their swords. They broke through countless waves of clouds and found the Xianxia Grotto's ceramic basin fairy. One after another they were invited by Qin Chunan into this world of sun and moon. The three unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortals who arrived one after another were the same. They didn't have any intention to use their swords. Now they were just standing on one side to hold the line for Lu Ji. Mi was more well-behaved. He stared at the battlefield. He didn't help because he didn't want to be more of a hindrance. As long as Lu Ji wasn't at a disadvantage, he wouldn't help. Zhou Xian was the second to arrive. He lived up to his name as the owner of Spring Banner House. He directly started to refine the sword with the abundant sun and moon essence between heaven and earth. Xianxia was the last to enter this world of sun and moon. Compared to Mi Yu and Zhou Xian, she was obviously in a leisurely mood. As soon as she came in, she glanced at the battlefield and felt that she didn't need to help. She began to wander around on her sword. This was a big difference in the temperament of sword immortals. Mi Yu seemed to be undisciplined, but in fact he was the most restrained. Zhou Xian was the most meritorious and good at calculation. Xianxia's mind was the most pure and free. Qin Chunan said, "The truth is out. The Ascendant Realm Big Demon lost his real body. The body of the person at the border was used as the external body of the Yang spirit to rest. The Big Demon's Yin spirit was hidden in a unique way. That's why he dared to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As long as this person didn't stand on the city wall, even Qin Qingdu couldn't detect it." "How did you find out?" Qin Pingon said softly, "I bet 3 times in a row. First, I bet on whether to leave the Summer Palace and follow a fairy to leave the Inverted Mountain. Then I bet on which of those fairies was more likely. Finally, I bet on whether you would think that I was fooling around and would be willing to take the trouble to come here from the South Saw continent. If you didn't come, even if I won the first 2 rounds, it would still be a wasted trip." Qin Chunan smiled and said, "Then tell me in detail. You don't have to feel that it's related to the word gamble, so you're embarrassed to say it. The knowledge of the world is easy to say and write, but it's difficult. It's easy to let outsiders learn it. It's even more difficult to see it and think it's feasible." Qin Pingon was about to speak. The Ascendant Realm Big Demon resisted Lu Ji's sword and rushed toward Qin Chunan and Qin Pingon. The Dharma form was as big as a mountain. However, Qin Chunan, the saint of heaven and earth, didn't even look at it. He stretched out his hand and slapped the half-baked Ascendant Realm Big Demon back to the battlefield. Not only that, the huge body was directly smashed into the golden sun and was in the golden magma furnace. Even if the big demon roared angrily and jumped up from the ground, it was still entangled by the golden threads and was pulled back to the earth, again. Lu Ji didn't take the opportunity to attack. She just watched coldly and let the big demon fight after it escaped. Qin Chunan didn't care about this. The old Confucian just smiled and listened to the young man talk about the beauty of the 3 bets in detail. Returning to the Summer Palace in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he threw a small coin and guessed heads and tails to decide whether to follow the Tile Basin Fairy to leave the Inverted Mountain. As he did this, tails, he stayed in the Summer Palace and waited for the other party to make the first move. Before this, Qin Pingon's Yin spirit left his body and used a divine power of stop observation. It was very shallow, but it could abandon a certain thought. As a result, the small coin was thrown heads. According to Qin Pingon's original plan, he should stay in the Summer Palace. After hesitating for a while, he reached out and pressed the small coin, letting Guizhuzhou guess heads and tails. In the end, Qin Pingon chose to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Hearing this, Qin Chunan smiled and said, "You want to use this to determine whether your luck is good or bad. If your luck is good, then you have to be careful in the future. If your luck is bad, you can't guess correctly and the gamble is wrong, but there's hope for good?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That's right. I still don't like to make a loss. It's okay if you don't make a profit, but you can't lose." Qin Chunan smiled and said, "Continue." Qin Pingon still looked for the person in charge of the Inverted Mountain, the Taoist perfected lord that he met once before. Before eldest senior brother left, he said that after he used his sword at the Flood Dragon Gully, this person collected many of the Flood Dragon's whiskers and benefited the most. "Junior brother, it won't be difficult for you to find him to do something. If he doesn't agree, just let him wait for me to return to the Inverted Mountain and reason with him." In addition to the spies that the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Cui Dongshan planted in the Inverted Mountain, when the last ferry left, Qin Pingon received the detailed records of all the passengers boarding the ferry. Before quietly returning to the Inverted Mountain, Qin Pingon called for Lin Junbai, Xianxia, and a few other hidden officials who were good at scheming and breaking games to help. The 10 fairies that were most likely to cause accidents were Wuxia, Tangfeiqian by Gaotai, Fuyao Continent's Tile Basin by Shi by Hao, Immortal Islands Nikhang Lu Shen, Luyu Liuxia continents, Duck Bell Luyu, South Hassa continents, North continents Lu Feiqian, and Old Dragon City's Ding family's ferry. The biggest suspect might actually be the least suspicious. In fact, in the beginning Qin Pingon Lin Junbai, and the others didn't think that the Tile Basin Ferry was a spy from the savage world in the vast world. In addition to the 10 selected ferries, there were 32 suspicious ferry passengers. Qin Chunan asked, "This person at the border is very cautious. He shouldn't be among them." Qin Pingon smiled. Indeed, there was no such person. According to the original records, the Shao Yuan dynasty of the Central Plains was at the border of the sword cultivators. After leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden for a while before leaving the Inverted Mountain. However, he didn't go with Yan Lv or Jiang Guanqing. Instead, he chose to travel to the Fuyao continent alone. Sword Immortal Lu Ji and I were the first to board the ferry, which was Miyu's Nick Hang. After some investigation, we didn't find anything. Only then did we board the Tile Basin ferry. After boarding, we used the stupidest method, which was to walk around and count the number of people. We found that there was an extra person. Even so, we still can't say for sure that there's a great demon hiding on the ferry. We also can't say for sure that the mountain stream cave is colluding with the savage world. Qin Chunan nodded and smiled. You didn't board the ferry in the same direction as Sword Immortal Xia. Are you not worried about the Aquarius continent and the North continent? Qin Pingon shook his head and answered, "It's because I believe that a great demon is smart enough to not act rashly and alert the enemy. The great situation of the Tongya continent that was exchanged with the lives of 2 great demons is unnecessary." Qin Chunan continued, "So you're not worried that I'll make a wasted trip? You just want to talk to me about the Tongyi continent? You've never made a loss in business." Qin Pingon said, "Old mister, please believe in the foresight of the Aquarius continent. The real gamble is my Aquarius continent's first and greatest one." Qin Chunan was silent for a while and smiled. "Good." Miyu continued to pretend to hold the fort for Lu Ji. The sun hung in the sky, but the key was that it seemed to be close. Just the heat alone was enough to make Miyu frustrated. Shao Yunyan gave him an inch and he wanted a mile. He took the opportunity to grab a handful of the golden lava in his hand. He did not dare to touch it and could only hold it in his palm. He then tilted his palm and carefully poured it on his natal flying sword. Xianxia, who was carrying the bamboo box, asked loudly, "Mr. Qin, can you give me some sun and moon essences? I won't return them." Qin Chunan raised his head and smiled. "Sword Immortal Xia, please take them." Qin Chunan looked at Miyu, who had nothing to do, and smiled. "Sword Immortal Mi, can I borrow your sword?" Miyu immediately took down his sword. Qin Chunan extended his hand and the sword appeared in his hand. He unsheathed the sword and raised his sleeves. He shook out a ray of moonlight that was as thick as water. This moon essence came from the savage world. The old man put 2 fingers together and slowly brushed across the sword. A small dent appeared on the sword. The ray of moonlight flowed through his fingers and poured into the sword. Miyu's mind swayed and almost teared up. It was absolutely sincere. Ignoring the fact that the quality of his sword was destined to rise, the crux of the matter was that mellow scholar Qin Chunan had personally helped him refine his sword. How could Shao Yunyan, who hammered here and there and secretly refined his sword, compare? How could Xia Songhua, who openly asked for the sun and moon essences, compare? Qin Pingon shot a glance at Miyu. The latter immediately understood. I understand. All of this was thanks to Lord Recluse. I, Miyu, am most grateful and sentimental. Qin Chunan used the moonlight to help Miyu refine his sword before sheathing it. The sword vanished in an instant and returned to Miyu's side. Miyu cupped his fists and bowed. "Miyu thanks mellow scholar sage." Qin Chunan nodded and smiled. Then he said to Qin Pingon, "This matter was done extremely well. It is ultimately not the doing of a gentleman." Qin Pingon said, "I'm not even a sage now, let alone a gentleman." Qin Chunan smiled and said, "It's similar to your master. He likes to talk about things with titles the most. I've never been a sage or a gentleman in my life. It's just that you guys forced the identity of a saint on me. Have you asked me if I'm willing? After becoming a saint, I'm so scared that I'm going to die. What else do you want?" Qin Pingon did not say a word. Since he had acknowledged his master, he should respect him even more. Qin Chunan sighed and said, The Confucian school is impartial and peaceful. Only then can one be enlightened. The old man looked into the distance and was silent for a long time. Then he slowly said, "A sage should be meticulous in his thinking. A gentleman should be meticulous in his words." Qin Pingon was moved. He blurted out, "Xiu Li, a fist and a sword, none of them missed. There is the word reason. Cultivating the heart, one only needs to seek greater heights and ask one's heart in the details." The old man did not comment on this statement. The next moment, Qin Pingon returned to the fairy room. He was thrown out of the world by Qin Chunan. White Brook was still standing in the same place. The world was vast. Where could a mere nascent soul cultivator like him run to? Even if there was no one stopping him, would he abandon the fairy and hide in the vast sea? Or would he risk his life to rush to the mountain water cave of the Fuyao continent? A hidden official, 4 sword immortals, and the #1 person of the South Swirl continent, Qin Chunan. White Brook felt that even if he was in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and ran into the army of the wilderness, he might not be able to survive. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Shipmaster White, how long has it been?" White Brook did not answer the question. The first thing he said when he saw the young hidden official was, "Master Hidden Official, I'm willing to make up for my mistakes. As long as I can live, I can do anything. I'll testify for the matter of my ancestor colluding with the demons. I know how much wealth the mountain water cave has. All of it can be used to fund the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingon sat down gently and interrupted him. He smiled and waved his hand. "Everything can be resolved with the money of the gods. Sit down and talk. What's the hurry? There's no hurry to make up for it. Think about whether you want to take me as a hostage and gamble that your realm is not high. Actually, there's no hurry." White Brook was sweating profusely. His movements were stiff and he looked dazed. He fell into the chair. "Shipmaster White, you're going too far." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When it comes to pretending, you and I are kindred spirits. It's a pity that you're too young and your cultivation is not high. You can compete with your blackness, your realm, your wealth. You can compete with anything, but don't compete with me in this." White Brook suddenly stood up and the chair flew out. He, a nascent soul cultivator, took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. He began to kowtow. "Master Hidden Official, save me." Because the young hidden official was no longer alone. Behind him stood the unpolished jade realm sword immortal Miyu, who appeared out of thin air. Qin Pingon poured himself a cup of tea and asked with a smile, personal items, mountain gate items, take them all out. Remember to help open them. If you're sincere enough, I don't mind letting you profit from a disaster and take the first seat of the mountain water cave. You're probably still confused about my realm and origin. But you should know what kind of person I am. I like to pursue the greatest benefits. This is your last chance. Cherish it." After half a cup of tea's time, on the table in front of the young hidden official, there was a simple ink slab in the style of a sea house. It was a personal item of the mountain water cave. There was also a round fan that was heavily powdered. It was the personal item of the fairy manager. There were many good things and God's money placed on it. Some of the secrets of the mountain and mountain cave had also been revealed by White Brook. Of course, he wouldn't spill the beans and reveal everything. White Brook was not stupid. Qin Pingon was not stupid either. Qin Pingon took out a jade bamboo folding fan and gently fanned it. At the same time, he had Miyu put away the near hand and the square-inch object. If there really was a hidden killing intent, Great Sword Immortal Me would be able to withstand it. Even if he couldn't withstand it, he couldn't let a hidden official of the lower 5 realms do it. Then Qin Pingon leaned back and turned his head to ask, "What are you waiting for? Finish him off. Do you want to keep him for wine or rice?" White Brook and Miyu were stunned. Then the world quietly changed again. Miyu's slash was extremely smooth. It was similar to being in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was no pressure of a small world at all. On the contrary, the old nascent soul cultivator was more stagnant. With one fast and one slow, and the difference between an unpolished jade realm sword immortal and a nascent soul Qi refinement warrior, there was no doubt. Miyu's slash directly split the nascent soul cultivator White Brook's body into 2. Not only that, it also cut the other party's golden core and nascent soul into 2. However, just as Miyu was about to slash again, the young hidden official took action. He used a secret technique that he had traded with Lu Jimao of the Book Lake years ago to capture the other party's remnant soul. He gathered it and held it in his palm. He smiled and said, "You begged me to save you, so I saved you. Are you happy? How are you going to thank me?" The soul that was in great pain could not help but wail. He said with a trembling voice, "Lord Hidden Official, just say it, just say it." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I told you to be more sincere. You didn't listen? What's the result? That's not good, right? I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the things that are really unspeakable in the mountain water cave and you can live. Your realm is too high. I don't feel at ease letting you be the next sect master of the mountain water cave. It's just right now. Your realm is in a mess. In the future, every time you see me, you can only rely on divine money to make up for it." The soul dared not hide anymore. He told the mountain water cave's ancestors' secret deeds in full detail, as well as the mountain water cave's famous saying, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows and treasures are scattered everywhere. Thank me with your death." Qin Pingon nodded, and then he clenched his fist and crushed the extremely weak soul with the force of his fist. After that, he closed the folding fan and lightly waved it to disperse the ethereal soul ashes. And then he pressed the folding fan against his chest and said with a grin, "Are you surprised?" Me was not surprised at all. Qin Pingon stood up and closed the folding fan. He asked, "How long will it take for Lu Ji to kill that Ascendant Realm demon that doesn't live up to its name? Also, is it possible to ask about the demon's real body?" Miyu looked troubled. Who should he ask? Wu Ji? Why would she bother to talk to him? Qin Chunan? Miyu was not that thick-skinned. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Great Sword Immortal Me, you should be more careful." Miyu felt wronged. Then Miyu became more curious. He looked around and saw some clues. No matter how beautiful a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms was, he was still a sword immortal. He still had a good eye. Is this our hidden official's natal flying sword? Qin Pingon kept the natal flying sword and walked to the windowsill. Miyu sheathed his sword and stood guard at the side. In a world of sun and moon, a woman, Great Sword Immortal Lu Ji, was fighting with the Ascendant Realm demon. In a small world in a cage, Miyu killed nascent soul by Shi with his sword. His soul was detained by Qin Pingon with a secret technique and killed with a fist aura. All the other Qi refinement warriors on this tile basin ferry did not notice anything strange. After that, the tile basin ferry was safe and sound. It still headed to the mountain water cave of the Fuyao continent. However, it was missing a sneaky Ascendant Realm demon and the dead boat owner, Bai Shi. There was also Lu Ji. Qin Chunan did not accompany them, but he gave Lu Ji a Confucian jade pendant. Then there was Xiao Yunyan, who was in charge of helping Lu Ji clean up the mess in the mountain water cave. A mess was a mess, but there was a lot of immortal money. Sword Immortal Xiao's Spring Banner House could get 10% of the profits in name. However, the entire Spring Banner House was now the private property of the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Xiao Yunyan did not understand the meaning of this 10% profit. Qin Pingon had already explained to Lu Ji and Xiao Yunyan how to deal with the mountain water cave and the steps. Lu Ji listened absent-mindedly. Anyway, Xiao Yunyan was there. She still had to go into seclusion on this trip to the Fuyao continent. As for Xie Songhua, she had to return to the Nanji ferry on the river platform and go to the Snow Mountain continent together. Before they parted ways, the young hidden official couldn't help but talk about the 2 children again. Xie Songhua was furious and asked this guy, "Could it be that the 2 children are your daughters and mine?" Only then did the young hidden official shut up. She did not like to scheme against people and she was not good at it. Qin Pingon and Miyu took the talisman boat together and returned to the inverted hanging mountain. Qin Pingon stood at the bow of the ferry and glanced back at Miyu. Languid Miyu, who was sitting at the stern of the ferry, suddenly felt uncomfortable. What, there was a heavy burden on his shoulders again. Come, if I, the Great Sword Immortal Me, frown, then I am not the leader of the hidden official lineage. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Sword Immortal Xiao got 10% of the mountain water cave's profits. Sword Immortal Xie repaid the favor. Great Sword Immortal Lu got some benefits from the Sword Dao, and that Ascendant Realm Demon Core. Our Sword Immortal Me also improved the rank of his sword. The near hand and square inch items were also obtained by our hidden official lineage. It seems like I'm the only one who has nothing to do with traveling thousands of miles. Miyu said seriously, Master Hidden Official, you are the best at strategizing and killing the Ascendant Realm Demon Core. You deserve it. Qin Pingon interrupted Miyu's words and said, With your flattery skills when you go to the mountain of my hometown, you don't even deserve to be a registered disciple, let alone worship. Mi was sad. He was not good at this. His Tao had always been to exchange sincerity with good-looking women. However, Miyu quickly made up for it and said, if we really reach there, you just have to let me entertain the various fairies who visit the mountain. As long as there are any mistakes, you can hold them accountable. Qin Pingon put on a fake smile and said, stay away from me. The atmosphere on my mountain is already mysterious enough. Even I, the mountain chieftain, can't reverse the situation. If we add you into the mix, our reputation will be ruined. Miyu felt wronged. Miyu hesitated and asked curiously, why didn't Master Hidden Official accept the demon core given by Lu Ji? She really didn't want to accept it. According to the calculation of the military merits of the Hidden Official, it should be Master Hidden Official who gets this thing. Qin Pingon sat down and looked at the vast and boundless magnificent scenery and said, it's not that I didn't accept it. I did accept it. I just have to trouble Lu Ji to pass it to a friend in the South Saw continent. Miyu said, oh. Suddenly he realized that he got a demon core of an Ascendant Realm demon core. In the vast world he probably got the glazed golden body of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. This is called nothing. Qin Pingon knocked his palm with the folded fan and turned his head with a smile. Miyu immediately said with emotion, Master Hidden Official, you are indeed an immortal. Among all the talents and beauties in the world, you should replace the banished immortal with Qin Pingon. Miyu felt that he was gradually getting better. Although he still didn't dare to fight with Guizhujiu, the direct disciple of Master Hidden Official, he should be able to fight with Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui in this matter. Qin Pingon turned around and continued to look forward. After a long silence he suddenly said, Miyu, I'm glad that we can turn from strangers to friends. Miyu was stunned for a long time. Finally he nodded and said, it's an honor to meet Qin Pingon. After a while Qin Pingon said, as a farewell gift, what did you write on the folding fan that you gave to the female cultivator of the nascent soul stage from the central region? Miyu smiled awkwardly. This kind of unspeakable love will only make Master Hidden Official laugh. Don't mention it, don't mention it. However, Qin Pingon said, tell me. In terms of the way of getting along with women, Miyu's cultivation realm could be said to be high. Miyu was hesitant. Then I'll really embarrass myself? After all, this young Master Hidden Official was the deputy manager before Master Hidden Official. Miyu was very likely the Sword Immortal who studied the 100 Sword Immortals Imprint Manual and the Gluttonous Sword Immortals Imprint Manual, as well as so many fan inscriptions. Miyu was very likely the Sword Immortal who studied the fan inscriptions the most in the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had a lot of knowledge, especially those fan inscriptions that were popular with women. Miyu asked for them one by one and copied them on paper. After reading and studying them, Miyu felt that he had benefited greatly. In fact, deep in his heart, Miyu also felt that the fan inscriptions were at least 70 to 80% as good as the deputy manager. Since there were no outsiders on the ferry, he could just treat it as a spar. It wouldn't be too embarrassing if he took it out and talked about it. On the two sides of the fan one wrote, I pity the people in front of me but I smell the green plum. Thin should be thin because of this, shame is also shame. On the other side it wrote, when walking I miss you. When sitting I miss you. When walking I miss you. When I miss you I miss you. When I drink hee hee. How many lives are there? After Qin Pingon heard it he was silent for a long time. In the end he couldn't help but scold, get out of the ferry and ride your sword. In fact, Qin Pingon felt that in this lifetime he was destined to never see Miyu's back in the path of love. It was a path that relied on talent and cultivation. Great Sword Immortal Mi, who suffered an unexpected calamity, could only stand up resentfully. He obediently left the fairy talisman boat and rode his sword not far away. When he reached the inverted hanging mountain he first went to the Spring Banner House. The most special thing about this house among the 4 houses was that the entire Spring Banner House was refined. From the beginning of its construction Zhou Xian had set up a lot of formations and talisman. Therefore the Spring Banner House didn't really take root in this world's largest mountain word seal. On the other hand Yuanzhuan House, which cost more, didn't have such considerations. As for the Plum Blossom Garden, it was even more impossible for it to be refined. Zhou Xian gave the big formation core treasure to Qin Pingon. After confirming the details, Qin Pingon took Miyu and left the Spring Banner House. Yan Ming and Nalan Saihuan stayed in the house and were responsible for receiving the stewards of other fairies from the 8 continents. Miyu would also stay, but he still needed to escort Qin Pingon to the door that connected the 2 worlds. He asked curiously, "Why don't you go through the old door that's closer to the Spring Banner House every time?" Senior Zhang Lu, who is guarding there, and the little Taoist boy who likes to read are quite interesting. Qin Pingon just nodded and didn't say anything. Miyu just asked casually and didn't want to think more about it. After escorting Mr. Hidden Official to the gate, Miyu needed to return to the Spring Banner House. Many female fairy owners and cultivators were his old acquaintances. Unfortunately, it was the kind of regret that they were not fated to be together. When Qin Pingon arrived at the hall of the Summer Palace, everyone looked up. Guizhuzhou was the first to speak. "Master, how many Ascendant Realm demons did you kill this time?" Qin Pingon was a little tired, so he sat on the threshold. "Just one." Guizhuzhou blinked her eyes. "There really is one? Master, I don't know what to say next." Sword Immortal Choumiao looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "There is." Choumiao cupped his fists but didn't say anything. The first 3 sword cultivators who went to the city wall to fight were Choumiao, Dong Bude and Deng Liang. They had already returned. Because Miyu was taken to the Spring Banner House by Qin Pingon, only Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai went there to fight. Qin Pingon said, "It's not as comfortable as here. I'll take a break. You guys go ahead." Everyone in the house started to get busy. Even Guizhuzhou was stubborn and didn't get up to talk to her master. Now the Hidden Officials branch had gradually formed a few small hills. Lin Junbai and Pang Yuanji got along well. Pang Yuanji wasn't very ambitious now. Other than doing things, he would occasionally play chess with Lin Junbai as a form of guidance. Pang Yuanji learned chess very quickly. Lin Junbai grew very quickly outside the chessboard. Everyone else in the Hidden Officials branch saw it and took it seriously. The sword cultivator from another place, Song Gaoyuan, got along well with Luo Zhini, Su Ning and Chong Taiqing. Deng Liang liked to chat with Dong Bude every now and then. Even a blind person knew what this nascent soul sword cultivator, who was originally a wild cultivator and eventually became an immortal master of the sect records, wanted. However, everyone could see that Dong Bude didn't care about Deng Liang. In private, Qin Pingon once joked with Deng Liang saying, "I'm Qin Sanchio's good brother. If you continue to be like this, I'll pull Qin Sanchio into the Hidden Officials branch." Deng Liang laughed and said, "It's okay. I'm a nascent soul sword cultivator, and that young Master Qin is only at the Golden Core bottleneck. As long as the Hidden Official didn't take sides, he could guarantee that he would come in with his head held high and leave with his head held high." Then Deng Liang added, "Even if we don't talk about the realm, young Master Qin is still no match for me when it comes to drinking." Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Chao Gun and Xianqia became the 4 protectors. They advanced and retreated together with tacit understanding. They liked to follow Guizhuzhou's lead. As long as Guizhuzhou used the sect's unique skills, the other 4 would follow. At the end of the day, these 4 young men were the ones who were close to the Hidden Official and were shameless enough to do so. Today was an exception. It was really because the merit of killing a hidden Ascendant Realm demon was too shocking. So Gu Jianlong and the other 3 didn't dare to say anything. Lin Junbai and Xianqia were both masters of chess and often played chess together. Qin Pingon also helped Xianqia to give advice. Xianqia was stupid and didn't learn from his mistakes. Every time he listened to the Hidden Official's advice, he was defeated like a landslide. Guizhuzhou complained that Xianqia couldn't keep up with her master's thoughts and wasted her master's valuable advice. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui didn't know how to play chess and liked to cheer. One was responsible for cheering for Xianqia while the other was responsible for nagging Lin Junbai. Pang Yuanji often found a secluded place in the Summer Palace and zoned out alone. Choumiao would give advice on swordsmanship to Deng Liang, Song Gaoyuan and the other young people. As long as they were willing to ask, Choumiao, who was already a sword immortal, was willing to explain in detail. From time to time, Dong Buji would drag Luo Zhini along to talk about the girl's boudoir. Luo Zhini, who liked to keep a straight face all day long, had a feminine gentleness in his eyes. Guizhuzhou, on the other hand, was the most casual one. She could ask Choumiao about swordsmanship and talk nonsense with Pang Yuanji, but she preferred to get close to Dong Buji and Luo Zhini. The little girl forced herself to talk to the two old ladies of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Naturally, she would end up banging her head on the table or the wall without exception. Qin Pingon felt that this was a good thing. A person's state of mind couldn't always be tense. Only when it was relaxed could it last. The lineage of the hidden officials complemented each other while doing their own jobs. They learned from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. They were already on the right track. Qin Pingon couldn't expect these sword cultivators to do better, but that was what he thought. As a hidden official, there were times when he had to be the bad guy. In terms of sarcasm, Qin Pingon was a true master. Gu Jianlong, who was an expert in this field, was ashamed of his inferiority. Of course, the premise was that the words had to hit the nail on the head. Otherwise, sarcasm would only backfire. Qin Pingon thought of something. He tossed the near hand and square-inch items he got from the Xianxia cavern to Guizhuzhou, who was in charge of summarizing the records. He smiled and said, "These are additional benefits." Then Qin Pingon talked about the details of this trip. He skipped over the things that he couldn't say. For example, how he found out the secrets of the Xianxia cavern from a nascent soul boat owner. How he was able to guarantee that he would be killed while preserving the ink slab and round fan. Especially, he even knew the method to open the door. Guizhuzhou emptied her table. The little girl's eyes shone. She spat and rubbed her palms. Then she twirled her fingers and started to count the immortal treasures in the near hand and square-inch items, as well as the big pile of immortal money. Dongbud smiled and said, "Master Hidden Official, tell us the truth. Do you have a natal item called the treasure bowl?" Previously, when he returned to the Summer Palace, he brought back more than 110 immortal treasures from the Spring Banner House. This time, when he left the inverted hanging mountain, he brought back these two treasures from the mountain as well as the rich wealth hidden in them. Guizhuzhou didn't even raise her head. She snorted and said, "It's only because my master is righteous that he purposely held back his supernatural powers. Otherwise, he could have gone to the South Swirl continent today and the Central Divine continent tomorrow and brought back mountains of gold and silver." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "He couldn't bring back mountains of gold and silver, but he brought back a worthless snowball for you. You go do the things at hand first. Later we can build a few smaller snowmen." Qin Pingon took out the big snowball from the near hand. In other places of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the snowball wouldn't stay for long. However, in the Summer Palace, as long as it was placed under the big tree, it would probably stay for a few days. Guizhuzhou was overjoyed. "Master, you're giving me a gift again. Luckily, eldest senior sister can't see it. Otherwise, she would be my senior sister and junior sister." Qin Pingon's expression was gentle. He smiled and said, "Take it easy. Your eldest senior sister is vengeful. She won't even let me, her master, see her little account book." Guizhuzhou sat where she was, her shoulders shaking left and right. She was learning from her eldest senior sister. Today she was really happy. For the first time, she didn't know what to say. The little gongs and drums weren't by her side. What a pity. Then everyone in the room saw the young hidden official sitting on the doorstep. He bent over, his back facing them. In the summer heat in the Summer Palace, where the climate was the coolest, he started to build little snowmen. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Regarding the Ascendant Realm Great Demon Border, don't hold a grudge against Lin Junbai. It has nothing to do with him. He schemed to become Lin Junbai's senior brother. His scheme is huge." Chou Miao smiled and said, "We were all waiting for Hidden Official to say that." Indeed, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Pingon said again, "That's right, this Mountain View Cavern is a family treasure. We, the Hidden Official, don't get a share." Boos sounded from all directions. Guizhuzhou slammed her hands on the table, shouting, "Impudent! Impudent!" She was the only one who protected Hidden Official. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui made the most noise. They whistled with all their might. Even Luo Zhini complained with Dong Bubu. Xianxia and Chao Zhen sighed, saying that they couldn't live their bitter and stingy days anymore. Qin Pingon laughed and said, "This time it's really gone." Guizhuzhou took pleasure in other people's misfortune and said, "Everyone's small brains aren't very bright." Qin Pingon waved his hand and said, "Come take a look at the little snowman that master built." Guizhuzhou jumped up and quickly carried the small bamboo box. She strutted over the doorstep and sat down. After staring blankly for a long time, she asked timidly, "Master, who is this?" "It's my eldest senior sister, right?" 2 slanted bamboo leaves were stuck on the little snowman's head. It was standing on one leg like a golden rooster holding a bamboo stick in its hand. It looked silly and not handsome at all. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I'll give it to you. Put it on the table." Guizhuzhou frowned and pretended to be deep in thought. She turned her head and glanced at Dong Bubu. The latter raised a palm and gently pressed it on the table. Guizhuzhou could only hold the little snowman and silently sit back down. She obeyed her master's orders and obediently placed the little snowman on the table. Then she shifted its position so that its back was facing her and she was facing Dong Bubu. Qin Pingon clapped his hands and stood up. He thought of the 2 children that Xianxia had already taken to the snowy border continent. In the future, Wei Jin, Xiao Yunyan, and all the sword immortals who returned home after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi would take 1 or 2 very young sword cultivators with low cultivation. The dandelions would go with the wind to other places. He hoped that these children of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be the Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon that left their homes from Pearl Grotto Heaven. They could even live better and have more prospects. 638. Qin Pingon and the reclusive official sword immortals discussed the matter of suppressing victory. The sword immortals understood the logic behind it. However, Qin Pingon's example left sword immortal Chou Miao feeling that it was a little difficult to understand. Under the heavens, the 3rd leader of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Qin, once went to the young hidden official's hometown. In the Pearl Grotto Heaven, he hid his identity and set up a fortune-telling stall. He stayed there for more than 10 years. He was suppressed by the great Tao of the world and remained in the Ascendant Realm. Wang Xinshui blamed the hidden official. Why didn't he tell such a shocking story earlier? He had said earlier that his respect for the hidden official had reached the Ascendant Realm and not the current nascent Soul Realm bottleneck. Guizhuzhou had the highest state among the 6 people who were closest to the young hidden official. She was qualified to judge everyone based on their comprehension and achievements. Even Guizhuzhou felt that some of Gu Jianlong's fair words were new and surprising. Therefore her state was not low. She was in the state of immortals and was second only to Gu Jianlong. Because of Xianxin's chess playing, he had a trump card. It was like a disciple of a big sect who had obtained a peerless secret manual that allowed him to reach the upper 5 realms and reach the pure jade realm. Chao Gun came to this mountain to learn it too late and was not diligent enough, so he was only in the Aurus core realm. Wang Xinshui was at the nascent soul realm bottleneck. As for sword immortal Miyu, she was not even an earth immortal because of her poor talent and lack of sincerity. Today Qin Pingon went out for a walk again. After Guizhuzhou finished her work, she moved the little snowman on the table and patted its head. Then she carried the small bamboo box and ran out. She called it Little Guizhuzhou's gaze and supervision. Whoever the little snowman looked at was a sign of concern and encouragement. Whoever the little snowman pointed at with the bamboo stick was a sign of supervision. Whoever dared to not work diligently would lose their heads if the bamboo stick was used as a flying sword. Her master was still walking slowly today. Guizhuzhou caught up with him after a few steps. Guizhuzhou asked, "Master, why are you walking so slowly recently? Are you cultivating?" Qin Pingon smiled, "Yes, I'm cultivating my mind." Guizhuzhou walked in a circle at the side facing her master. "I don't need to learn such a profound knowledge, do I? You can't even learn it, can you?" Qin Pingon said, "Anyone can learn it, but they don't have to." The little girl was both happy and worried. In a secluded courtyard, Qin Pingon took out a horizontal river talisman and a soil earth talisman. Shifu will draw you a map of the vast world. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would tell the little girl about the local conditions and customs. Some of it was what he saw with his own eyes, some of it was recorded in books, and some of it was just hearsay. The southeastern Tong Yi continent with a Taoist temple, the eastern treasure bottle continent in his master's hometown, the North Lu continent with the most sword cultivators traveling through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the White Jade continent where the world's snow was produced, the Northwest Lu Xia continent where Buddhism flourished, the West Jin Jia continent with the ruins of an ancient battlefield, the Southwest Fu Yao continent which was now in turmoil, and the South Pasua continent, where the Melochin family was located. Lin Junbai's hometown, the Central Divine continent. Squatting in the corridor, Guizhuzhou looked at the map and sighed. The sky is round and the earth is flat. If the sky is not round and the earth is round, then Shifu's hometown, the treasure bottle continent, would be close if he wanted to travel to the Xianxia continent. Why would he need to take such a long detour? Qin Pingon smiled and said, because all the heavens as well as all the paradises are new territories after they were shattered. If you can find them all and add them to the fifth heavens that the scholarly saints have just discovered, you can piece them together. Perhaps the sky will be round and the earth will be round just like the scene of the moon in the middle of the moon. During the study trip to the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, Little Treasure had once asked this question. However, the one who had answered this question at that time was the almost omniscient Cui Dongshan. Then Cui Dongshan took out a bowl of water, a jade-green tree branch that he had just broken off, and a stone that he had casually picked up. Cui Dongshan pretended to be mysterious and asked everyone what they thought about the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, the rice was cooked and the stewed fish was fragrant, so no one paid attention to him. Cui Dongshan threw the stone away and stuck the tree branch diagonally into the back of his collar. He poured the water in the bowl and asked Qin Pingon for a bowl of rice. Qin Pingon said that he was going to find Pang Yuanji, who was hiding somewhere in a daze. Guizhujie jumped up, shouted the order and ran away. Guizhujie returned to the main hall. The atmosphere was still a little heavy and solemn. When Master was here it was fine. But when Master was not here it was even more suffocating. Guizhujie took the bamboo box and put it beside her feet. After that incident, Lin Junbai asked Hidden Official if he could tell all the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi about the incident of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon being killed outside the inverted mountain at the border. Otherwise, in the long run, the rise and fall of the people's hearts would be like a flood bursting through a dam. It could easily affect the entire war situation. However, Qin Pingon only said that it was not necessary and that they could wait. The heated discussion was only directed at him, Hidden Official, and not all the sword cultivators in the Hidden Official's line. Therefore it did not matter much for the time being. Pang Yuanji sat on the railing of a corridor and was speechless. He had a lot on his mind and was speechless. Hearing the footsteps, Pang Yuanji turned his head and looked over. He nodded as a greeting. In the end, Pang Yuanji waited for a long time before that guy sat beside him. It seemed that every time Qin Pingon left the main hall recently, he was just taking a stroll. His pace was still the same. It could only be described as slow. Qin Pingon sat beside him and handed him a pot of wine. This is the immortal wine from Spring Banner House. It's very expensive. The taste is no worse than the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine. Pang Yuanji shook his head. Forget it. I haven't drunk for a long time. Qin Pingon looked at this guy with stubble on his face and said, don't worry about saying something that makes you feel better. I know you're angry at me, but you feel that it's unreasonable, so you can only bear with it. Actually, there's no need to do this. Do you think you're in a wine jar? You think you can make good wine by storing sad things? Pang Yuanji said, you should have explored the corners of the Summer Palace and the Winter Palace, right? Qin Pingon nodded and said, of course. It's a pity that there aren't any hidden mechanisms. I couldn't find any unexpected treasures. Pang Yuanji said softly, but you definitely don't feel what I feel. It's not that I only feel this way now. I realized it not long after I entered the line of the old Hidden Officials. What do you feel? Tell me. Qin Pingon opened the pot of wine and took a sip. He said, I only care about drinking and listening to your complaints. There's no need to reason. Sometimes venting your emotions is a kind of reason. Pang Yuanji was in a daze. He muttered, 2 residences. Is there anything extra? Are there any decorations or items? There's nothing. When my master left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she left behind the Hidden Official Jade token and all the secret records. Then I stayed here alone. There's only one feeling. It feels like my master has never been to this summer palace in her life. All this time I've been thinking, what does my master think and do when she's alone? Does she have times when she's sad and disappointed but can't tell anyone? Everyone thinks that my master should always be strong and invincible. He kills demons again and again. I've never felt that way. At this point, Pang Yuanji looked at the top of the city wall. Speaking of his master Xiaochua, he could not help but think of the eldest sword immortal. If the 2 summer palaces of the Hidden Officials were so lonely, then the eldest sword immortal who only had a thatched cottage must be even more so. It seemed like very few people at the Great Wall of Sword Qi had thought deeply about what the eldest sword immortal was thinking and feeling. Qin Pingon looked around and nodded. Now that you mention it, I realize that the residences are indeed empty. This means that your master Xiaoqui is very powerful. Only an extremely strong and self-centered person would not care about worldly possessions at all. You can't do it. Of course I can't do it either. In fact, Qin Pingan's feelings towards an unfamiliar environment were much earlier and deeper than a stranger. However, this was not the way to talk. Peng Yuanji's eyes reddened. He raised his head and took a deep breath. He smiled sadly and said, I thought you would curse at my master. At the very least you would curse me to death. After all, he was Peng Yuanji's master. On the battlefield he had almost killed this young hidden official's senior brother with a single punch. Moreover, it was a sneak attack in the most despicable way. A person's self-mockery at the most painful moment was a subconscious form of self-protection. Qin Pingan shook his head and drank his wine. If I want to talk about those high and mighty principles, a few baskets of baskets wouldn't be enough for me. I can scold you and your master however I want. It's meaningless. You have to tolerate other people's selfishness. Otherwise, in the end, you're the one who's mentally tired. Why bother? Qin Pingan continued, let's not talk about Xiaochui's betrayal. You and I both know how much she has done for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for why she betrayed, I might understand it better than you. After all, I was a bystander. However, many sword immortals and sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi chose to forget about it. Some did it on purpose, some did it unintentionally. Very few understood it but did not accept it. Therefore, I guess that's why you feel the most aggrieved. Peng Yuanji remained silent. Qin Pingan took a big gulp of wine and smiled. Indeed, the selfish Peng Yuanji is still doing the sword cultivation of the hidden official's lineage. He's no worse than anyone else. In terms of matters, you don't owe the Great Wall of Sword Qi anything. In terms of your heart, you don't owe anything to your master. What more do you want Peng Yuanji to do well? Therefore, Qin Pingan did not think that Peng Yuanji's path of cultivation would end just because his sword heart was unstable. It was as if he was going around in circles. Peng Yuanji smiled bitterly. Even hearing you say that doesn't make me feel any better. Qin Pingan said, I'll ask you one last question. You don't have to answer. Peng Yuanji did not want to hear this question. He would definitely feel uncomfortable. Qin Pingan asked, if you could kill Xiaochua immediately after she threw that punch, what would Peng Yuanji do? Peng Yuanji subconsciously followed the master and disciple's example. He lowered his shoulders and looked spirited. Peng Yuanji did not answer this question. Qin Pingan smiled. Since you're going to feel uncomfortable anyway, I might as well make you feel even worse. Peng Yuanji wanted to say that he had asked and that the hidden official could continue with his work. However, that person said, why don't I ask you another question? Peng Yuanji asked, if I don't give you an answer, will you keep asking? Qin Pingan drank the wine and just asked himself, I heard that Lin Junbai's senior brother is actually an Ascendant Realm big demon at the border. Do you feel a little better in your heart? Will you feel even worse because you're friends with Lin Junbai and realize that you thought that way? Peng Yuanji's face was bitter. Qin Pingan patted Peng Yuanji's shoulder. Just bear with it. You won't be able to escape. You won't see anyone if you close the door, but how can you not see your heart? Who did not have a reason to talk about? Lying to oneself was the easiest thing in the world. Qin Pingan did not push his luck. He took a big gulp of wine and prepared to leave Peng Yuanji alone. Peng Yuanji turned around and asked, Qin Pingan, why do I feel like you're taking pleasure in my misfortune? Qin Pingan said in surprise, you can tell that too? I don't have any other skills, but I'm very good at hiding secrets. Brother Peng, you have a good eye. Peng Yuanji was confused. Really? Qin Pingan said unhappily, what's there to be honest about? We're brothers in the same boat when it comes to this. Why do you think I asked you to drink with me? I'll feel better if you feel uncomfortable. Peng Yuanji sighed and said weakly, I'm begging you to scram. Qin Pingan jumped down from the railing and smiled. You can only talk to the reclusive official like this once. Don't do it again. You can't bully an honest person who's easy to talk to. Peng Yuanji suddenly said, Qin Pingan, I won't go down the city wall to fight. When that happened, the entire sword array might very well have a divergence. As for Yang Ji's response, it was full of surprises. After the great sword immortals stopped Q-sword from attacking, not only did they not destroy any of the flying swords, But they also controlled the flying swords of the sword cultivators on the city wall that had lost control and approached the tragic sword immortal. It was as if they were purposely letting the dying sword immortal meet the young sword cultivators. In the end, she threw the 39 flying swords back to the city wall one by one, allowing them to safely return to the sword formation. Yang Ji finally shattered the remaining soul of the sword immortal in her hand. She laughed and said, "What a great wall of sword chi! What a sword immortal with heaven-defying killing power." Everyone was unwilling to help, but when it was the turn of a group of insignificant sword cultivators, they were willing to risk their lives to save him. I understand that the former cherished their lives, but I respect the latter's stupidity. After that, the hearts of the people on the Great Wall of Sword Chi seemed to be more complicated than when the previous hidden official Xiao Chua betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Chi and heavily injured his left and right. The command of the hidden official on the top of the city wall, which was originally becoming smoother and smoother, gradually became sluggish here and there. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was an indignant statement that came from the bottom of his heart. "It's not like you, the hidden official, need to risk your life. Why didn't you save him? We sword cultivators are willing to die, so why didn't you?" Then there were more statements. "Today that sword immortal risked his life to kill the enemy in the hinterland of the wasteland. If he didn't save him, which sword cultivator would the hidden official save in the future when the wasteland besieges the city, as long as there's a possibility that it's a trap?" Even that great demon respected someone who was willing to risk his life. Who would have thought that our own people would be so cold and ruthless, calculating and scheming everywhere? Is such a hidden official really beneficial to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? It's really comparable to the actions of the previous hidden official. At the very least, before the latter betrayed us, he dared to personally charge into battle and kill countless demons. With these statements floating on the surface, it meant that there were definitely more thoughts and ideas hidden in the depths of people's hearts. Qin Pingon walked back to the main hall. Just then Song Gaoyuan, Chao Gun and Xianxia were returning from the city wall. Next it would be the turn of the three native sword cultivators Luo Zhini, Su Ning and Chong Taiqing to fight on the city wall. Song Gaoyuan and Chao Gun looked gloomy. Xianxia was relatively the youngest, but he was the most open-minded sword cultivator. He even had a smile on his face as he said, "Hidden official, I advise Luo Zhini and the other two not to go to the city wall for the time being. Firstly, they will be isolated. Most of the time, other sword cultivators will fight for the battlefield. Our swords will be almost useless. Secondly, although they didn't say anything bad about us, they didn't have anything good to say when they mentioned you." The first two groups of sword cultivators who went to the city wall to kill demons mostly returned with injuries. This time Xianxia and the other two were safe and sound. Luo Zhini and the other two stood at the door, looking at the young hidden official questioningly. It was still up to the hidden official to decide whether to go or not. Qin Pingon turned his head and said, "We still have to go." Luo Zhini nodded and left with the other two sword cultivators. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You've worked hard." Chao Gun looked dispirited. "We didn't work hard at all." Qin Pingon comforted him, "That's true work." Chao Gun's smile was forced. He wanted to say something but stopped. They returned to the main hall and sat down. Lin Junbai said helplessly, "It's not like we can tell everyone. The vast heaven's 8 continents fairies are no longer the same as our business deal. We have a chance to prolong the war and make the wildlands spend even more resources than before. Even the peak greater demons will be hurt. We've calculated for so long and finally saw a little hope of victory for the first time. How can we fail because of Yang Ji's dirty tricks?" Xianxia said unhappily, "There's often a saying that, the one who kills kills, the one who kills on behalf of the husband kills. It's called the Great Craftsman." Chao Gun nodded in agreement. The one who kills on behalf of the Great Craftsman hopes not to hurt his hand. Lin Junbai smiled bitterly. "You're just using the words of the saints. Besides, it's not like they're comforting words." Qin Pingon smiled. "Let's not talk about the original meaning of the saints. Let's just say that it has a special meaning when used here and now." Sword immortal Choumiao, who rarely spoke, had some insights. The truth in the eyes is the truth, but it's ultimately not the truth. This is the most difficult to reason with. Many endless quarrels were not because one side was extremely unreasonable and the other side was extremely reasonable. Instead, it was because each side had their own reasons and how much was right and wrong. Lin Junbai asked, "Can this situation be resolved?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Of course." "How so?" "Let's first assume that there's no solution." Everyone was speechless. Only Lin Junbai seemed to have understood. After Peng Yuanji returned to his seat, Qin Pingon spoke telepathically to the three of them. Sword Immortal Chou Miao, Lin Junbai and Peng Yuanji. Sword Immortal Chou Miao rejected him directly. Peng Yuanji was depressed and could not be bothered to say another word. Lin Junbai asked, "Master Hidden Official, you were the one who caught that Ascendant Realm demon. Why are you sharing this great merit with the three of us?" Qin Pingon smiled. "To resolve the situation. If I'm the only one who did it, who would believe me? Even if they believe me, what can they do? Oh right, when the young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are at their wits' end, for example, when they gather outside the Summer Palace to cause a ruckus, Sword Immortal Chou Miao, who has the highest cultivation level, will be in charge of ascending the city and bringing back the demon's head to return the favor to the wilderness." Peng Yuanji said, "If I had known, I would have agreed to drink and died outside." Guizhuzhou did not know what her master was mumbling to someone. They were probably discussing something. Guizhuzhou finally lowered her head and looked at the two items on the table that were under her care. They were gifts from the mountains and rivers of the Fuyao continent. The ancient inkstone was an inkstone with kuei-long patterns and worm-eaten patterns. It was engraved with the Tibetan seal. Clouds drooped and water stood. The words were deeply intertwined. As for the round fan with flowing treasure light, the words on it were quite elegant. Golden ripples, jade round ball. Old and stubborn, sleepwalking in the moon palace, chopping away the osmanthus whirlpool. Yes, more clear light. This night was the most reunited with millions of lights. Her master had secretly told her that as long as she earned some battle merits, she and her master could keep these two treasures for themselves. Dong Bud suddenly raised her head and said, "Lu Duan, I have long taken a fancy to that fan." Guizhuzhou asked, "If Qin Sanqiu took it before, Sister Dong, would you want it?" Dong Bud laughed coldly and said, "If Qin Sanqiu wants to see this fan, you have to break through the walls of the Summer Palace to open a path." Guizhuzhou slapped her forehead and said proudly, "My iron head technique is amazing. Even my master can't compare to it." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "I don't want to compete with this. Remember, this is not an ultimate technique of the sect. You came up with it yourself." Guizhuzhou nodded and said, "Eldest senior sister's mad demon sword technique and this ultimate technique of mine can be carried forward in the future." Qin Pingon waved his hand and continued to stare at the painting on the ground. Guizhuzhou touched the little snowman's head. It was getting smaller and smaller. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Will Lu Ji return to the inverted hanging mountain soon?" Lin Junbai nodded and said, "If there is no accident, she should return with Xiao Yunyan today." Qin Pingon stood up and said, "Chou Miao, accompany me to the inverted hanging mountain. Spring Banner House." Miyu was meticulous and focused on the matter of checking the accounts. In fact, this was not what Miyu was good at. To put it bluntly, if Yan Ming and Nailan Saihuan really wanted to use the account books for personal gain, there was only one possibility that Miyu could find flaws in them. That was, the young hidden official had seen it and then asked Miyu, who had memorized it by rote, to pass the message. Therefore, Nailan Saihuan and Yan Ming could cooperate and restrain each other. Miyu was just a spy that the young recluse had placed in the Spring Banner House. Nailan Saihuan saw Miyu as the second sword immortal Gao Kuei who deliberately drank the wine of the bamboo sea cave. Anyone who had a relationship with the young recluse did not have good intentions towards her. However, Miyu often encountered difficult problems and asked Yan Ming for the key tricks. Yan Ming had a very bad impression of Miyu. It could only be said that he did not have a good impression of Miyu. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, anyone who had some ambition, regardless of whether they were sword immortals or not, had a bad impression of sword immortal Mi, who liked to drink in the clouds. After Miyu asked 3 times, he looked like he would ask 30 more times in the future. This made Nailan Saihuan feel that Miyu was a little strange. Nailan Saihuan did not bother to hide anything from Miyu and asked directly, "Miyu, is your brain cramping?" However, Miyu said, "It's not like it's just a day or two." Nailan Saihuan did not bother to be polite and said, "Miyu, you are really not suitable for settling accounts. Don't delay Master Yan's business." Not to mention that Xiao Yunyan is not in the inverted hanging mountain now. Even if he was in the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan is still a sword immortal from another place. If no one from our side shows up early, it will be just a sword immortal in the Spring Banner House. It's not appropriate. You said something disgusting before, but it does make some sense. Miyu asked curiously, which one? Yan Ming said, thunder begins with lightning but it starts with awe-inspiring sound. Miyu laughed, so that's how it is. This saying came from a fan in the Yan family shop. The reason why Miyu said it was because of the sentence on the other side of the folding fan. Before the beauty arrives, the fragrance wafts. Before the person rises, the body and mind is already moved, which made Miyu fall in love at first sight. The words on one side of the folding fan were serious and the wording on the other side was graceful. It made Miyu feel that it was tailor-made for him. It was a pity that some young lady had beat him to it. Fortunately, the Yan family shop also sold engraved booklets with fan inscriptions, and the price was not low. In the room there was an outsider who looked down at his nose. He was the direct disciple of Xiao Yunyan of the Spring Banner House, Wei Wenlong, a genius in calculation. Compared to the three outsiders in the room, Wei Wenlong was very reserved. Only when he sat alone in the accounting room and faced the boring account books in the eyes of outsiders, would he be like a fish in the water. In the end, Wei Wenlong was not good at dealing with people. He was destined to only have two friends in this life, numbers and divine money. Money, food and financial management had been seen as a lowly profession since ancient times. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue would even be ridiculed as corrupt officials. In fact, it was the same on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. For example, the stewards of the 8 states ferry, which one of them was not a pitiful person who could not break through their own bottlenecks. Moreover, Wei Wenlong was only a golden core cultivator. In the room there were 2 nascent soul sword cultivator masters who had been famous for a long time, and sword deity Mi who seemed to be in the lower 5 realms from their conversation. He did not dare to breathe too loudly. Qi cultivators who were born and raised in the inverted mountain were not unfamiliar with the Great Wall of Sword aura, but they were also not familiar with it. On the contrary, he was not as good as those foreigners who deliberately traveled to the inverted mountain. The latter usually went for the Great Wall of Sword aura. People like Wei Wenlong from the inverted mountain had never been to the Great Wall of Sword aura in their lives. What Wei Wenlong was most afraid of was the famous sword deity Miyu. Flirtatious people were the most fickle. What's more, he was a sword deity. Miyu felt that Nayland Saihuan's auntie was right, so he humbly accepted her advice and got up to leave the room. Before Miyu left, his expression was kind and his words were sincere. He said to Wei Wenlong, "Wenlong, you are a talent that even our hidden official thinks highly of. Don't belittle yourself. Do your job well and you will have a bright future. In the future we will be friends." Wei Wenlong hurriedly stood up, but he was very reserved and timid. He could not let out a fart. Miyu found this kid more and more pleasing to the eye. He told Wei Wenlong to sit down and do his work. There was no need to be so polite. Miyu walked to the empty lobby. Miyu glanced at the seats that belonged to the female cultivators and the ship owners a few times. Miyu finally sat on his chair and took out a jade token that he was going to give to someone. This was a little strange. The jade token in Miyu's hand was engraved with the number 99. Before Master Hidden Officer left, he specially instructed him to give it to Osmanthus Island, the ferry boat of the Fan family in Old Dragon City. He did not even give face to Sword Immortal Xiao, let alone Jiang Gaotai, the owner of the southern basket boat of the White Jade Continent. But in fact, the small steward of the Ding family's ferry boat was trembling with fear. He secretly looked for Master Hidden Officer and gave him a fair price that even Miyu was surprised. However, the Ding family sincerely hoped that Master Hidden Officer would be troubled with the transaction in the future, so that the Ding family's ferry boat would not become the target of public criticism and be hated by others. The young Master Hidden Officer smiled and agreed, saying that Spring Banner House would definitely return the favor. Later, when Miyu asked about this matter, Master Hidden Officer only said that every family had their own difficulties and that the Ding family of Old Dragon City had no other choice. Since the Ding family did not have a female ferry owner, Mi Jianxian did not bother to think about it. However, Miyu knew a lot about the Fan family's ferry boat. There was no other way. There was a Madame Gui on Osmanthus Island. She was very outstanding not because of her appearance. Miyu was not a layman. He knew that there were thousands of types of beauty in women. Just by looking at their faces, breasts, and long legs, one would not know that there were many good things about women. They were simply not up to standard and could not be called someone similar to Miyu. Old Dragon City's fan family was very unremarkable among the families that dealt in the fairy business. In fact, other than the Fu family, which had a little bit of face, the other families' ferry boats were not worth mentioning when they docked at Inverted Hanging Mountain. For example, the Ding family's ferry owner in Spring Banner House's main hall could not even compare to the Enai Shang ferry owner Zhou Xian. As long as it was a beautiful woman, Miyu would be tempted and would not let her down. Miyu quickly remembered that there was a young lady called Jin Su on Osmanthus Island. She was also very beautiful. Of course, Miyu had never seen her before. Miyu would not do anything just to see Jin Su. He would not do anything in the past and he would not do anything now. There was actually a reason why Spring Banner House was able to gather so many fairies at once. Wuxia, Bai Shi, these old foxes along with the Rain Dragon sect who had the Water Essence Palace on Inverted Hanging Mountain and the Plum Blossom Garden, they all helped. However, Hidden Official did not mention this matter from start to finish, and did not even plan to take revenge. It was just a small matter. For example, this time around, only the 12 ship owners had received an invitation to the Spring Banner House to discuss the matter. Some of the ferry owners who docked at Inverted Hanging Mountain chose to stay for a while. They were not in a rush to unload or leave, waiting for Spring Banner House's invitation. Apart from the closest South SWA continent, the other ferries shouldn't have returned to their own continents and should still be on their way back. In Aquarius continent, apart from the Fan family's Osmanthus Island, there was also the Ho family's Smoke Spirit Ferry. They should have received a flying sword message from either the Fu family or the Ding family. These two cross-continent ferries arrived at Inverted Hanging Mountain 2 days later. The 8 continents ferries of various sizes had more or less personal relationships with sword immortals like the Yen family, the Nalan family, and Sun Jian. The reason was simple. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sword immortals or disciples of the major clans would make all sorts of strange requests. Not only would they spend a lot of money to buy rare and precious antiques, they would also buy delicacies that were much more expensive. There were almost 100 types of delicacies. The Ho family's ferry, Smoke Spirit, would provide special incense in addition to supplies. They would let the immortals weave 16 types of incense sachets and sell them to the fixed buyers at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Regarding this matter, the Hidden Officials line had many disputes. Lin Junbai and Sword Immortal Cho Miao rarely stood on the same side, and proposed to cut off all such supply channels. In the future, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would no longer accept any useless items. But in the end, the Hidden Officials line chose a compromise. They reduced such transactions but did not cut them off completely. Osmanthus Island, which was still docked at the Release Pavilion Ferry, received an invitation from the Spring Banner shop. After the Ho family's ferry manager arrived, he first informed them. Now, the manager of Osmanthus Island had fallen into the hands of Ma Ji of the Fan family. He was a Jindan sword immortal and his flying sword was Cool Shade. The small courtyard of the Gui family on Osmanthus Island was under the name of a foreigner, and had not been opened to the public for many years. Ma Ji had once taught a foreigner's swordsmanship there. In Lady Gui's elegant courtyard, her disciple Jin Su was in charge of cooking tea and entertaining guests. Ma Ji and the Ho family's ferry manager were discussing how to present gifts. They had heard that Lingji shop had lost more than 100 immortal treasures in a single night. What was left were either some fancy spiritual weapons that were too little in value, or some rare magical treasures that were too expensive and intimidating. The ferry manager Ho Peng was very worried about this matter. Although the Ho family's business was very good in the vast area north of Old Dragon City and south of Lakeview Academy, the amount of Guyu's money on the books was actually rather limited. If the Ho family had already heard of this matter before their ferry, Smoke Spirit, left Old Dragon City, they would have needed to make a trip to Spring Banner shop. It would not be too troublesome if they had prepared a generous gift before entering. Guyu's money was still something they could fork out. However, Ho Peng and Osmanthus Island had received a flying sword message midway. Ho Peng needed to fork out his own money first, which was a headache. If it was too little, the gift would not be of enough weight. If the goods were compared and Spring Banner shop disdained them, they would definitely be criticized by the Fan family's ancestral hall. However, if Guyu forked out too much money, Spring Banner Shop would pass and the family would gossip about another matter. Those who really did things were like this. The more they did, the more mistakes they made. Those who enjoyed life at home, on the other hand, would gossip all year round. Maji was not much better. Now that the Fan family was in troubled times, the old swordsman was also implicated because of his close relationship with the future head of the family, Fan Heir. Now his every move was carefully watched by the old men in the Fan family's ancestral hall. The eldest daughter, Fan Junmao, had not appeared for a long time. The Fan family announced to the public that she had gone out on a trip alone. Ma Ji had some guesses but did not dare to mention this to anyone. Fan Heir, who had turned from a teenager to a young man, gradually began to participate in the family's business affairs. Ma Ji naturally belonged to Fan Heir. Otherwise, Ma Ji would not be the manager of the ferry. Even if Madame Gui suggested that Ma Ji be the owner of the ferry, the Fan family's ancestral hall would not agree. Although Osmanthus Island had long been under Fan Heir's name, the Fan family now had a lot of criticism of this young and inexperienced second young master. Because he had borrowed a large sum of money from Guyu to Luopa Mountain in Dalilongquan, the debate in the ancestral hall was very intense. Many of the old men in the Fan family felt that Fan Heir was still too young and impulsive. Even if he was the future head of the family, he should not be in charge of the ferry on Osmanthus Island. There should be a mature and prudent senior in the Fan family to help take care of it for a few years before letting Fan Heir manage it. If not for the Sun family's money going down the drain, and the fact that Fan Heir had used a large sum of money under his name, this matter would not have passed. Madame Gui just drank her tea. She was demure and did not speak. Both sides roughly discussed how to prepare the gifts and how to act after entering the Spring Banner House. Generally speaking, they followed the example of the Fu family and the Ding family, speaking less and observing more. Ho Ping put down his teacup and a strange expression appeared on his face. After Ma Ji finished talking, he did not drink the tea anymore. He minded his own business and drank a small pot of osmanthus wine. Ho Ping asked softly, "The new hidden official is called Qin Pingon?" Ma Ji's face was tense but he still could not hold it in. He laughed and said, "Brother Ho Ping, what are you thinking?" Jinsu was confused. Madame Gui explained softly, "The new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi is a young sword immortal called Qin Pingon." Ho Ping added, "You speak of the world's great and elegant words very fluently." Jinsu could not help but secretly laugh. She was exactly the same as Ma Ji but not as loudly as the latter. There was no choice. She and Senior Ma Ji were too familiar with the other Qin Pingon. That Qin Pingon from the Great Li dynasty had lived in the small courtyard of the Gui lineage, which was not too far from here on Osmanthus Island. Jinsu did not think that this was a problem. This ship Master Ho's way of thinking was too out of place. The two of them had the same name and they were both called Qin Pingon. How could they be the same person? Was it possible? In Jinsu's memory, he was a guest who would spend money to invite the painting experts of Osmanthus Island to paint for him as a souvenir. He was a foreign youth who was dressed neatly but could not hide his shabby aura. He seemed to have carried a sword on his back. However, he was a pure martial artist who did not have a high realm. In the end, under her master's instructions, Jinsu accompanied the youth to tour the various scenic spots of the inverted hanging mountain. Restrained, old-fashioned, boring. He was just such a foreign teen. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have dark skin, was not tall and was thin and weak. His voice was not loud and he liked to look around. However, when he talked to others, his eyes were clear and his gaze would not wander. He would just look at the other party and listen attentively. Ho Ping said, "Since even that old Ding returned to Old Dragon City safely, then I was thinking too much." Ma Ji smiled and nodded his head. They could not talk about this matter. It was enough that each of them knew what they were doing. It was a small world. A duckweed returning to the ocean. It was a small world. Meeting was fate, but fate was also split into good and bad. If it was that what if? Then Osmanthus Island was a good thing that fell from the heavens. As for the Fu family and the other families of Old Dragon City, it was hard to say. Dust Medicine Shop Martial Grandmaster Jing Dafeng and the Fu family agreed to go to the dragon platform. City Lord Fu Lu, who used a half-immortal weapon, had a fight with Jing Dafeng after that. Apart from the Fan family and the Sun family, the other families of Old Dragon City were all involved. They helped the Fu family and were in charge of stopping the people from the dust medicine shop. Among them, the Ding family was also involved in the originally arrogant Tongyi sect. It was said that the #1 celestial sect in the Tongye continent was not having a good time. When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. Things that add fuel to the fire happen one after another. In short, the situation was very bleak. The Ding family was now implicated and suffered for nothing. Many of their business shares were mysteriously divided up in secret. However, the other families did not go overboard, so the Ding family could bear with it. Moreover, the Ding family was still following the Fu family and earning a lot of money. However, the Ding family would be at the bottom of Old Dragon City in the future. Therefore, the Ding family was bound to be very enthusiastic about the cross-continent ferry. They hoped to break the deadlock and establish a relationship with the Spring Banner House. Ma Ji and Ho Peng were both experienced people. Therefore, they could completely imagine that the Ding family would definitely offer an extremely low price. They would give up the ferry as a source of income. Under the premise that they would not make a loss, they would also want to form a relationship with the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was even more important than those in the same trade. After that, Ma Ji and Ho Peng left Osmanthus Island together. They first had to sit down with a few familiar ferry stewards. Then, according to the agreed time, they each went to Spring Banner House to bring gifts and pay a visit. In the small courtyard on Osmanthus Island, only the master and disciple were left. Without outsiders around, Jin Su complained to her master about the short-sightedness of the Fan family elders. Madame Gui smiled and said, "For the Fan family to be where it is today, those seemingly stubborn old people, not to mention those who started to enjoy life when they were young, the rest have all contributed greatly and have contributed greatly to the Fan family. The reason why you think they are short-sighted is because they are biased towards Sun Jiaxu, who gave money to Luopa Mountain together with the Fan family." Jin Su blushed. Madame Gui said seriously, "When you look at people you can have personal likes and dislikes. But when you look at worldly affairs, you can't have too many personal feelings. This is what a cultivator should have. Even if you are not a cultivator, you should still be like this. Otherwise, as a member of the Fan family and married to Sun Jiaxu, if you don't say anything and just focus on cultivation and don't take care of the house, it will be fine. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you can make the Fan family and the Sun family hate each other." Her master was rarely so serious. Jin Su did not dare to be rash and kept it in mind. After sitting quietly for a while, Madame Gui told Jin Su that she did not need to accompany her. If she wanted to visit the shops on the inverted mountain, her master would not stop her. Jin Su was not interested. Now that the clouds on the inverted mountain were strange and even Osmanthus Island was covered in it, she did not have the mood. She just left the courtyard to cultivate. Not long after Jin Su left, there was a knock on the door. Madame Gui stood up and smiled. "Mr. Qin, please come in." A young man tore off the mask of a dull man and smiled. "Madame Gui, sorry to disturb you." Madame Gui smiled warmly and joked, "Rare guest, honored guest." After Qin Pingon sat down, he said apologetically, "Madame Gui, don't think too much. I just came here to ask for a bottle of Osmanthus wine." Madame Gui took out a bottle of Osmanthus wine and handed it to the young man. She smiled and asked, "Since you said so, are you starting to pay attention to the plum blossom garden?" Qin Pingon did not say anything. Madame Gui asked again, "Are you not worried that I am in cahoots with Madame Huanyan?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "Of course not." Madame Gui did not ask about the plum blossom garden anymore. Qin Pingon said that he came here to drink, but he did not drink much of the Osmanthus wine. He smiled and asked, "Miss Jin Su, do you still like Sun Jiaxu and not Fan Air?" Madame Gui nodded. Then Qin Pingon just sat for a while, and Madame Gui just talked about Fan Air's recent situation. Both sides seemed to have nothing more to say except for Fan Air. After a long separation, they did not talk much. It was not like when they first met, when the young man with the sword on his back and Madame Gui hit it off. And Madame Gui could see that the young hidden official was worried. It was obvious that the current situation was not easy. Qin Pingon drank a small bottle of Osmanthus wine and prepared to return to the inverted Xian Mountain Spring Banner House, but he would not show himself there. This time, other than the so-called relaxation, more importantly, he hoped that Osmanthus Island would help him pass a secret letter to Cui Dongshan and vassal King Song Jisen. Madame Gui accepted the 2 secret letters. After Qin Pingon thanked her and was about to leave, an acquaintance ran over from the courtyard door. It was Jin Su, the osmanthus young mistress of Gui my courtyard. Qin Pingon stood up and greeted with a smile, "Miss Jin Su." Jin Su was stunned for a moment and stopped. Obviously she did not expect this guy to sneak to Osmanthus Island. She also smiled and said, "Qin Pingon, why are you here?" Then Jin Su quickly changed her words, "Young Master Qin." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "You can just call me by my name." Jin Su nodded and sat beside Madame Gui. She asked softly, "Aren't you practicing at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Why do you have time to come here to drink? I heard that the 2 gates of the inverted Xian mountain are very strict, like guarding against thieves." Jin Su hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Is it because you accidentally have the same name as the hidden official and are a little depressed so you came here to drink?" Qin Pingon held back his laughter and nodded, "Yes." Madame Gui also smiled knowingly. Jin Su said regretfully, "I was still hoping that you were the legendary hidden official, the great sword celestial of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingon said, "If I was really the hidden official, I think Miss Jin Su would be so depressed that you want to drink." Jin Su smiled and turned to Madame Gui and said, "Master, young Master Qin is more particular than before." Madame Gui smiled and asked, "Why did you come back?" Jin Su said softly, "I still want to go to Elk Cliff for a walk." Madame Gui looked at Qin Pingon. The young man signaled with his eyes. Madame Gui nodded and said, "Just nice, you and young Master Qin are going the same way, you can go to Capture Pavilion together." Jin Su immediately said, no need, I am more familiar with the inverted Xian mountain than young Master Qin." She liked Sun Jiaxu and did not like Fan Air, and Qin Pingon and Fan Air were good friends, and were business partners with Sun Jiaxu. So she felt that she should not have anything to do with Qin Pingon. Madame Gui did not continue to make things difficult for the two of them, and allowed Jin Su to leave alone. Madame Gui smiled even more. Qin Pingon waited for a while before bidding farewell to Madame Gui. Madame Gui sent them to the door and suddenly said, "You have to be careful of the upright sun mountain." Qin Pingon glanced at the direction of the Aquarius continent and nodded, "I will." At the same time he muttered in his heart, "In the future, upright sun mountain will have to kneel on the ground and beg me not to be so careful." Madame Gui asked, "So it's finally the sword cultivator?" Qin Pingon spoke in his mind, "2 natal flying swords." After revealing the identity of the sword cultivator, "I will announce to the world that one is called Chai Chai, and the other is called Account Book." Madame Gui was silent for a while and said against her will, "Good names." As for what the natal mystical ability of Qin Pingon's 2 flying swords were, Madame Gui was no longer curious. Qin Pingon scratched his head and said, "As for the real name of the flying sword, a caged sparrow, I originally wanted to name it Mid-Autumn, but it seemed to clash with Flying Sword 15. As for the other one, I am still conflicted about whether it should be Moon in the Sky or Moon in the Well." It was not good to be too proficient in naming things. Madame Gui laughed. "Finally, there is a name for the flying sword." Qin Pingon quietly left Osmanthus Island, and at Capture Pavilion he first met with Sword Immortal Cho Miao. The two of them went to the Plum Blossom Garden. They wanted to meet Madame Wu Yen, who was in her hometown but was thinking of a foreign land. Other than Sword Immortal Cho Miao, of course there was also Lu Ji, who had gone to Fuyao continent. To reason with a lady she had to be a lady. 639. There is one more chapter at night. The Plum Blossom Garden was one of the 4 private residences in the inverted hanging mountain with the most winding corridors. Of course, the most famous ones were the plum trees. However, the plum trees planted in the Plum Blossom Garden grew naturally. They did not have the appearance of sickly plum blossoms. Even so, the Plum Blossom Garden was still famous because the Plum Blossom Garden bought many immortal plum trees from the ferry boat of the 8 continents and transplanted them into the garden. The best place to enjoy the scenery in the Plum Blossom Garden was the pavilion with the plaque, "Not Fighting for Spring." Madame Xianxia knelt on a bamboo mat made of green immortal mountain. Her hands were folded on her knees. She looked charming and had a smile on her face. She looked at the 3 sword cultivators who were slowly walking up the steps of the pavilion and smiled. "Since the matter has been exposed, I am willing to accept the punishment. I only ask that great sword immortal Lu Ji be more nimble with your sword." Qin Pingon sat on the ground and faced Madame Xianyan. He asked, "Are you not going to salvage the situation? It is not easy to cultivate a plant spirit of the upper 5 realms. In the entire history of the Aquarius continent, there had never been a plant spirit of the upper 5 realms." Madame Xianyan shook her head. "You can even find the border and kill it. I am not destined to live. I will not pretend." Qin Pingon asked, "Is the real body of the Ascendant Realm demon buried in the Plum Blossom Garden? Otherwise, how do you know the border is dead?" Madame Xianyan smiled and did not say anything. She extended a palm to the tall and thin woman. "Someone once said that among the women of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Sword Immortal Lu Ji is the most beautiful. You are the most beautiful. You and the sword are the most compatible. Today I have seen you." Lu Ji frowned. Sword Immortal Chou Miao sighed. The reason for that was because he knew who had said those words. Qin Pingon said, "Then I will only ask you one thing. You grew up in the vast world. Why do you yearn for the desolate world?" Madame Xianyan smiled. "The rules set by the Sage of Rites are good. Unfortunately, the later cultivators did not do it well. After ascending the mountain and cultivating the way, there were thousands of immortals. How many of them would treat us plant spirits who were lucky enough to take human form as human beings? Putting aside the hardships I suffered after I was fortunate enough to escape from the sea of suffering, I looked up and saw that there were few exceptions in the world for thousands of years. That's why I've been resentful for a long time." She turned her head to look in the direction of a gate near the Plum Blossom Garden. After retracting her gaze, she smiled and said, "It's not that I really like the uncivilized world. With a bunch of uncivilized beasts in charge, how much better can this remote world be compared to the vast world? I just want to see the vast world with my own eyes. Everyone on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain will die. Among them, the cultivators will die out first. Only the grass and trees will continue to grow, withering and blooming with each passing year." "Was this reason enough, Lord Hidden Official?" Qin Pingon said, "If you say it's enough, it's enough." Sword Immortal Chou Miao felt that this trip to the Plum Blossom Garden was unexpectedly smooth. Lu Ji suddenly said, "It would be a waste not to use the military merits I saved up. In exchange for her life, I will keep her by my side in the future. Hidden Official, what do you think?" The worried seedling was a little surprised. Madame Wu Yan was even more shocked. Just now she really did have the will to die. Previously she had calculated everything. She would either die or live a life worse than death. If that was the case, her luck was not the worst. At least there was a woman among the Sword Immortals. Fortunately, it was not just those dirty men. He might as well be straightforward. Madame Wu Yan did not expect Lu Ji to say such things. Lu Ji said to Madame Wu Yan, "From now on, you will follow me in cultivation. You don't have to be a servant." Then Lu Ji looked at Qin Pingon, wanting to know the answer. Qin Pingon thought about it and nodded. "Sure." Madame Wu Yan collapsed to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. In the entire Plum Blossom Garden, countless plum blossoms bloomed. This was Madame Wu Yan's life connected with the entire small world. Lu Ji frowned and said, "Wu Yan, I only have one request for you. In the future, if there is a man in front of you, don't be like this. Of course, it won't be easy for others to kill you." Madame Wu Yan bowed to Lu Ji. "Thank you, Lu Ji." Madame Wu Yan stood up and walked slowly to stand beside Lu Ji. Even Chou Miao had to admit that Madame Wu Yan was a natural beauty. The young hidden official was already squatting on the ground, rolling up the invaluable bamboo mat from Mount Qing. Compared to the bamboo sea grotto heaven wine, it was more authentic. Sword Immortal Chou Miao pretended not to see anything. Madame Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. She looked at the young man who was rolling up the bamboo mat and moving a step. She could not help but ask Lu Ji telepathically, "What is this?" Lu Ji smiled. "Our hidden official is too embarrassed to plunder the land of Spring Banner House. The ownerless Plum Blossom Garden is doomed." Chou Miao was even more confused. Judging from Great Sword Immortal Lu Ji's tone, it seemed that she had a good impression of this hidden official. Qin Pingon finished rolling up the mat and tucked it under his arm. He stood up. "Lu Ji, let me say this first. The Plum Blossom Garden was able to take root in Inverted Mountain not only because of Madame Wu Yan's realm, but also because of scheming. Coincidentally, you are not good at it." Lu Ji glanced at Madame Wu Yan. "It's all right. As long as you don't care about your life, whether it's a cultivator or a plant spirit, It's all a matter of a sword. Lu Ji then said, Qin Pingon, you are good at messy scheming. Help me keep an eye on her in the future. Lu Ji then said to Madame Wu Yan, to tell you the truth, I don't trust you for the time being. However, I can guarantee that after 1,000 years, you will regain your freedom. If my Dao ends prematurely and I die within 1,000 years, I will be handed over to Qin Pingon. Wu Yan, if you think 1,000 years is too long, you can bargain with me. I won't agree to it. Madame Wu Yan smiled sweetly and curtsied to Lu Ji. She was graceful and charming. For a sword cultivator at Lu Ji's realm, the heart of the sword was especially clear. In addition to the many rumors about Lu Ji, Madame Wu Yan was willing to trust her. Chou Miao gave the hidden official a thumbs up. Indeed, it was more suitable for women to reason with each other. Qin Pingon kept the bamboo mat within his reach. He then asked Lu Ji and Chou Miao to leave for a while, saying that he had something to ask Madame Wu Yan. The two sword immortals left the pavilion. Madame Wu Yan exclaimed in surprise and looked around. Hidden official, you are so secretive. I haven't seen you for a few years and you are already a sword cultivator? This flying sword's natal supernatural power is so rare. There was a world of difference between Lu Ji's presence and absence. Qin Pingon was not surprised at all. He asked, Jiang Heng from Yugui sect came to Hanging Mountain once and stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden. What did the eldest son of the Jiang family want? Madame Wu Yan asked in return, why don't you just ask about Old Dragon City and Osmanthus Island? Is it because you don't have the heart to ask but you have to? Or is it because you don't have the courage to ask? Qin Pingon frowned and said, there is no need to ask about this. Madame Wu Yan smiled again and said, dare I ask, if you go to Osmanthus Island now, would you call Aunt Gui or Madame Gui? Qin Pingon did not answer the question. When you are by Lu Ji's side in the future, think about her more. The heart of a sword immortal is too pure. But without this heart of the sword, Lu Ji would not be the Lu Ji today. But when she goes to the vast world in the future, she may not be able to do everything smoothly. Madame Wu Yan's eyes lit up. I don't have to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Qin Pingon nodded and said, you will accompany Lu Ji to the South Hassa continent in the future. Madame Wu Yan smiled and said, since I can not only live, but also have no worries in the future, then I will answer all your questions and tell you everything I know. Let's talk about Jiang Heng first. He has great ambition but little talent. He is worlds apart from the border. Jiang Heng had his eyes on Fan family's Osmanthus Island, but Madame Gui did not agree. So he wanted to persuade my Plum Blossom Garden to help Yugui sect open up a new channel. The transit port is Luhua Island, where Qi cultivators gather pearls as their profession. Qin Pingon asked, why not Rain Dragon sect? Madame Wu Yan glanced at him and said, do you really not know, or are you pretending to be confused? Qin Pingon said, please tell me. Madame Wu Yan smiled and said, Rain Dragon sect has a female ancestor. She once traveled to Tongya continent in her early years. Her heart and liver were crushed by Jiang Xianxia, and she dropped her realm and returned. She was a good immortal in the embryo, but today, hundreds of years later, she just entered the pure jade realm. As Jiang Xianxia's son, would Jiang Heng dare to go to Rain Dragon sect to seek death? But today is different from the past. If Jiang Heng goes to Rain Dragon sect now, even if he is serious about seeking death, it will be difficult for him to die. Qin Pingon sat on the long bench and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. As long as he was involved with Jiang Xianxia, it was all those F***king accidents that made him scratch his head. How many consecrators in the world would send money to the mountain for expenses? However, the biggest surprise was that Jiang Xianxia had now become the sect master of Jade sect. Sun Yuan was really a terrifying person. In Qin Pingon's heart, Sun Yuan's contribution to Jiang Xianxia's success today could not go unnoticed. Personal grudges aside, in Qin Pingon's opinion, Sun Yuan was the best when it came to being a sect master. Qin Pingon still had lingering fears about Sun Yuan's scheme back then. Madame Wu Yan formed a seal and an old man's skin appeared in the pavilion. Qin Pingon also kept it close to him. The questions and answers that followed in the pavilion were not sloppy. Finally, the group left Plum Blossom Garden. According to the heavenly secrets that Madame Wu Yan had revealed earlier, Plum Blossom Garden really knew how to run. However, where could they run to now? Moreover, Madame Wu Yan was following Lu Ji. Lu Ji brought her directly to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Ji had a private residence in the south of the city. Madame Wu Yan was temporarily staying there. Qin Pingon and Chou Miao went to Spring Banner House. Madame Wu Yan had promised to record all the treasures of Plum Blossom Garden in a book. The book should be thick and would be sent to the Summer Palace. The nominal owner of Plum Blossom Garden was just a puppet that Madame Wu Yan had raised. There were many twists and turns in the story. If Madame Wu Yan was willing to tell and the young official was willing to record it, they could probably write a book of strange stories with hundreds of twists and turns. Qin Pingon arrived at Spring Banner House. Miyu and the other two went to the main hall to discuss matters. Xiao Yunyan had arrived at Inverted Hanging Mountain later than Lu Ji and had yet to return. It was not that Sword Immortal Xiao did not want to return with Lu Ji, but he could not catch up with Lu Ji on his sword. For the sake of speed, it was not easy to fly from Fuyao Continent to Inverted Hanging Mountain on a sword without taking the ferry. Not all the stewards of the 12 fairies who visited Spring Banner Shop tonight could take away a jade token. However, as long as they didn't have a good relationship with each other, these fairies who were used to the evils of Jianghu wouldn't talk about it easily after taking the jade tokens. Those who did not obtain it would probably want others to think that the jade token was in their pocket. Qin Pingon did not go to the main hall. Instead he found Wei Wenlong in the accounting room. Chou Miao did not want to face a pile of accounting books. In the Summer Palace, Chou Miao had flipped through many books to calculate. In Chao Gun's words, as long as he left the Summer Palace, he did not want to read a single page of books for the rest of his life. However, Qin Pingon dragged Chou Miao to sit with him. When Wei Wenlong saw the young hidden official and sword immortal Chou Miao, he became even more fearful. Wei Wenlong moved some miscellaneous books over. Qin Pingon picked one up and flipped it open. He was pleasantly surprised. One could tell whether a person was an expert with a single move. If this Wei Wenlong was just an empty shell, Qin Pingon felt that he would eat the book in his hand. Because this miscellaneous book that Wei Wenlong used to pass the time was actually the Ministry of Revenue's secret records of the Aquarius Continent's Lu dynasty. It should be the contribution of Old Dragon City's intercontinental ferry. Wei Wenlong was a little uneasy. He braced himself and explained softly, "Hidden official, as long as I have nothing to do, I don't need to calculate. I just looked at these records of the destroyed dynasties of the various continents. The prices were not expensive. They were all bought one sack at a time. Compared to those rare items, it did not cost much. Also, because of my master's relationship, Old Dragon City's 6 fairies were very polite. They were all half sold and half given." Qin Pingon patted Wei Wenlong's shoulder and smiled brightly. "I've met an expert." Wei Wenlong staggered. Actually, it was more of a shock. Wei Wenlong's smile was forced. His heart was anxious. As expected of the great sword celestial hidden official. The strength of his hands could be said to be terrifying. Qin Pingon moved a chair and sat near Wei Wenlong. He began to ask about the tax situation of the Dali dynasty over the years. Wei Wenlong answered smoothly. He even talked about the little tricks of the Ministry of Revenue officials in the early years. However, he also said that the finance of the Dali dynasty's Ministry of Revenue in the past 100 years was getting more and more cloudy year by year. Moreover, for such a large dynasty, the transactions in the account books were illusory. The key was still to look at the secret collection of the mountain and mountain secret records. Otherwise, there was no need to mention the imitation Baek Okekyung building in Dali's capital. Just the mountain ferries and sword boats that the mechanical engineers of the School of Moism built for Dali cost a lot of celestial coins. Wei Wenlong guessed that other than the School of Moism, there must be a merchant supporting the financial operations of Dali behind the scenes. Otherwise, from the celestial coins on the mountain to the gold, silver and copper coins at the foot of the mountain, they would have all collapsed and become rotten. Evidently, in order to truly grasp the matter of finance, Wei Wenlong needed to deeply understand a series of rules related to it. Qin Pingon threw out an extremely small question, allowing Wei Wenlong to speak openly. When it came to matters of money, Wei Wenlong was another Wei Wenlong. He was knowledgeable in literature and science, skilled in laws and regulations, and skilled in writing and calculating. Qin Pingon listened with rapt attention. This knowledge was truly valuable. The Chou Miao sword immortal was the first time he had seen such a young hidden official brimming with energy. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Once the matter is done, there is no interest." Wei Wenlong was taken aback. Then he softly asked, "What is the way of governing a country?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Everyone benefits at the end of the farm. There is no lack of closed markets." Wei Wenlong asked again, "What is the purpose?" Qin Pingon answered, "Money wants to flow like water." Wei Wenlong grinned, unable to restrain his emotions. His hands pressed against the desk. He excitedly said, "Fellow Taoist, it really is a fellow Taoist." Then Wei Wenlong was incomparably embarrassed. He resentfully withdrew his hands. He did his best to restrain the expression on his face, forcing himself to be as respectful as possible. He softly said, "Hidden official, I have offended you." Qin Pingon laughed. "Fellow Taoist, offending him my ass. In the future just call me fellow Taoist Qin." "Good fellow Taoist is also fine." The Chou Miao Sword Immortal could not help but ask, "Are you guys discussing the knowledge of the merchant?" Qin Pingon waved his hand. "There is a great connection, but you cannot mix them together." Wei Wenlong shot a glance at the Chou Miao Sword Immortal, who was sitting there like a wooden person. Wei Wenlong almost could not resist rolling his eyes. As soon as he opened his mouth, he knew that he was an inexperienced layman, a complete mess. He was even a sword immortal. No wonder he could not become the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon looked at the sky outside the window. He left a pot of osmanthus wine on the table. He stood up and laughed. "You are welcome to visit our summer palace in the future. If you are willing to stay for a long time, even better. I will help you empty out a house. However, we have to wait until the 8 provinces ferry business is on the right track. Otherwise, it will inevitably delay official business. No rush, no rush. When I return to the summer palace, I will first help you clear out a house." Wei Wenlong stood up and said anxiously, "Hidden official, you cannot do this. You cannot do this." Qin Pingon waved his hand. "Then it is settled." Leaving the house, Qin Pingon habitually rubbed his hands together to keep warm. Chou Miao laughed. "In a good mood?" Qin Pingon laughed. "In a very good mood. If there was a chance, he would definitely kidnap Wei Wenlong to Luopa Mountain in the future. He could very well use that lotus root blessed land for Wei Wenlong to practice." Chou Miao looked at the young hidden official who was laughing foolishly. He laughed and asked, "This Wei Wenlong, is he really that powerful?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Give me a spring banner house in exchange, I won't trade." Chou Miao asked, "Then what about a plum blossom garden?" Qin Pingon grumbled. "Great sword immortal Chou Miao, chatting like this is no fun." Chou Miao suddenly said telepathically, "The hidden official has so many plans. There is an effect. It can delay for half a year. If it is the 8 provinces ferry business, there is no big surprise. It will probably be another year. So there is still a year and a half left." Chou Miao was considered the best candidate for the next hidden official, or rather one of them. Of course, it was not without reason. Qin Pingon cursed. Chou Miao laughed and asked, "Who are you cursing?" Qin Pingon said, "It is not Big Brother Sword Immortal." Chou Miao smiled and said, "I advise you not to treat me as me, you great sword immortal." Qin Pingon said, "Don't do it again. Don't do it more than 3 times. Chou Miao said, "Just now the way Wei Wenlong looked at me was not right." Qin Pingon said, "How is that possible?" Wei Wenlong looked at you with eyes full of admiration. The only thing he did not see was Chou Miao as a beautiful woman. Chou Miao laughed and asked, "Hidden official, do you want to return to the summer palace with a bloody nose and a swollen face? Or do you want Wei Wenlong to be hacked half to death by me?" Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Don't do it more than 3 times. Before becoming the new hidden official. At the thatched cottage, Qin Pingon and Big Brother Sword Immortal had a conversation. As the hidden official, as long as you can delay the Great Wall of Sword Qi for another 3 years, it will be enough. Only. Or you can delay it for another 30 years. If you think you can do it, then agree now. I will help you go to the Ning mansion and the Yao family to propose marriage. Okay, no problem. After saying goodbye to Sister Bao Ping at the Cliff Academy, Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. After a long journey, they were about to reach the border of the Huangting state, a vassal state of the Great Sui Kingdom. In the words of the Big White Goose, leisurely and carefree, following the Great Path. Along the way, Pei Qian, who was carrying a small bamboo box and holding a mountain staff, copied books every day without fail and performed the crazy demonic sword technique against Cui Dongshan. He had never lost. Otherwise he would stare blankly at the ball of golden silk. It was the pure sword will that Zhou Xian gifted to Pei Qian by the female sword immortal who swung at the great wall of sword qi. Pei Qian asked the big white goose many times, "Is this thing really inedible?" Sister Bao Ping and Li Huai liked to read the Jianghu romance. It was said that these treasures given by the elders could increase one's inner strength after eating them. Cui Dongshan said that it really could not be eaten. If he ate it, he would have to wait for his intestines to burst open. His hands would not be able to hold it all. Was he supposed to put it in the small box? How horrifying would that be? Today the two of them were by the river. Cui Dongshan was fishing while Pei Qian was copying books beside him. He used the small box as a small table. It was a small green bamboo bookcase made by Cui Dongshan himself. Pei Qian reluctantly accepted it. He didn't like it, but he didn't directly say that he thought the color of the bookcase was not right. He just asked Cui Dongshan if he knew what green and glistening meant. Cui Dongshan also pretended not to hear the endless hints. Cui Dongshan was fishing while he talked about some fancy knowledge that Pei Qian could only hear from one ear and out the other. He talked about the path of practicing calligraphy, copying the ancient method, like a ghost enjoying a sacrifice, but sucking in its breath and not eating its quality. It was considered to have passed a threshold. He talked about how a child was just learning how to pick up a brush, but the frame should be tight, the strokes should be clear, and the words should not be exaggerated. Remember not to write too much, and it was best to write without gaps. There was also something about writing small characters which should be clear and full. Pei Qian was very attentive when he was copying books. When he stopped writing, he did not like to listen to the big white goose's nonsense. Big white goose, is your calligraphy better than my master's? Look at my master. Does he have so many dirty sayings? Look at you showing off. Are you bullying me because I don't copy many books? Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at his senior sister who was focused on copying books and writing. He smiled. Is my calligraphy good? Is it good? Just by looking at how much a piece of calligraphy the size of 2 or 3 palms could sell for, one would know. Unfortunately, it was not good to say this. Otherwise, this senior sister would immediately go up the mountain and make 7 or 8 big bamboo boxes for him to fill up. Otherwise, she would not let him go. Furthermore, not everything that was written with a brush could be considered a copybook. After copying the books, Pei Qian squatted on the ground and leaned against the small bamboo box. She quietly waited for the fish to take the bait. She had learned how to stew fish from her master. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked Pei Qian if she wanted to wander the Jianghu alone and return to her hometown, Luopa Mountain. Of course Pei Qian did not dare to. Did the big white goose's brain get hit by the mountain staff? Asking this question would spoil the mood. Pei Qian immediately said no. She had to get her master's permission before she, as the first disciple, could go down the mountain alone. With the little donkey as her companion, they could travel the mountains and rivers together. Cui Dongshan said to go further. The imperial river in Huangting country was where Qin Lingjun made his fortune. There was also the Chao family's Jilan restaurant, which was half of Nguanshu's hometown. Is she really not going to take a walk and take a look? Pei Qian carried the bamboo box and stood up. She began to walk around the big white goose. She grabbed the string of the small bamboo box with one hand and the mountain staff with the other. Stop talking nonsense. Traveling is a small matter, but returning home is a big matter. Without me watching over there, won't old chef's good cooking skills go to waste? Besides, if I don't watch over the shop, big sister Shiro likes to secretly buy rouge and face powder. What if she uses her position for personal gain? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Shiro buys rouge and face powder? Why? Wipe it on your face and scare people to death first before scaring ghosts. Pei Qian frowned and said, Big white goose, you're not allowed to talk about big sister Shiro like that. It wasn't easy for her to secretly buy rouge and face powder, but she had to hide it carefully so that I wouldn't see it and laugh at her. Cui Dongshan chuckled and said, Then did you laugh at her? Pei Qian pulled a long face and held back her laughter. Cui Dongshan said, Teacher wasn't around again. Pei Qian laughed out loud. I was young at that time and I was even younger. I didn't know any better, so I almost died laughing. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt and I almost smacked a few holes in the counter. Pei Qian quickly added, But I only laughed. I didn't say anything disgraceful, not a single word. I swear to God. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "You were too busy laughing to speak, right?" Pei Qian slapped Cui Dongshan's head and beamed. "Little senior brother knows me best. Look at how smart you are. You caught a fish and stewed it in a big pot. After eating and drinking we still have to go back together." Then Pei Qian was a little sad. Big sister Shiro is quite pitiful. Don't bully her in the future. Be reasonable and learn from teacher. Big sister Shiro is not stupid. She will listen. Of course I didn't just say that casually. Pei Qian said softly, "Little senior brother and teacher are both people who think a lot before doing things. I don't care too much. I can't even copy a book." Cui Dongshan stared at the water and raised his hand to rub his head. He said, "When teacher was younger than you he dared to leave the great Sui kingdom alone and walk back to his hometown." Pei Qian was puzzled and said, "What's so strange about a disciple being inferior to teacher?" Cui Dongshan said, "A disciple doesn't have to be inferior to teacher. It's the teachings of a saint written in black and white." Pei Qian curled her lips and said, "I only listen to teacher." Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "I really have something urgent. I have to go to the capital of Dali immediately. Even taking a ferry is too slow. If I delay it, it will be difficult to meet big sister next time. I don't know how long it will take." Pei Qian thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, if you had begged me so bitterly earlier, it would have been over. Go. I will walk back to Luopa Mountain alone. It's a small matter." She took out a piece of yellow paper talisman from her sleeve. She did not immediately stick it on her forehead, but carefully hid it in her sleeve. She had walked thousands of mountains and rivers with teacher, so this talisman had accompanied her for almost the same time. With it she was not afraid of anything. Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, "Then I'm really going?" Pei Qian said impatiently, "So much nonsense. Do you think my crazy demon swordsmanship is vegetarian?" Cui Dongshan sighed. Forget it, forget it. I'd better accompany big sister for a while. Otherwise teacher will blame me when he finds out." Pei Qian stood beside the big white goose and said, "Go, go. Don't worry about me. I'm not even afraid of the great wall of sword chi of the sword cultivators. Why would I be afraid of Huangting country?" Cui Dongshan put away his fishing rod. "I'll send you off a little. Do you see the stone cliff over there? I'll send you there." Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan walked by the river and said softly, "Big white goose, can I tell you something from my heart?" "Sure. Actually, teacher is worried that I won't be sensible in the future. I can understand that. But teacher is worried that I will be like him in the future. I don't understand. What's wrong with being like teacher? Why don't you tell teacher directly? Teacher is already worried. If I say this, teacher will probably be even more worried. The more worried teacher is, the more worried I will be. Teacher who likes me the most as his first disciple will be worried again and again. Then I will be worried again and again." Cui Dongshan looked at the distant mountains and smiled. "My heart is calm. I laugh at the clouds for being troublesome. I come out of the mountains for the rain." Pei Qian frowned. "Are you mocking me in a roundabout way? I'm praising you. In all honesty. In all honesty." At last Pei Qian stopped and said in a low voice, "Little senior fellow apprentice, be careful." Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. "If I hadn't met teacher, how could I have such a nice big senior sister?" Cui Dongshan rose from the ground and returned to his hometown like a white cloud. However, Cui Dongshan did not leave. He cast the camouflage skill and looked down at the river. Pei Qian stood in the same place for a long time. Finally, she was willing to move and shake off her hands. Every step she took was huge, but she was a little slow. At this speed it would take her 100 years to walk to the Chiduan mountain. Cui Dongshan rubbed between his eyebrows. What is she doing? After looking at her for a long time, the big senior sister seemed to be enlightened. She took a deep breath and stomped hard on the ground. In an instant she rushed forward. In a flash she was as fast as thunder. Cui Dongshan was even more worried. With grand senior sister's meager guts, if she really met those mountain spirits and ghosts, it would be you scaring me and me scaring you. They wouldn't delay each other and would scare each other to death together. Cui Dongshan looked around and flew away with the wind. He was as fast as lightning but quietly went to a bigger river. He stomped his foot and directly shook the river god out of his nest. He grabbed the god's head and twisted his wrist so that his face was facing the petite figure carrying a bamboo box in the distance. Cui Dongshan said calmly, "Do you see my big senior sister? You can escort her all the way to Red Candle Town. Don't show up and don't leave any clues. Then you can go home. You'll be credited. After that you'll get a Dolly medallion. The Ministry of Rights of Dolly will send it to you. Just wait at home. However, if there's any mistake, I'll destroy your golden body." At this point, Cui Dongshan increased the strength of his 5 fingers. The golden body of a water god exploded like a firecracker, causing countless cracks to appear on the spot. After retracting his hand, he said, "I keep feeling that you're unreliable. I'm afraid that you won't take it seriously. I'll shatter half of your golden body first. After that, go to the Iron Talisman River's water god, Yanghua, and ask her to repair your golden body before taking the medallion." The water god heard the white-robed youth mutter to himself, "After shattering half of my golden body, I don't have any evil thoughts. However, my abilities are getting worse. Won't I be even more unreliable?" The water god's golden body almost collapsed completely. "This old immortal with powerful spells and an arrogant tone, what are you going to do? From the beginning to the end, I didn't say a single word and I didn't do a single thing." Cui Dongshan loosened his fingers and gently patted the water god's head. The countless cracks in the golden body instantly closed and returned to normal. Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves and looked at the dumbfounded water god. He asked, "Why are you in a daze? The golden body was shattered and repaired. The taste is too good. Why don't you do it again?" The water god swallowed his saliva and was about to chase after the so-called eldest senior sister. In the end, he was slapped into the river by the white-robed youth, causing countless waves to splash. He said angrily, "Are you going just like that? I told you not to leave any traces." Cui Dongshan slapped his head. "You should look for the mountain god. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Where did you come from?" He did not expect the water god to not be too stupid. He actually endured the changes in the golden body and the intense pain caused by the kick. He knelt and kowtowed on the water surface. "Greetings, immortal master." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, as expected of General Liu, who dared to draw the ground with his halberd when he was just a small river earl back then, and said to the neighboring mountain gods that no one dared to offend Lu Gongjie. "Stand up and speak. Look at how smart you are. Not bad, not bad. I believe that although you are a water god, even if you enter the mountain you will not be too bad. However, to be careful, I'll give you a water god mountain crossing talisman." Cui Dongshan closed his fingers and a golden talisman appeared out of thin air. He gently threw it down and was caught by the water god. When he looked up again, the white-robed youth had already disappeared. The water god with the surname Lu obtained the water god mountain crossing talisman that he had never heard of. He realized that he could fuse with the golden body after circulating his spiritual energy slightly. After carefully going ashore, he could move more freely than in the waters. The water god felt like he was dreaming. He immediately hid his aura and chased after the young lady. Just as the water god heaved a sigh of relief, ripples appeared in his heart lake like a raging wave. The water god had no choice but to stop in his tracks to resist it with all his might. It was the white-robed youth's voice again. "Remember, don't easily get within 1,000 feet of my eldest senior sister. Otherwise, you will still be discovered with the talisman. You will have to consider the consequences. When the time comes, it will be hard to say if this talisman is a life-saving talisman or a life-hastening talisman." The water god immediately bowed and cupped his fists to accept the order. After that, the water god only had one feeling as he followed the young lady who was running far away. The young lady looked young, but she could really run. If she was hungry, she would take off the small bamboo box as she ran. She would open the bamboo box and take out some dry food. She would carry the small bamboo box and eat it before continuing to run. The water god initially thought that the young lady was hiding from something. However, no matter how the water god searched, there were no signs. However, the water god was increasingly puzzled. This young lady was not an immortal who cultivated Dao techniques. How did she become a martial arts grandmaster who tempered one's body the most? Along the way, the young lady encountered caves that sheltered her from the wind and rain. He did not go there. She did not go to abandoned and dilapidated temples. She did not go to places with slightly more spiritual energy. It was not easy for her to get tired from running and take a break. She also deliberately chose to use the mountain staff to draw a huge circle in the middle of the day. She mumbled and then closed her eyes for a while. She would take a nap and quickly get up to continue her journey. When the young lady jumped onto a high branch again, she saw the outline of a city in the distance. The young lady frowned as though she was crying. The water god had just pitied the young lady. He saw the young lady land on the ground and swagger as she walked leisurely. She swung her mountain staff and hummed about eating stinky tofu. The stinky tofu was delicious. The water god naturally did not know. On a high branch, the white-robed youth stood there quietly. His expression was gentle as he looked at Pei Qian from afar. Only Cui Dongshan knew why. When Sir was not by her side or when she was not at Sir's house. Then all the places she went alone would be the same as the lotus blossom blessed land when she was young. Everyone she met alone would be the same as the people she met on the streets of the lotus blossom blessed land. They were no different. Cui Dongshan surveyed his surroundings. There were mountains after mountains. A person's murmur echoed through the mountains. He hoped so. Cui Dongshan sighed. He was finally willing to leave. He still had to meet an important figure on behalf of the old bastard. A white robe soared into the clouds and smashed through the sea of clouds. A series of muffled thunder boomed in the sky as though they were bidding farewell. Pei Qian, who was walking in the forest, was originally happily mumbling about the arrogant fiendish demon. She was taken aback and hurriedly turned around. She raised her head and jumped up as she waved goodbye. The water god realized that the young lady did not stay in an inn even when she arrived at a small town in the county. At most she would buy some snacks and put some in her pockets. Most of them were placed in small bamboo chests. Then she would go to the mountains and rivers to pay her respects. When she encountered a Taoist temple, she would also burn incense. Outside of that, she almost did not speak to anyone. It was just that her footsteps were much slower than walking in the mountains and rivers. She did not need to bury her head in running. The only time she stayed in the same place for a long time was when she squatted on a low yellow wall and looked at a group of wandering pugilistic heroes on horseback. The young lady seemed to be envious. However, it was not those seemingly awe-inspiring pugilistic people but their mounts. On the Huangting country's imperial river, the young lady took a look and ran. When she arrived near the Chao clan's Jilon building, it was about the same. She sneaked a few glances on the streets and ran. Finally, she arrived at the boundary of Red Candle Town. The water god felt relieved. At the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The young lady was so cautious. Why would she need him to protect her? Could it be that he had obtained a rare talisman for free? Was there really a Dali talisman that he could take? The water god did not dare to believe it. Did not matter. He followed the white-robed immortal master's instructions and stopped here and returned home. The water god turned around and left. Along the way, apart from a few chi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms, no one knew that he, the righteous god of the river, had come ashore to swim. Even if the cultivators saw him, they did not dare to take a second look. How could a righteous god of the river be simple if he dared to go ashore openly against the rules? How harsh were the laws of Dali's mountains and rivers now? The water god suddenly turned his head. He realized that the young lady had run all the way over and stopped at a spot that was neither too far nor too close. She stabbed the mountain traveling staff heavily on the ground and cupped her fists at him with a smile before bowing. After the young lady stood up, the water god only smiled and cupped his fists in return. It was fine if he bowed in return. The young lady grinned and said, "My master is the mountain master of Luapa Mountain. Lord Water God, you are welcome to visit my house in the future." The water god was stunned for a long time before nodding. Did this lass forget to report her name? However, the young lady had already picked up the mountain traveling staff and turned to leave. She skipped and swayed the small bamboo box on her back. "640. Luopa Mountain late nights for snow. Julien was very arrogant. Rain comes again and again. Snow comes again when it's not sunny. My hometown's scenery is the most beautiful. Today Julien and Jing Dafeng were playing chess and complaining to each other. Julien complained that Brother Dafeng's gaze was too righteous and scared away the yellow court fairy. Jing Dafeng complained that old chef's culinary skills were not good enough and could not keep the fairy, causing Luopa Mountain to lose a nascent soul sword cultivator in name. It was a big sin and he had to take out a few precious immortal books for Jing Dafeng to take care of. Wei Pai sat at the side and did not understand why the two of them were still arguing after so long. After thinking about it again he figured it out. Was the yellow court fairy beautiful enough? Zhou Xian looked at Wei Pai and asked with a smile. I heard that I'm going to the capital to meet the emperor soon and see if I can get some dragon chi back to throw into the blessed land. That's the right way to travel. Jing Dafeng agreed. Indeed, Mountain Lord can't just watch the game and not do anything. Wei Pai was helpless. Now the name of Mountain Lord Beiyu had spread to the North Continent. It was the kind of wild chicken that could not leave without laying an egg. However, his efforts were not in vain. In the new Lotus Root Blessed Land, after spending a few thousand grain rain coins, not only did it become a medium-grade blessed land, but it also had a new atmosphere. The spirits of the mountains and rivers, lonely souls and wild ghosts, as well as the heroic spirits of the land, sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, in terms of overall numbers, there would be a bottleneck. However, as long as enough immortal coins were spent, the sky would be higher and the land would be wider. The matter of fate would become stronger and the previous bottleneck would be naturally broken. What interested Jing Dafeng the most was a book about a scholar and a beauty that was popular in the Nanyuan kingdom. The woman in the book appeared in the world with a demonic body. She was actually born from induction. However, her spiritual intelligence had not yet been developed and she was still a little muddle-headed. She liked to float around and secretly look at the unfamiliar world among the books and paintings. Her appearance was a rare thing in the vast world. She and the little girl Chen Wanchu lived in a different world. The birth of this unknown woman was purely the condensation of strands of the hearts of people from all over the world. It could be considered as a comparatively unconventional manifestation of the Grand Tao. However, no matter how mediocre it was still a manifestation of the Great Tao. Even if it had a little bit of Tao, it was still a big deal. If it was in other blessed lands once discovered, they would definitely be arrested. There was no need to worry about buyers at all. They could casually sell it for an unimaginable sky-high price. Fortunately, he was born in the Lotus Root Blessed Land and had such a well-behaved young mountain chieftain. He reckoned that his luck in the future would not be too bad. Jing Dafeng wiped his mouth. It's a place worth visiting. A delicate and timid young lady and a great hero who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Neither of them could be missing. So that we won't fall into the hands of those lonely souls and malicious ghosts. However, Zhou Xian said, I don't think it's a bad idea to just stay on the mountain. Zhou Xian always had a hidden worry in his heart. The Lotus Root Blessed Land of the past and the Lotus Root Blessed Land of the present. Zhou Xian always vaguely felt that the old Abbey Dean's plan was very far-reaching. As long as one entered the Blessed Land, no matter who it was, it would not be easy. Wei Pai also said, since you've chosen to live a leisurely life, you might as well live this leisurely life until you're old. Jing Dafeng laughed. What are you thinking about? Our Luopa Mountain is a gathering of heroes. There's no need for me to do anything. I'm really just going to stroll around and relax. Jing Dafeng's Go skills were actually better than Zhou Lian's and Wei Bian's. Therefore it was very easy for him to play Go. Now that Zhou Lian was deep in thought, Jing Dafeng picked up a folding fan on the table. Fanning himself in the middle of winter was outrageous. He just had to go through the motions. He held it in his sleeve. Such an elegant thing in the hands of a handsome man like him was really amazing. As long as a woman was not blind, she would like it. Even if she did not like it, she would just pretend not to like it. At the moment, other than Pei Qian who was still wandering outside, old Master Zhong had brought Chao Qinglang to the South continent to travel. It was actually quite lively. As Yuan Lai and Yuan Bao had stayed on the mountain to cultivate, Jing Dafeng wanted to sincerely teach Yuan Bao fist techniques. However, the girl was too shy and thin-skinned. Like Tsin Yuanji, she could only learn from an old man. Yuan Lai wanted to learn from Jing Dafeng, but Jing Dafeng was not too willing to teach. He only taught him some miscellaneous knowledge from books. The young man was privately scolded by his sister many times. Other than that, at the sword-worshipping terrace of Luopa Mountain, there were 3 more anonymous disciples who lived there in seclusion. They were 3 true foreigners from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Oris Core sword cultivator Cui Wei. They were said to be 2 shop assistants from a shop, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. The 3 of them did not take the ferry from Old Dragon City to the North Continent of the Northern Continent directly to the Ox Horn Mountain Ferry. Instead, they took a short-distance ferry to the north and followed the underground river that was said to have been dug by a real dragon. Carrying the 3 customs clearance documents and a Greatly Peace tablet, they traveled all the way to the north. Finally, they passed by Red Candle Town, Chiduan Mountain, and entered the boundary of Luapa Mountain. Finally, under Zhou Xian's arrangement, they settled down at the sword-worshipping terrace quietly. As the 3 of them were only registered disciples of Luopa Mountain, they did not have to burn incense and worship statues for the time being. With Zhou Fei's extravagant spending, he built mansions on all the vassal mountains of Luopa Mountain. In Zhou Fei's words, he wanted them to be as expensive as possible. Don't save money for me. How did the divine qi on the mountain come about? It came from the divine money, which stank the most of money, piled up one by one. Cui Wei hid his identity. During his previous journey, he had a rough idea of the value of a golden core sword cultivator in the vast world. A golden core qi refinement warrior could hold the peak opening ceremony. It was a ceremony that was highly valued by all the immortals in the vast world. What more a nascent soul sword cultivator? However, Cui Wei was even more restrained than Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. He was almost timid. When Cui Wei left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, other than his natal flying sword, he only brought 2 things with him. One was a robe and the other was a sword workshop standard. Zhang Jiazhen received a copybook written by Mr. Qin himself. She read it in a sunny manner. The first and second seals were stamped on both sides. Jiang Chu received a stack of talisman from Mr. Qin. Among them there was a talisman made of gold. Jing Dafeng asked, "Old chef, are we going to leave the 2 young men at the sword-worshipping terrace? I don't think that's a good idea. Why don't we send them to the auspicious year shop and get some popularity?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "You can't say that. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu were born in the marketplace. They don't lack this." Jing Dafeng smiled and said, "I think that Zhang Jiazhen is not bad. I want to matchmake him and Xiao Jia. The 3 of us will be cooped up in bed every night. Comfortable? Do we want these juniors to follow in our footsteps? I don't think so. Absolutely not." The auspicious year shop was owned by Shi Rou. There were 3 honorary consecrators living at the straw head shop. The blind old Taoist Jia Qing, the lame young man Zhao Dengao, and the young lady Tianju. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "The 2 young men from outside the sword-worshipping terrace should be promising. However, they are a late bloomer. We need to wait patiently." Wei Pai said, "Even if they don't want to be promising, they have to ask Zhou Fei for permission." Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng nodded in unison. "That makes sense." Jing Dafeng said, "Get Nuanshu to record this matter. The next time we have a meeting in the ancestral hall, take it out and let Brother Zhou Fei take a look." Qin Nuanshu finished her work and ran over to watch the game of chess. Qin Lingjun yawned and walked into the courtyard. When he saw Qin Nuanshu, he smiled and said, "Little fool, you haven't refined that Dragon King basket of yours yet?" Before Qin Pingon left Luopa Mountain, he gave the pair of Dragon King baskets he obtained from the ruins of the immortal abode in the North Continent to Qin Nuanshu and Qin Lingjun respectively. He let them refine it and use it as a trump card for Luopa Mountain's vassal mountain, Yellow Lake Mountain. Qin Lingjun had already succeeded in refining it, but Qin Nuanshu's progress was slow. However, this was only slow compared to Qin Lingjun. A guy who was almost brought to the Qingming world by Lu Qin naturally had good aptitude. Qin Nuanshu was dejected. She remained silent and clenched her sleeves tightly with her small hands. Wei Pai reached out and pressed Qin Lingjuan's head. He bent over and asked with a smile, "What?" Qin Lingjun blinked and said seriously, "Nuanshu, when it comes to cultivation, hard work is enough. Don't be anxious. It's easy to spoil things if you're anxious. You have to learn from our master. Only by walking slowly can you punch quickly." Wei Pai patted Qin Lingjuan's head. "If you keep talking like this, when Pei Qian returns to Luopa Mountain, you'll have to deal with it yourself." Qin Lingjun almost knelt down in front of Wei Pai. Qin Lingjun immediately stood on his tiptoes and placed his hands on Wei Pai's shoulders. He smiled flatteringly and asked the standing Wei Pai to sit down and talk so that he could massage his master's shoulders. North Continent's Tai Hui Sword Clan, the #1 clan in the North Continent. Sword Immortal Qi Jinglong's direct disciple Whitehead was powerful, right? After being kicked by Pei Qian, he fell to the ground and twitched. The most terrifying thing was that Pei Qian held a grudge. Sun Yuanji, Yuan Bao, and Yuan Lai also came to the courtyard to relax during their training. As soon as they arrived, they saw Chen Lingjun helping Wei Pai massage his shoulders and back while praising Brother Feng Feng for having a good mood. If this fan had a spirit and was enlightened, he would be grateful to the point of tears and snot. He was glad that he had accumulated good karma in his previous life, which allowed him to fall into the hands of Brother Feng Feng in this life. Chen Wanshu gave up his seat. Sun Yuanji and Yuan Lai did not sit. Yuan Bao thanked him and sat down. Chen Lingjun rolled his eyes hard. This little girl that Lu Baixiang picked up was the most King ignorant. Look at the people that his master picked up. With him as the leader, which one of them was not a genius? Little Millet was still squatting at Chiduan Mountain waiting for Pei Qian, right? He was even carrying a big bag of melon seeds. Little Millet's conscience was bigger than a bowl. Yuan Bao was lucky to have arrived at Luopa Mountain late. All the people with special abilities had risked their lives for Master Chen to get a feel for them. He had personally fought Lu Chen, Ruan Qi and Old Yang. Otherwise, with Yuan Bao's temper, his little head would have been smashed into pieces. Julian smiled. Yuan Bao, do you have something to say? Yuan Bao nodded. I can wait for old Mr. Zhu to finish his chess game. Although the young girl showed off her abilities, she still had etiquette. Moreover, Yuan Bao had a very good impression of old Mr. Julian. The bad one was Xing Dafeng. The normal one was the great mountain lord who came to Luopa Mountain for a stroll. When old Mr. Zhu went to Lotus Root Blessed Land, he only brought out an extremely long painting scroll that was hidden in a secret place. It was the proud work of a master painter from his hometown in the early years. It was rich, prosperous and bustling with activity. It was a prosperous era. At that time, Pei Qian's eyes were sharp. He noticed that there were not horses in the painting but cattle, donkeys and mules. He lamented that there were so many donkeys. If he gritted his teeth and took out a piece of snow to spend money, would he be able to buy 100 of them? Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai were also present. Yuan Lai looked for the bookstore in the painting scroll. After glancing at the painting scroll, Yuan Bao sneered. The signs of decline were obvious. Julien nodded. It made sense. In fact, the painting scroll was the capital city where Julien lived. In less than 60 years, all the beautiful scenery was crushed by the horses' hooves. Even though Julien tried his best, he still could not turn the tide. In the end, he left the court and returned to Jianghu. From a noble son, he became a scholarly general and finally a martial arts madman. In that life, Julien had 3 things that he was most proud of in his life. Write e-books. Even Cui Dongshan thought that Julien's Xiaojia was excellent. Creating double-entry bookkeeping. He casually wrote a martial arts secret book. The threshold was not high and the breakthrough was fast. The only thing that was difficult was to reach the top. He wrote 99 books in one go and gave them away to people in Jianghu. Scholars, common people in Jianghu. Looking back on his life, whether it was a noble son or a martial arts madman, he had an explanation. Julien put the white chess piece back into the box and asked with a smile, Yuan Bao, it's hard to decide the winner in a short time. We'll have to wait until we finish this game. You go first. Xing Dafeng began to eat sunflower seeds. Wei Pai did not say much. In a chess game, as long as Julien did not deliberately think long, Xing Dafeng would finish the game in a few moves. Yuan Bao said, I have some thoughts about the blessed land of lotus roots. I'll say whatever I want. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me. Julien smiled and said, just say it. Whether it's right or wrong, it's not up to me to decide. We can argue, discuss, and reason with each other. Yuan Bao liked this old senior's open-mindedness and openness. Therefore, he never restrained himself when he was with him. Yuan Bao said in a low voice, print some shallow immortal spells into books and let the emperors of the 4 countries issue imperial edicts. Everyone must learn it. Then spread the martial arts secret books. There's no threshold. Even if one's aptitude is bad and can't learn any immortal spells, there's still the martial Tao. Whether they succeed or not, the opportunity has been given. They can climb up with their own ability. Otherwise, we'll spend so much rain money just to watch the fun. We have to make a profit, right? Yuan Lai said softly, it'll be very troublesome for the imperial court and the government to prohibit martial arts. The whole blessed land of lotus roots will be very difficult to control. If they're not careful, the government will be reduced to a decoration. Once the government and the imperial court lose their dignity, the operation of the whole system of mountains and rivers will be in big trouble. Chao Qinglang once said that a world, no matter how small it is, still requires stability. Yuan Bao sneered and said, "Those old emperors and officials are unwilling to do anything or can't do it well. Then we'll just replace them with a group of obedient puppets who dare to kill, can suppress the Qi refinement warriors on the mountain, and can kill the grandmasters of the pugilistic world. Taking a step back, I'm really afraid that the place is small and the small pond can't keep the flood dragon. Simple too. Once there are good seedlings, we'll just grab them from the blessed land and raise them in Luopa Mountain. There are so many mountains and so many immortal residences. Even if they're empty, they'll be empty. For example, Qi refinement warriors who have a chance to reach the cave abode realm and martial artists who are already at the 6th realm can become the unofficial disciples of Luopa Mountain. Once they've accumulated enough merit, they'll have a position, better fist technique secret books, and more advanced immortal spells to learn." Yuan Lai's voice became softer and softer. "What about people's hearts? How can it be so simple? Sister, there are so many complicated human relationships at Master's Mountain alone." Yuan Bao glared at this bookworm of a younger brother. He was so troublesome. No wonder he got along so well with Chao Qinglang. Julian did not speak at all. The young lady's words could not be said to be completely right or completely wrong. It's just that some things were interconnected. It was not as simple as the increase and decrease of immortal spells. Instead, it was like the building of a house. If one beam was crooked, after some time the house would collapse. However, it was a good thing to be able to think and speak more. Hence, Julien was not in a hurry to refute or acknowledge anything. He only smiled at the young lady, hinting for her to be bolder and continue speaking her thoughts. Yuan Bao crossed her arms and said with narrowed eyes, "The reason why Master's hands are tied is because the situation is too chaotic. Lotus Root Blessed Land is different from Luopa Mountain. Here Luopa Mountain is the heavens of the entire blessed land. As a human who isn't afraid of death and who doesn't care about their lives, we rule the world and our spells are so mysterious. Under the big picture, what's the human heart? Perhaps it's too late to rely on Luopa Mountain." Zheng Dafeng said with a smile, "When I was young, I was afraid that studying was difficult. When I was young, I always felt that it was easy to be a human." Young Yuan Lai immediately remembered it in his heart. Uncle Zheng's knowledge was not small. Julien scratched his head and said with a sigh, "Yesterday the young man was writing a childhood sweetheart. Why is it a Chinese pulsatilla tonight?" Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Yuan Bao, I have a question. When this group of people arrives at the vast world and is raised on Luopa Mountain's vassal mountains, what will they do in the future?" Yuan Bao already had a plan in mind and blurted out, "Continue to cultivate or supervise them to practice martial arts. As long as the Qi refinement warriors become Dragon Gate cultivators or Realm 7 martial arts masters, they will be sold to the various forces in the Aquarius continent to form good karma and earn a lot of money. Those who are ambitious and unwilling to be reduced to goods can sign a contract with Luopa Mountain. After leaving Luopa Mountain for a few decades or 100 years, just casually agree on a number of years. Let this group of people use money to buy their lives and freedom." Wei Pai asked again, "Among this group of people, if someone is evil and causes chaos, who will be responsible for this mess?" Yuan Bao frowned and said, "Why do you care about this? In the pugilistic world, one is responsible for one's life and death. One can only blame oneself. If one is not capable, one will be trampled on. Those with bigger fists have more reason. This has always been the way of the world on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Why should it be our Luopa Mountain's fault?" Julien was still as calm as usual. Zheng Dafeng rolled his eyes. Wei Pai stretched out 2 fingers and twirled the gold earring. He was also a little worried. Lu Baixiang really saved him a lot of trouble when teaching his disciples. Yuan Bao clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "In the Lotus Root Blessed Land we are the heavens. We control them everywhere. Those who obey us will prosper and those who defy us will die. In the future, when they walk out of Luopa Mountain, they will have nothing to do with our Luopa Mountain. There will only be business left. What birth of heaven and earth! This is a great world that our Luopa Mountain spent a few thousand grains of grain rain money to create. In the future we will continue to spend more and more grain rain money. Why should we?" Yuan Bao was a little annoyed. The formation of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures is too slow. How fast can the gathering of spirit energy to form a cultivation treasure land be? Are we going to lose money like this? It is not easy for my master to earn money. It is very tiring. Unlike some people sitting on the mountaintop to bask in the sun, play chess and admire the snow. Zhou Xian smiled and waved his hand. Yuan Bao, in our Luopa mountain, even if we don't talk about it now, even if we quarrel in the future, we have to remember the words talk about the matter. Otherwise, even if you are right, you are unreasonable. Yuan Bao nodded. I will listen to old Mr. Zhu. Jing Dafeng chewed on his melon seeds. He really felt a little guilty after hearing the little girl's words. Yuan Bao took a deep breath. His eyes were firm as he glanced at Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai. If any of you don't like them, fine. In the future I will be responsible for punching them and cleaning up the sect. Just treat it as raising a good-for-nothing trash for nothing. Sun Yuanji hoped that this good sister of hers would say less, so she kept winking. After a long time she could no longer move her eyelids. Sun Yuanji began to rub her eyes. Yuan Bao gently pinched Sun Yuanji's arm, indicating that he understood. In the entire Luopa mountain, Sun Yuanji was the most pleasing to the eye. He was his friend. As for the rest, if they were not here to make a living, they were here to scam others. If not, they were here to be cheeky. There were also those who were muddle-headed and who knew what they were thinking all day long. Yes, that girl Yuanqu was an exception. She was diligent and stood aloof from worldly affairs. She was still very pleasing to the eye. Zhu Lian said, Yuan Bao, I have a rough idea of your thoughts and have noted them down. Don't worry, I will not leave you hanging on purpose. Perhaps during the next meeting at the Ancestral Hall, I will bring up your thoughts and bring them up alone. The meeting at the Ancestral Hall is not child's play. Every word has to be recorded. Therefore, you should think more carefully in the near future to prevent others from finding loopholes. I will give you a suggestion. Do you want to listen? Yuan Bao smiled and said, Old Mr. Zhu, please speak. Zhu Lian looked at the trembling youth Yuan Lai and said, Didn't Yuan Lai have some objections? Then you should put down your sister's airs and try to calm down. Convince Yuan Lai first. Think about it. If you can't even convince Yuan Lai, even if I am willing to put this matter on the agenda of the Ancestral Hall, do you really think you have the confidence? Isn't this the case? Yuan Bao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. Zhu Lian said, In the various parts of Luopa mountain outside the Ancestral Hall, the cultivation of the Great Tao follows their own path. However, once you enter the Ancestral Hall and take a seat, everyone's words have to be carefully considered. This sentence is still a matter of fact. It's not that I am taking advantage of my seniority to target you, Yuan Bao, or that I feel that the little girl is too sharp and needs to be suppressed. Our Luopa mountain does not have such a mess of bad rules. There are none now and there will be none in the future. Yuan Bao smiled and said, Old Mr. Zhu has always been magnanimous. Yuan Bao will not let his imagination run wild. Jing Dafeng sighed. No matter what the old chef said, the little girl would listen to it. There were so many immortal books, but they were all bought by the old chef and hidden in the mountain. Why was he the only one who idled around? Comparisons were odious. Yuan Bao brought his good friend Sun Yuanji and his stubborn brother, and left the courtyard in high spirits. Qin Lingjun muttered, What a domineering little girl. Zhu Lian smiled and said, Luopa mountain should have such thoughts to fight and compete, the more the better. So I will tell you in advance, no matter what the final result of the Ancestral Hall meeting is, you are not allowed to hurt the little girl's heart. Wei Pai shook his head and said, This is not to say that there are no benefits. In fact, there are many blessed lands in the world that follow this path. Doing this is not even as direct as what Yuan Bao said. On one hand, it is too cheap and its reputation is too bad. In the future, if they want to become a sect and then be promoted to a proper sect, there will be great resistance. On the other hand, just as Yuan Lai was worried, Yuan Bao still underestimated the human heart. The more great Tao seeds or martial Tao geniuses, not to mention most of them will rebel and become enemies with Luopa mountain. In the end, it is easy to drain the pond to fish. Jing Dafeng said, What realm is the little girl at now? It's already not easy to have such vision. Wei Pai's face suddenly darkened. Jing Dafeng asked, Did something happen to Xiaomi? Wei Pai only had a subtle feeling before, so he immediately used his divine ability to observe the mountains and rivers. Unexpectedly, Qin Lingjun had already flown up on the wind and left Luopa mountain like a green rainbow. Wei Pai smiled and said, Pei Qian is already protecting Xiaomi. Zhou Xian said indifferently, Wei Pai, don't worry about this matter. Luopa Mountain will take care of it. Wei Pai did not mind and nodded. If I do, it will be difficult for me to do so. Coincidentally, I have to go to the capital for a meeting. I will leave first, you guys can do whatever you want. Zhou Xian suddenly became bashful. This is so embarrassing. It's quite embarrassing. Wei Pai smiled and asked, then I'll leave later? Zhou Xian had already stood up. Mountain Lord, important matters are important. Go early and return early. It's best if you bring back a few windfalls. Wei Pai's figure dissipated and he was thousands of miles away in an instant. Zheng Dafeng gestured for Nuanshu to not be nervous and not to follow Qin Lingjun to Red Candle Town where the three rivers converged. Zheng Dafeng continued to eat melon seeds. How can our Luopa Mountain be bullied in our own territory? Are you kidding me? Afterward, Zheng Dafeng rubbed his chin. Fortunately, the young mountain chieftain wasn't at the mountaintop. Otherwise, with Qin Pingan's current temperament, he would most likely send a punch down first. At most, he would find a secluded place and cut off some river before reasoning with him. Emperor Dali's imperial study was actually not very big. However, if one wanted to enter and sit down to talk, their official hat had to be big enough or their realm was high enough. The young emperor Song He was resting with his eyes closed. He had made an exception today for the sake of the upcoming discussion. And the situation was special. Most of them were cultivators. Dali's officials could be counted on one hand. There were only 3 of them, the Minister of Rites and 2 assistant ministers. Song He opened his eyes. There was about half an hour left. The young emperor glanced at the desk. There was Li Yingqiu's landscape painting, which was placed here by the previous emperor. After Song He inherited the throne, he did not take anything from the room. He only added a few items. Then he felt that it was too bloated, so he quietly removed some. The scroll containing Li Yingqiu's landscape painting was a sea of celadone brushes made in the dragon kiln of Lizhu Grotto Heaven in the early years. It was actually quite an eyesore. Li Yingqiu was not from the mountain. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting at the foot of the mountain had never entered the eyes of the immortals on the mountain. However, there were exceptions. Li Yingqiu was an inescapable figure in the history of painting in the Great Sui Kingdom. Not only was he loved by the Song clan, but many immortals on the mountain in the Aquarius continent also liked him. In the sea of brushes, other than Li Yingqiu's green landscape painting, there was also Bian Ye's flower and bird painting. Song He glanced at the scrolls in the sea of brushes. The young emperor wanted to apologize to Li Yingqiu. He had wronged Li Yingqiu's landscape painting to be placed next to Bian Ye's flower and bird painting. Song He's impression of Bian Ye was very poor. Whether it was his painting or his character, he felt that Bian Ye was not presentable. Bian Ye was a destitute painter from the old Lu dynasty. He moved to Dali, a vassal state. He was one of the few foreigners who took root here. Therefore, he was highly regarded by the Emperor Dali of that generation. All of his paintings were stamped with the seals of the 2 emperors Dali. Bian Ye probably did not expect that in less than 100 years after his death, because he could not survive in the Lu dynasty, he ran to Dali to make a living. Now he had inexplicably become the saint of the painting world of the Aquarius continent. Words such as best at breaking the branches of flowers and birds, exquisite design, rich and beautiful, exquisite attainments, can be said to be the standard of the ancient times. Countless words of praise appeared in Song He's mind. When Song He was young, he listened to the teachings of some princes here. Some people had the same opinion as Song He. They said that Bian Ye's paintings were too rich and beautiful. The previous emperor did not comment on whether the paintings were good or bad. He only said that in the future, no matter who the owner of this room was, whether they liked it or not, this person's paintings must be kept. But in the sea of brushes, there was a piece of calligraphy that was worthy of its name. It was called, Returning to My Hometown. It could even be called the #1 treasure in Dali's imperial study. That was a piece of calligraphy by Song He's teacher, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, Cui Dong. Of course, it was authentic. Cui Dong's calligraphy, especially the cursive, was superb. It was recognized by the entire world as 1,000 pieces of gold. In the past, the first disciple of the sage of literature's lineage, embroidered tiger Cui Dong, was worthy of the word embroidered, just like Qin Chun, and of the Hassa continent was worthy of the word Chun. Cui Dong had 4 pieces of calligraphy between the flowers, 4 pieces above the clouds, 4 pieces by the spring, and 4 pieces on the mountain peak. A total of 16 pieces were passed down. The 16 pieces were scattered in the 9 continents and all fell into the hands of famous collectors. One of the great cultivators of the Middle Continent had a deep relationship with Cui Dong. He spent a lot of money to buy 2 pieces of calligraphy. He destroyed the beggar's rice calligraphy and fight for the throne calligraphy in public. It was regarded as a magnificent feat and was very satisfying. It was only 100 years later that the truth was revealed. This old cultivator, who claimed to be the person who spurned Cui Dong, is the #1 in the world, had his secret revealed by his descendants. Only then did outsiders know that this old bastard had only destroyed 2 pieces of calligraphy and hidden the real one to pass down in his family. In addition, it was said that the Lu family of the White Mountain continent by Diqing, the head of the Yu family of the Middle Continent, and Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Gui sect all had 1 piece of calligraphy in their collection. Cui Dong stepped in and bowed. "Your Majesty, we can start the discussion." It was the etiquette between a monarch and a minister. The young emperor immediately stood up and bowed back. It was the etiquette between a master and a disciple. Actually, there was no need for this. However, Songhe was no exception. Even in front of all the important officials in the small court meeting, he was still the same. Not long after Cui Dong took his seat, the Minister of Rites and the Assistant Minister bowed before taking their seats. Then it was the people of the Aquarius continent. The sect master of the Divine Bulletin sect, the Taoist immortal, great heavenly Lord Zhou. The chief consecrator of the Dali sect, the sect master of the Dragon Spring Sword sect Ruancheng. The patriarch of the Wind Snow Temple, a person who had attained the Tao with the appearance of a child. The last time he appeared was during the 3 matches in the Wind Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain. Marshal Mountain, a man with a sword on his back who had just been promoted to the Patriarch Hall's head of justice. In the eyes of outsiders, Marshal Mountain only needed 1 Ma Kushuan to have a future. In fact, the Wind Snow Temple was not bad. It had an immortal platform, Wei Jin. The only flaw was that Wei Jin did not care much about the Wind Snow Temple. Because of his master, he had always been distant and cold to the Wind Snow Temple. Now he had even gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Otherwise, Sword Immortal Wei Jin would have a seat today. The chief consecrator of the True Realms sect, Lu Laoqing, who cultivated in the wilderness. A gentleman of the Lakeview Academy. The mountain master of the Forest Deer Academy. The Old Dragon City's mayor, Fu Li. The Great Sui Kingdom's dynasty, the patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang. The Aquarius continent's new 5 mountains monarchs. However, only 4 of them came today. Among them were Wei Pai of the Northern Mountains and Jin Qing of the Middle Mountains. Only Fan Junmao of the Southern Mountains did not appear. The master of the Mo family. The wanderer of the Mo family behind him, Su Ruo. The patriarch of the Yunlin Jiang family. The 2 righteous gods of the Aquarius continent. It was rumored that the water of the 6 rivers and 12 rivers would be gathered and merged into the sea. It would be a great blasphemy. It seemed that this shocking rumor was not just empty talk. The patriarch of the Su family of Qingfeng City, after obtaining the Swansea armor, was like a tiger that had grown wings. A young woman of Xingyang Mountain, it was said that she was an old patriarch who had just started managing the flow of money. Compared to the sword cultivator patriarchs of Xingyang Mountain, she could be said to be unknown. She was sitting at the back today. Compared to the leaders of the old Dali territory, her position was even further back. Normally, Xingyang Mountain and the Su family of Qingfeng City were close allies. However, the patriarch of the Su family was waiting for an audience elsewhere. When he saw the female cultivator of Xingyang Mountain beside him, he only nodded in greeting and did not bother to exchange pleasantries. Instead, she took the initiative to stand up and bow before sitting down. A total of 36 cultivators and gods of the mountains and rivers had gathered together earlier. Most of them were talking to each other. For example, the Jiang family and the Fu family of Old Dragon City were in-laws. While the Su family of Qingfeng City and the Yuan family of Shangpillar Nation were in-laws, they had some relationship with the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. The Minister of Rites even sat beside Ruan Fei and chatted cordially. Wei Pai and Jin Qing, the 2 mountain monarchs, were at loggerheads with each other. The other 2 mountain monarchs seemed to have a good relationship and were talking about serious matters. Qi Zhen and the great son of the Mo family chatted happily. Even the patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang City, who had lived in seclusion for many years in the Cloud Forest Deer Academy, and the great gentleman of Lakeview Academy, could talk about academic matters. It was a pity that this female cultivator of the Xingyang Mountain did not have anyone to talk to. Cui Dong stood up and went straight to the point. Today I've gathered all of you to discuss 10 matters. The inside and outside of the house were two different worlds. Everyone held their breaths and focused their minds, not letting their minds wander. Other than the discussion in the Imperial study room that concerned everyone, Dali Imperial Tutor's cloud-shrouded cultivation realm was also very important. As for the three elders of the Ministry of Rites, they were like students listening to their teacher's teachings. Cui Dong said, "The first matter is that the Imperial Court is about to announce that the Crown Prince of the Five Mountains will assist the Mountain Monarchs." The four Mountain Monarchs naturally listened carefully to this matter. It involved the foundation of the Great Tao. In reality, this matter was not only about the five mountains, it also involved the vital interests of everyone present. The Minister of Rites stood up, opened a booklet and began to sign up. After the Minister of Rites finished reading the last word, he looked at Cui Dong. Cui Dong, who had been standing all this while, nodded slightly. Only then did the old minister take his seat. Cui Dong said, "The second matter is to choose a few mountain monarchs that everyone supports." The head of the Su family of Qingfeng City straightened his back and sat upright. The female cultivator of the Xingyang Mountain also hurriedly restrained herself. The woman seemed to be especially afraid to look at the saint of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Ruan Cheng. Even when she was waiting for the emperor's summons, the female cultivator did not even look at Ruan Cheng. The reason was very simple. If the Xingyang Mountain wanted to become an immortal sect, they had to take in the Sword Dao fate of the entire Zhuang dynasty. They had to open an immortal sect residence there to recruit and plunder all the Sword Dao embryos. In the end, the four mountain monarchs, including the Su family of Qingfeng City and the Xingyang Mountain, had a chance to become a sect. In the future, the Dali Imperial Court would naturally pour in financial and material resources. The third matter was to discuss the matter of digging the Great Blasphemy Canal into the sea. Also, they had to nominate various immortal masters to be in charge of assisting this matter. The two righteous gods of the Great River, who were now of the same rank as Tiefujiang and Yang Hua, could not hide their excitement. Although today's meeting did not decide who would be the Great Blasphemy Water God, it was a great honor to be invited to participate in today's meeting. Apart from that, the Dali Imperial Court chose three people. The civil official Lu Qingfeng, the military general Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei. The other assisting candidates were all cultivators from the mountains near the future Great Blasphemy Canal. Each of them had their own suggestions. As for the patriarch of the Jiang family of Yunlin, he felt that this trip was not in vain. Because the Great Blasphemy Canal was very close to the Jiang family of Yunlin, he also suggested a disciple of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun, to participate. The Reverend of the True Realm sect, Lu Laoqing, smiled knowingly. The fourth matter was to make a selection of the mountains and temples in the various regions and promote them to orthodox temples. The imperial court issued a corresponding imperial edict. The cultivators of the various mountains were to help add incense. If they were classified as obscene temples, they were to be immediately banned and destroyed. The various mountains were responsible for suppressing them. The two assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rites read the contents of their booklets one after another. The fifth matter was to move the imitation of the Baek Okekyung building in Dali's capital to the Zhongyue region of the old Zhuang dynasty. The master of Moism stood up and concisely said some things to take note of. Anyone below the 13th level could be killed. The person in charge of guarding the Baek Okekyung building was an old acquaintance of the Zhongyue mountain lord Jin Qing, the ranger of Moism, Su Ruo. The sixth matter was to discuss the matter of all immortal forces in the Aquarius continent having to pay taxes to the Dali imperial court according to the law. The imperial study fell into silence. Cui Dong spoke. This matter is complicated. If we want to take care of all aspects, it will not be settled in a day or two. Today all you need to say is whether you agree or not. If you agree, there will be people to grind the details. If you don't agree, put it aside for the time being. The Dali Imperial Court will not deliberately target anyone in the near future. Regardless of whether you agree or not, when you leave this place, You will receive a booklet with detailed instructions. There will be some differences between different mountains, but there will not be too big of a difference. Now there is no need to rush to express your opinions. Today I am just informing all of you that there will be a buffer period of at most 1 year. The seventh matter was about the Dali dynasty borrowing money from the various mountains and how to repay the debt. Then there were the various mountains. Cultivators needed to go down the mountains to gain experience and appease the elders and descendants of the old kings of the various collapsed dynasties and vassal states. They were invited to temporarily stay in the capital of the Great Li dynasty for a period of time. If they liked the environment here, they could stay for a long time. The eighth matter was to discuss the revival of Buddhism in the Aquarius continent and the construction of temples. A certain senior monk would be the main official. Hearing this, the heavenly Lord Xian frowned. The ninth matter was that the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy had to return to the 72 Confucian schools. If possible, Linlu Academy had to fight for it. The Gao ancestor of Guiyang was pleased. One matter after another, under the leadership of Cui Dong, was pushed forward quickly. The young Emperor Song, he just sat behind the desk. He was not angry at all about the imperial tutors overstepping his boundaries. Instead, he was in high spirits. Cui Shi said, "The previous 9 matters were all for the 10th matter. This last matter is also related to the lives of everyone present here, including His Majesty the Emperor." Cui Dong waved his sleeves and the mountains and rivers of the continent appeared in front of everyone's eyes. All the important mountains and sects were lit up like lanterns on a scroll. Cui Dong said, "We need to talk about how the Aquarius continent should set up a defense line after the Great Wall of Sword Qi is broken and the entire Tongye continent collapses, to stop the demon race army from going up north." The 5 mountains of a continent ruled over the mountains. The central region was desecrated and gathered the water fate of a continent. Lakeview Academy, Cliff Academy, and Linlu Academy were the locations of a continent's cultural heritage. The Divine Grandeur Sect, Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Wind Snow Temple, True Martial Mountain, Old Dragon City, Jiang Clan of Cloud Forest, Book Lake True Realm Sect, Xingyang Mountain, and Su Clan of Clear Wind City were all important defensive areas of a continent. Together with the various vassal forces and the scattered mountains, they were all chess pieces that could not be moved. Cui Dong said, "Just the defensive areas along the coast such as Old Dragon City and Jiang Clan of Cloud Forest are definitely not enough. They also need enough strategic depth. They also need to cooperate with each other. Using a point as a line to reach the surface is still not enough. It's too inflexible. We also need a large number of attacking sword boats and even more mountain ferries. We need to spend a lot of money on them. There are many other plans that have nothing to do with you. It's useless to say more. You will know in the future." In a Dali capital imperial study, it was dead silent. Cui Dong pointed to the map of the Aquarius continent further to the south and to the west. One was the Tong Yi continent, and the other should be the Central Plains Divine continent. Cui Dong's expression was cold. The vast world actually needs the smallest Aquarius continent to stop the spirit demon army. Isn't that a joke? I want to make the 7 continents of the vast world laugh themselves to death. Finally, Cui Shi spoke out. "The huge Tong Yi continent is unable to stop the spirit demon clan army, and is destined to be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Then leave it to our small Aquarius continent to complete the task. Everyone, the situation is about to change. Those who are willing to stop it, please stand up." The young emperor was the first to stand up. Everyone in the room stood up. Just then, a person who did not look like a cultivator walked into the imperial study and smiled. "My surname is Fan, and of course I am not from the Fan family in Old Dragon City. I am from the Central Plains Divine Continent and am slightly wealthy. I am willing to use my immortal money to support the Aquarius continent." In the corridor outside the imperial study, there was an old eunuch dressed in red robes. With a strange expression, he looked at the white-robed young man who was squatting on the floor and leaning against the wall. The white-robed young man raged. "This old man has been running around for so long, working myself to death to trick old man Fan here. I have been standing here for half a day and you don't even allow me to rest? Did I King P or shit here? Why do you care if I am standing or squatting? If you look at me again, I will give you a monkey-picking peach. Do you believe me? Are you afraid?" With the isolation of heaven and earth, no one could hear the conversation outside, But inside the room Cui Dong still shouted, "Cui Dong Shan." The white-robed young man with a mole on his forehead swayed his sleeves. He did not walk into the imperial study, but just walked away, leaving behind a sentence. "I have good news, the Great Wall of Sword Qi can last for 2 to 3 years longer than expected." Cui Dong Shan went to the imitation Baek Okekyung building and went up alone. On the rooftop Cui Dong Shan looked through the window, and looked at the sky outside, reminiscing about the time when he was young and locked up in the loft to study. Who would have thought that he would still be a young man with white hair? K, the youth who does not know the taste of worry. K, the old crane's cry, all noise is useless. Young but not showing off. Since ancient times, it has been sad. One continent was like that, several continents were like that, the world on the mountain was like that. Cui Dong Shan slapped his face. "In such a situation, cry for me." He rubbed his face, opened his mouth wide and whimpered, "I am fierce." After leaving Dali's capital city, on the official road, pedestrians looked sideways. A thin and weak poor child was carrying a white-robed young man on his back. The child was staggering, the young man was very happy. "641. When Pei Qian arrived at Red Candle Town, he found it strange that Xiaomi did not show up. She only cared about eating melon seeds on the mountain. Did she lose her conscience? When he arrived at Luopa Mountain, he had to take Zhou Mili to the ancestral hall for punishment. After the punishment, he would help Muan Shu sweep the courtyard. However, Pei Qian soon realized that something was wrong. In the distance, there was a commotion in the streets and alleys. Pei Qian's ears were sharp and he rushed over. When he heard it, he tightened his grip on his walking stick. He was still stubborn and did not immediately set off. After listening for a while, he tiptoed and leaped onto the roof. He looked around and finally he followed the approximate route described by the passers-by. He leaped over the roof and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the edge of Red Candle Town, there was a crescent-shaped bend in the river. There was an exquisite pleasure boat floating on it. Some poor boat girls lived there. Pei Qian stepped on the pleasure boat about 4 or 5 times. Every time the pleasure boat fell a little and suddenly rose. The boat did not shake too much. Pei Qian passed the bend and continued forward. He saw a little girl in black. She left the water and walked up the mountain alone. Along the way, she did not care if she would attract the attention of some cultivators or the mountain spirit or water monster. He had to see Xiaomi first to be at ease. A heartless little girl in black was walking leisurely in the forest, humming a tune. Pei Qian landed gently on a tree branch and did not show up immediately. He looked around and frowned. He pretended not to notice and roughly weighed it. It should not be a big problem. After all, the little monster hiding 800 feet away had a cultivation base far inferior to that kind water god. Pei Qian was originally anxious and annoyed. In the end, he saw Xiaomi strolling around and casually grabbing a bunch of emerald green leaves to stuff into her mouth. Before chewing on the leaves, she looked around and made sure there was no one around. Then she took a big bite. Pei Qian was not anxious anymore, but he was even more annoyed. According to the previous discussions, it was not a small matter. According to the passers-by, Xiaomi wandered around the area of Red Candle Town for a long time. Then she was lying by a river and doing something. She was seen by the Jade Liquid River Water God's Water Mansion's patrolling spiritual monster. He thought that she was a little water spirit that was not on the list and wanted to recruit her to work at the Jade Liquid River. Zhou Mili did not agree. After a while there was a conflict. The Water God's Water Mansion seemed to talk about the laws of Dali mountains and rivers, which scared Xiaomi. In any case, she was beaten in the end. Pei Qian knew more about the reason. According to Shanjun Wei Pai, Xiaomi was born in the Mute Lake of the North Continent. Her roots belonged to the identity of a water spirit from another continent, which was slightly different from the water in the Dali Three Rivers. Fortunately, now that she had obtained the identity of a consecrator of Luopa Mountain, the influence was almost negligible. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Therefore, Pei Qian would take Xiaomi away from Luopa Mountain when he had nothing to do and come to the Chiduan Mountain of Red Candle Town to play. However, he did not go too close to the Three Rivers. He always felt that it would be fine if Xiaomi came to the Chongdan, Xihua and Yuye rivers alone in the future. Pei Qian shook the small bamboo box on his back side and called Zhou Mili. The little girl in black turned her head and saw Pei Qian floating on the ground. She smiled from ear to ear, scratched her cheek and then turned her body slightly, trying to face Pei Qian with the cheek that was not red and swollen. With Pei Qian's eyesight, he immediately saw the bruise on the other side of Zhou Mili's cheek. While she walked so slowly back home and chewed leaves. Was it because she did not want to reveal that she was beaten here? Pei Qian did not say anything. Zhou Mili blinked her eyes. The little girl clenched one hand and began to scratch her head with the other. The little girl did not dare to frown her thin and slightly yellow eyebrows, as if she was afraid that Pei Qian would feel that she was really wronged. When they were traveling in the North Continent, that person once said that every little worry when they were young was a small grain of rice. When they were old, they would think about it and have a big bowl of rice. Pei Qian asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Mili thought for a moment. "I was playful, so I went to the river and stuck my head in the water to see if there were any fish or prawns. I didn't dare to eat them to satisfy my cravings. Then I met a big official in the Jade Juice River God Mansion. I explained for a long time before he believed that I lived in a small town in Huaihuang County. I didn't say Luapa Mountain or Mud Bottle Alley. I just made up the names of other alleys and raised some chickens and ducks. I was very clear, so the big official believed me and let me go home." Pei Qian said angrily, "Zhou Mili, why didn't you tell him my master's name when you were bullied like this? Your home is Luapa Mountain, and you are the right guardian of Luapa Mountain." The little girl in black said timidly, "I was afraid of causing trouble for him. It's not a big deal, just a small grain of rice." Now that Pei Qian was a little taller, she felt that she was a little shorter. Zhou Mili spread out her hand. It was the only handful of melon seeds left. She had brought a big bag of them before, so this was all that was left. The little girl said softly, "Pei Qian, let's go home. We can eat melon seeds while traveling." Pei Qian glared at her. Zhou Mili frowned. This time she was really going to cry. Pei Qian had been away from his hometown for so long, and now that he was finally back, he scolded her as soon as they met. This made the little girl feel really wronged. She had wandered around Chiduan Mountain and Red Candle Town so many times just to wait for Pei Qian to come home, so that he could see her first and eat melon seeds. Pei Qian rubbed little Mili's head and said softly, "Don't cry, don't cry." Then Pei Qian asked Zhou Mili to tell him in detail what had happened. The little girl in black, who didn't remember anything at all, finally understood it with great difficulty. Then Pei Qian said, "Zhou Mili, listen to me." Zhou Mili immediately puffed out her chest and stood on tiptoe. Pei Qian waved his hand, "Go home first. Run faster. Don't dawdle and don't wander around. When you go home, see old chef. If Wei Shanjun is on our mountain, tell him in private that I'm going to buy some things in Red Candle Town before going home. It's the end of the year, so I have to prepare some things. If I go back late, it means that I have too many things." Zhou Mili squatted down. "I'm not stupid. I won't listen to you today. If you want to go back, we'll go back together." Pei Qian said, "On Luopa Mountain, who's the highest official? Who recommended you to be the right guardian?" "Zhou Mili." The little girl in black squatted on the ground and pretended to be stupid. She stretched out her fingers and fiddled with the soil and dead leaves. Pei Qian squatted down and asked, "I have Master's Dharma vision. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhou Mili raised her head. "What?" Pei Qian took out the golden thread from his sleeve. "Do you see it?" Zhou Mili opened her mouth wide, then covered it with both hands and said vaguely, "It looks powerful and valuable." Pei Qian stood up. "Go back to Luopa Mountain quickly and tell old chef something. This is called passing on military information. It's a very heavy duty. Can you do it? Can you take on this responsibility?" Zhou Mili immediately stood up and said loudly, "Right guardian receives the order. Go now." Pei Qian put away the golden sword in tent, and then took out his beloved talisman from his sleeve, which he had kept for many years, and patted it on Zhou Mili's forehead. When the talisman is in front, demons and devils should avoid it. Go. Zhou Mili ran away, but before she left, she didn't forget to spread out her hands. Pei Qian laughed angrily. "Knock it on the way." Pei Qian turned around, clenched the mountain walking staff tightly, took a deep breath and went straight to the water god mansion in the distance. In Jianghu, one had to be righteous. As the god of mountains and rivers, he should protect the water and soil. What kind of ability was bullying a little Mili? The water god temple was on the other side of the river. After Pei Qian ran down the mountain, he leaped up and punched the river water. His falling body rose a few centimeters, and in the end he crossed the vast river in one step. A young man in black who opened a bookstore in Red Candle Town was sitting on the roof. When the young shopkeeper saw this scene, he smiled and said, "It's fun." He was now the righteous god of the Chongdan River, and could be considered colleagues with the Embroidery River and the Jade Liquid River. The water of the three rivers was different. The Embroidery River had a wide surface and the softest water. The Chongdan River's water flow was rapid, so the water was the strongest. The Jade Liquid River was the shortest, and the water was unpredictable. The spiritual energy of the Jade Liquid River was the most abundant. The water god was famous for being good at handling people, and she had a good relationship with all parties. The water god temple was full of incense. Without waiting for Pei Qian to enter and reason, then an old woman walked out of the ancestral temple, together with a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, who had cast a clumsy camouflage spell. The old woman had just received the news that a capable spirit in charge of tracking the little girl had hurriedly entered the water and returned, informing her of an extremely bad news. That black-clothed little girl was actually a spirit from Luopa Mountain. He seemed to be a protector. The old woman didn't take it seriously. Protector? Not to mention that Luopa Mountain that no one dared to investigate even in her own water god temple. Wouldn't the protector be at least a Jindan stage? Then how could Luopa Mountain, which could be protected by Lord Wei Shan, have a low realm? In the old Lizhu Grotto heaven, Luopa Mountain was a strange existence shrouded in clouds and mist. The young mountain master Chen Pingon was said to be a poor orphan in the Mud Bottle Alley in his early years, but his luck was too good. He first met the beloved daughter of Saint Wan Jiao, and then met Wei Pai, who was only the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain at the time of disaster. He met these two great benefactors, which led to the frightening scene of sitting on more than 10 feng shui treasured lands. But that little girl had the identity of Luopa Mountain, which was probably not fake. Outsiders only vaguely knew that Luopa Mountain seemed to not care much about the spirit, martial arts, and the realm of cultivators. With Lord Wei Shan protecting Luopa Mountain, who dared to go and investigate. There were only 5 mountain lords in a continent, and Wei Pai was now the only upper 5 realm god in the Aquarius continent. He was a family member that even His Majesty the Emperor was very close to. Not only was the Song clan's land of prosperity, even the entire territory of the Old Dali was considered the territory of the northern mountains. The male water god temple official cupped his fists and said, "I misunderstood that little girl previously, mistakenly thinking that she was a spirit that broke into the market. I thought that it was my duty, so I questioned her, and then there was a dispute. I was indeed rude. I am willing to apologize to Luopa Mountain." The old woman also smiled and said, "Just an apology is not enough. Later on, our Jade Liquid River Water God Temple will also express our gratitude. This old woman will personally come with gifts." Pei Qian clenched the mountain walking stick in her hand, not saying a word. What to do? She kept feeling that something was wrong. But she couldn't think of what was wrong. If only Master was by her side. Even if Master wasn't, little Senior was. The old woman smiled calmly. The corners of the man's mouth secretly twitched. After being punished, he would definitely have to pay out of his own pocket to buy gifts. However, this little girl in front of him had come to question him. Did she really think that the face of the Jade Liquid River Water God Temple was so worthless? What the Water God Temple was afraid of was that young mountain master who had extremely good luck, as well as Wan Xiao and Wei Pai behind the young man. Why would such a funny little martial artist in front of him want to rely on his fists and a mountain walking stick to smash our temple? It's good that he smashed it. I'll let you smash the door first. When the time comes, it'll be hard to say who will apologize. Pei Qian's eyes were sharp and she saw it. She was so angry that she could only take a deep breath. The mountain walking stick in her hand trembled slightly, and some imperceptible ripples appeared in one of her sleeves. As it was not the kind of spiritual energy that Qi refinement warriors used to circulate their divine abilities and spells, even the old woman with the highest cultivation level in the temple did not notice it. Compensate your mother's gift and apologize to your mother. A green figure with an imposing aura landed outside the Water God Temple and stood beside Pei Qian. It was Qin Lingjun, who had completely refined a Dragon King basket. Without saying a word, Qin Lingjun reached out and lifted the Dragon King basket that was personally repaired by perfected fire dragon of the North Continent. The Dragon King basket suddenly became as big as a mountain and enveloped the entire water god temple. In the world, the Dragon King basket could even capture flood dragons wantonly. The old woman in front of Qin Lingjun and the water god temple official were originally water immortals and water spirits. The old woman could still withstand the innate pressure and her body did not sway. However, the man's knees immediately went soft and he knelt on the ground. It was only because the old woman reached out and grabbed his shoulder that he did not lose his face. Qin Lingjun said, "You want to apologize, right? I'll learn from you. I'll beat you up first and then apologize to you." The old woman smiled and said, "It's naturally wrong to hit a little girl. It's just that there's a mistake. What's wrong with apologizing? Immortal Master, are you trying to use your power to bully others? Are you trying to use this immortal Dharma treasure to suppress the water god temple today?" Qin Lingjun's expression was gloomy as he nodded and said, "Yes, after I'm done with this dilapidated water god temple, I'll go to the North Continent directly. My master won't be able to scold me even if he wants to." Pei Qian suddenly said, "Qin Lingjun, I'm used to being scolded by master. Let me do it." Qin Lingjun was stunned. How could his master bear to scold this little girl? Qin Lingjun smiled and said, "Pei Qian, your current realm." Before Qin Lingjun could finish, Pei Qian slammed the mountain-traveling staff in his hand heavily on the ground. The golden threads in his sleeve that even Pei Qian could not suppress instantly spread out like a waterfall. The threads wrapped around the mountain-traveling staff. It was like a golden sword. It was supported by Pei Qian's sword. In an instant the world was filled with sword intent. Even Qin Lingjun, who had an abnormally tough physique, could not help but take a few steps back. The female sword immortal Zhou Cheng's lineage, the great sword immortal, had once said that he was unhappy and should attack. The old woman was flustered and could no longer maintain her previous calmness. She felt that it was a small matter. The little girl in front of her with a bamboo box on her back was clearly a sword cultivator. It was even very likely that she was the legendary sword immortal embryo. The old woman in the temple could no longer care about the ordinary official in the water residence. She hurriedly activated the water immortal's innate divine ability and used the ripples in her heart to inform the water god in the great river water residence. However, there was no response. This was because above the river surface above the water residence, there was a hunchbacked old man who had traveled far away on the wind. He hovered in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down into the water. He smiled and said, "You will die." Pei Qian lifted the mountain-traveling staff that was surrounded by golden sword intents, his eyes shining brightly. She said, "I remember what Master said. An apology is of the utmost importance, not the amount of compensation. This matter is wrong and the order is wrong. What is sincerity? You don't have to apologize to Luopa Mountain but to Zhou Mili." The water god of Chongdan River retracted his palm with a helpless expression. He couldn't just let the Jade Liquid River Water Temple continue to court death like this. He hurriedly rode the wind and rushed over. After seeing too much commotion, it was easy to get into trouble by just being happy. Sooner or later he would be laughed at by others. He didn't expect that just as he approached the water residence, the old man laughed and said, "Taking sides and speaking crooked logic will also die." The black-clothed water god could only descend and sit on the surface of the Jade Liquid River. A graceful woman in palace attire floated to the surface and sneered, "Luopa Mountain is using force to provoke the Jade Liquid River. I will definitely have Dali's Ministry of Rights report you." Zhou Xian took out a Dali Peace medallion, which was still a first-class medallion. He placed it at his waist and nodded with a smile. "All right. I'll give you this chance. Otherwise your Chongdanjiang colleagues will think that your auntie is bluffing." When the water god saw the genuine first-class medallion, her expression changed drastically. She was hesitating and was about to grit her teeth and lower her head before making a decision. She didn't expect a fist to arrive. She was directly sent to the depths of the Jade Liquid River. Not to mention the trembling of the golden body, the golden blood of the water god flowed out of her 7 orifices. As for the short and thin old man, his majestic fist intent exploded. It was like an immortal's ability to repel water, landing directly not far from the bottom of the water. The old man chuckled and said, "Luopa Mountain's manager Zhou Xian, Asked about the Jade Liquid River Water Temple today. Sorry for offending you. The old man took a step back and lightly stepped forward. His stooped body bent even more as he slowly said, "When I punch, only life and death are determined. There is no reason." On the river surface far away from the underwater battlefield, the water god of Chongdan River frowned with a grave expression. The martial arts master underwater was not as simple as a far-travel realm. The old man's fist intent was so powerful that it suddenly suppressed the water of the Jade Liquid River. It was actually an unimaginable suppression. After the punch, the river water shattered. The old man reached out and grabbed the neck of a woman in a palace dress. The latter's body flowed with golden blood as she fell into the surging river water. The old man glanced at the water god of Chongdan River. The latter stood up and cupped his fists. "Senior, just go to the Jade Liquid River Water Temple." The old man smiled and said, "It's not the first time I've bought books with Lord Water God. Even Luapa Mountain remembers it. I was just bluffing earlier. Lord Water God, don't bear a grudge." The water god of Chongdan River smiled bitterly and nodded. On the side of the ancestral temple, the temple attendants saw the scene from afar. The old man swam over with the wind and dragged the severely injured water god in his hand. The old woman was frightened out of her wits. She hurriedly circulated her meager divine ability and spell to cast a camouflage. She also immediately closed the door of the ancestral temple to prevent the kind men and women inside from seeing this scene. Previously, the water god ancestral temple had long been noisy. After all, anyone who was not blind could see the Dragon King basket floating in the air. The old woman deliberately did not close the door. She only stopped the devotees from leaving and deliberately let them gather at the door to watch the show. After Zhou Xian landed, he casually threw the water god beside the old woman's feet. He walked between Pei Qian and Qin Lingjun and stretched out his hands to press down on their heads. He smiled and said, "Very good." Pei Qian slapped old chef's hand away. Qin Lingjun put away the Dragon King basket that covered the sky. Zhou Xian walked forward and stepped on the head of the dying water god. He looked at the door and smiled at the old woman in the temple. "You old woman, you're ugly and evil. Why don't you continue to drag the common people to help you share the danger? Do you still want to ruin the reputation of our Luapa Mountain? It's useless." Zhou Xian increased the strength of his foot and stomped half of the water god's head into the ground. "All right, that's it. Remember to apologize. It doesn't matter if you don't come. You'll save the money for a few bowls of tea. However, you'll definitely get the immortal money of the Jade Liquid River Manor. Our Luapa Mountain is a small mountain. We're so poor that we can't even afford to eat." Zhou Xian turned his head and asked, "Do you want to feel more comfortable or do you want to leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future?" Pei Qian shook his mountain staff and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, "You'll know when your sister Xianxia returns." Pei Qian acknowledged, "Then I'll apologize and be done with it." Zhou Xian lowered his head and looked at the water god who was still willing to pretend to be dead even though she was about to die. He transmitted his voice and said with a smile, "You're really lucky to have met our Luapa Mountain. You should be secretly happy. Otherwise, forget about this ancestral temple, there might not even be a Jade Liquid River in the future. I've already imparted the life-saving method to you. Go figure it out yourself." In the end, Zhou Xian left with Pei Qian and Qin Lingjun. They walked along the river leisurely. Zhou Xian rubbed his wrist and sighed. In the end, it's not happy enough. If they were all gods of mountains and rivers with such natures, Ingot's path would be right. Fortunately, it's not all like that. Pei Qian grumbled, "Fighting and killing, what a scandal. Old chef, what did that silly Ingot say? She's quite tall, but why is her brain always so muddled?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Let's talk when we get home." Pei Qian smashed his staff on the head of the unhappy Qin Lingjun. Even if it was just a little bit of sword intent left, Qin Lingjun almost fell to the ground and twitched. Qin Lingjun swayed for a long time. In the end, he hugged his head and shouted, "Pei Qian, mama mama." Pei Qian was also stunned for a moment. He hurriedly apologized and said that the mountain staff was strange today. Seeing that Qin Lingjun was not angry, he was generous. Pei Qian laughed and said, "Qin Lingjun, you're so straightforward today. In my little account book, I've crossed out the 72 accounts of you snatching melon seeds, all of them. 72 entries. Just for the matter of eating melon seeds. Qin Lingjun grimaced. After being hit by the staff, he actually smiled. Thank you. Pei Qian jumped up and said, I'm going to find millet to eat melon seeds. Zhou Xian said, Pei Qian, don't forget. Pei Qian played with his crazy sword technique, occasionally scaring Qin Lingjun. Got it, I'll remind Qin Lingjun. Qin Lingjun said, Old chef, I plan to go to the North Continent. Zhou Xian nodded. Go early and come back early. Wan Ting returned to the Dragon Spring Sword sect from the capital of Dali. He was still devoted to the matter of sword forging. Everyone had signed a mountain oath regarding the discussion in the imperial study. Whoever leaked it would suffer the backlash of the oath. When the Dali imperial court found out, the 9 generations of that person would be executed. Wan Ting didn't care about this. He and the Dali imperial court were allies. Wan Ting still didn't care about the affairs of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The specific matters of the sect were handled by the direct disciples like Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao. He had also gradually handed over his relationships with the Dali imperial court and the other mountains. After his daughter, Wan Xiu, cultivated on Dragon Spine Mountain for a few years, she quietly left the mountain and went to the new territory of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Fortunately, they didn't fight in the end. Instead, they reached an amicable agreement with the old Zhongyue mountain deity. This made Wan Ting feel relieved. They had a territory, but no one took care of it. This was the most awkward thing about the Dragon Spring Sword sect. For a sect with the word sect in its name, the direct disciples of the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword sect were too few. Even though they had taken in 3 batches of disciples because there weren't many people in each batch, it still seemed to be declining. Therefore, when the Song clan handed over the territory of the old Zhuang dynasty to Xingyang Mountain, Wan Ting didn't feel that there was anything to complain about. He wasn't capable enough and couldn't hold on to the fat meat. If it landed in someone else's bowl, then he could only eat the pickles in his bowl. Moreover, Dali had previously given a large piece of land to the Dragon Spring Sword sect in the old Zhongyue territory, which could be considered as laying the foundation. Being close to the capital was a gesture of the young emperor, so as to prevent the imperial court officials from thinking too much and mistakenly thinking that the Dragon Spring Sword sect had already moved to the side, and that Xingyang Mountain would be the future #1 sword sect in the Aquarius continent. Of course, the Song clan would also be less suspicious of burning the bridge after crossing it. The Dali imperial court, from the previous emperor to the current emperor, from Wan Qiong's reign in the Pearl Grotto Heaven until now, had been extremely kind to Wan Ting in all aspects. The main reason was that Wan Ting himself didn't want to take in disciples indiscriminately. If one's temperament wasn't up to standard, even if one was an innate sword embryo, there would naturally be other places to take him in. It didn't matter if he went to Xingyang Mountain, which had the potential to become the next sword sect. Of the previous 12 in-name disciples, half of them had left, including the innate sword embryo. Now he had gone to Xingyang Mountain and was already a direct disciple of the ancestral hall there. It was said that he was even taken in as a last disciple by the ancestral master of a certain mountain. Of course, Wan Ting's good relations with people really opened the eyes of the young emperor Song He. Before the discussion in the imperial study, the divine grandeur sect's Qi Zhen, the ancestral master of the Wind Snow Temple, the sword cultivator of the Martial Mountain, Lu Laoqing of the True Realm sect, the 4 mountain lords including Wei Pai and Jin Qing, as well as the master of the Su clan of Qingfeng City, all got along well with Wan Ting. They even took the initiative to chat with him, or at least take the initiative to greet him and give him sufficient courtesy. He was the only one. It was true that Wan Ting was not good with words, but it was difficult to hide the character of a certain cultivator on the mountain for a long time. Those who knew Wan Ting couldn't find any fault with him, and most of them were willing to be friends with him. Those who didn't know him, as long as they mentioned Wan Ting, whether it was the former Wan Ting of the Wind Snow Temple or the current sect master Wan, would be willing to say a good word for the #1 swordsmith of the Aquarius continent. It was rare for Wan Ting to show up today, and he called all the first-generation disciples to the table for dinner. He was the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect's ancestral master Hall, Donggu. After reaching the gold core stage in his early years, he had already started his peak. But the most embarrassing thing about Donggu was that he wasn't a sword cultivator, and his background was even more difficult to talk about. At present, There was already some gossip in the imperial court of Great Li as well as some immortal mountains. Zhou Xian was originally a sword cultivator of the Wind Snow Temple. After he made a big mistake and was expelled from the sect, he found Wan Ting and cut off the thumb of his right hand that held the sword. Only then did he become Wan Ting's direct disciple. Xialing was a sword cultivator who had already nurtured a natal flying sword. Not only that, in addition to the immortal weapon given by Lu Qin, ancestor Xianxia also gave this descendant of the Peach Leaf Alley 2 treasures. One was a sword immortal relic of the northern Luzhou called Peach Leaf, which was refined by Xialing as one of his natal items. The other was a very high-grade blade strengthening gourd called Full Moon. It just so happened that the four of them each sat on a long bench. Wan Xiu was still in the territory of the old Middle Peak, so Wan Ting didn't have the chance to serve anyone. Wan Ting said, "Dong Gu, you told me before that you want to reach the nascent soul stage within 100 years, right?" Dong Gu quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks, wiped the corner of his mouth and said seriously, "Yes, master." Wan Ting said, "Then don't let other people's cultivation speed affect your state of mind and force yourself to reach the nascent soul stage in advance. Cultivation is all about your own skills. You are in the Dragon Spring Sword sect. So what if you are not a sword cultivator? So what if others laugh at you? Even if Zhou Xian and Xialing surpass you in the future, what can you do? Are you not the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect? Since when did the Dragon Spring Sword sect need to rely on fists to determine seniority? Did I not teach you that? Or did you not remember?" Wan Ting looked at Dong Gu and said, "Let's continue eating." Dong Gu immediately picked up the chopsticks. Wan Ting turned around and said, "Su Xiaoqiao Xialing, you two go to the territory of the old Middle Peak in Dali after dinner. If Xiao doesn't want to come back, it's useless to persuade her. Just let her be." Su Xiaoqiao nodded. Wan Ting suddenly said, "Remember to go to the shop in the Dragon Riding Alley and buy more pastries." Su Xiaoqiao, who was usually indifferent, showed a rare smile. Xialing couldn't hide her joy. She could finally see Sister Xiao. The two sword cultivators of the Dragon Spring Sword sect went to the small town in Huaihuang County on their swords. When they arrived outside the shop in the Dragon Riding Alley, Su Xiaoqiao picked some of every kind of pastries in the shop. He had the most peach cakes, which were 2 big oiled paper packets. The shopkeeper was Shi Rou. Seeing Su Xiaoqiao, especially Xialing, who was from an illustrious sect and family, Shi Rou couldn't help but be a little reserved. After hearing that they were buying pastries for Wan Xiu, Shi Rou didn't want to accept the money. After all, Shi Rou was very close to Miss Xiu. It was just that she hadn't seen her for many years. Xialing smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, sure, thank you. I still have to pay." Shi Rou didn't dare to be nosy. After all, with his current appearance, it was indeed inappropriate for him to fuss about it. Then the two of them went to the new territory of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Above the sea of clouds, Xialing asked with a smile, "Second senior sister, I heard that Sister Xiao has a little demon by her side?" Su Xiaoqiao nodded. Xialing didn't ask any more. In the thick snow of the mountains, the two of them walked down the mountain road. A little girl holding an oil paper umbrella flew out and rolled on the ground. Her body was covered in snow as she rolled down. The young woman behind her followed slowly. After the little girl got up, she used the oil paper umbrella in her hand as an iron hammer and muttered, "Old Lord swings the hammer, adding charcoal to the chaos. Io. Master Rain and Uncle Wind are helping. God of Thunder and Mother of Lightning are helping. Crackle." The young woman said, "The sword forging formula isn't memorized like this." The little girl stopped swinging the hammer in her hand and looked up at the distant mountain. She lowered her voice and asked, "Sister Xiao, that's a mountain god. He used to be a mountain lord of our Dali dynasty. Even his fart is like thunder. He can blow a little guy like me to death. Why is he still so polite when he sees you? It doesn't look like he's being polite. He's afraid of Sister Xiao." Wan Xiu said, "You're so smart. You know the answer. Why are you still asking? Talk more and you'll get hungry easily." The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Sister Xiao, then aren't you smarter than me?" Wan Xiu shook her head and said, "I don't like to think. I'm a little stupid." The little girl pretended to be afraid and said, "Sister Xiao, you get hungry so easily. Won't you be starving? Just eat me." Wan Xiu nodded and said, "I will." The little girl ran to Wan Xiu's side. This time she was really scared. She tugged at Wan Xiu's sleeve and said softly, "Sister Xiu, don't eat me." Wan Xiu didn't want to talk. The little girl held the oil paper umbrella and said, "Sister Xiu, be careful. I'll tell on you." In the end, the little girl was slapped lightly by Wan Xiu and spun dozens of times. She fell heavily into the snow in the distance and rolled all the way, breaking countless withered trees and branches. However, the little girl quickly ran back to Wan Xiu's side. She didn't take it seriously at all. She was probably used to it. When they got close to the foot of the mountain, the little girl quickly hid behind Wan Xiu. Su Xiaoqiao and Xia Ling floated down and sheathed their swords. The way they sheathed their swords was completely different from the way they did it. One of them was clean and neat while the other was elegant and casual. One of them respectfully called her senior sister. The other smiled and called her sister Xiu Xiu. Wan Xiu nodded and said, "You're here." The little girl peeked her head out from behind Wan Xiu. She found it strange that there were two sword immortals in one go. They didn't look like a celestial couple. That young man who looked like a spoiled brat obviously liked Sister Xiu. Did he call her Sister Xiu Xiu just now? The little girl felt that this little sword immortal was pitiful. Su Xiaoqiao took off the package and handed it to Wan Xiu. He smiled and said, "Pastries from the shop." Wan Xiu smiled and took the package. After weighing it for a while, she became even happier. The little girl cursed in her heart. Look, it's not even as good as a package of pastries to make Sister Xiu happy. She really wanted to knock this young man out with a stick and drag him back to the cave to be her future husband. She would raise him first. Good looks could really be eaten. As for the so-called cave, she would be the only one left. Wan Xiu carefully took out a piece of peach blossom cake and put it in her mouth. She was instantly full of smiles. Then she picked up a piece of pastry and gave it to the little girl. The little girl swallowed it in one bite. She didn't know how it tasted. Wan Xiu asked, "Did you pay?" Su Xiaoqiao said, "Yes." Wan Xiu nodded but said, "I don't need to pay to go there." Su Xiaoqiao was speechless. Xia Ling's feelings were even more complicated. Su Xiaoqiao said, "Master asked me to ask senior sister if you want to go back." Wan Xiu said, "Of course, why not? I still want to listen to Xiaomi's stories. We haven't seen each other for so long. Xiaomi can make up a lot of stories again." Su Xiaoqiao felt that Wan Xiu's reason was the most reasonable. In a bookstore in a county of a vassal state of the old Zhuang dynasty, the bookseller was a young woman with ordinary looks. Her name was Xian. She had an excellent figure. Even if her face wasn't outstanding enough, many wastrels would still hang around the bookstore. However, no one took advantage of her. At most, they would talk nonsense. The young woman didn't speak much. She turned a deaf ear to this. There were also young scholars who came from well-off families but couldn't be considered as aristocrats. They came to buy books with ulterior motives. At dusk today, Xian sat behind the counter and was flipping through a book. She looked at the sky and was about to get up to close the bookstore and go back to her residence to rest. It wasn't far. It was only 2 alleys away. She had just put down the book when she saw a young man with a sword on his back standing outside the bookstore. Even if he didn't care about his appearance, it was still difficult to hide his handsome face. He was handsome and elegant like a pine tree. She said softly, "Sir, I'm sorry. My shop is about to close." He stood outside the door as if he didn't dare to take a step forward. His lips trembled as he tried to calm his tone. "I was just passing by and wanted to buy some books. I didn't mean to look for you." Xian sighed in her heart. "You don't believe such a lame excuse. How can you fool others?" However, Xian didn't say much. She sat back in her chair and picked up the book. She said softly, "If you really want to buy books, you can choose them yourself. We can close later." The young man still didn't cross the door. Xian just lowered her head and flipped through the book. With the help of the afterglow of the setting sun, she didn't find it difficult to do so even though her current realm wasn't worth mentioning. He plucked up his courage and said with a trembling voice, "Come with me to the Wind Thunder Garden? What do you say, Sujia?" Even if she didn't use that little trick, even if she really changed her appearance, he would still be able to recognize her at a glance. Even if the river of time flowed backward and she suddenly turned into a little girl or a white-haired old woman, Lu Bachia wouldn't miss her in a sea of people. However, how could he say those words? What right did he have to say them? Xian raised her head and frowned. Although I'm no longer a direct disciple of the ancestral Master Hall, my name is still on the register of Xingyang Mountain's outer sect. It's clear and obvious. Sir Lu, why do you say that? Xian paused for a moment. However, I'm now considered to have left the mountain to gain experience. Sir Lu, please don't call me Su Jia. Lu Baqiao only felt that his heart and intestines were twisted together. Even though he was already a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aurus core realm, he still felt suffocated at this moment. He even wanted to bend down to catch his breath. Lu Baqiao asked, "What's your name now?" Xian was annoyed. "Sir Lu, what does it have to do with you?" Lu Baqiao lowered his head and whispered, "I like you. I've been looking for you for many years." The female shopkeeper of the bookstore Xian, or rather Xingyang Mountain Su Jia, stood up and said, "Sir Lu, I beg you. Can you leave me some peace and quiet? I used up the last of my savings to settle down here. It wasn't easy. Sir Lu, I'm different from you. It was like that in the past and even more so now. Moreover, I've never liked you. Sir Lu, ask yourself honestly, how many times have we met and spoken to each other?" Lu Baqiao raised his head and smiled sadly. "We've never spoken to each other before. We've only spoken today." Su Jia softened her tone. "Sir Lu, you should know that I don't like you, right?" Lu Baqiao nodded. Su Jia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sir Lu likes Su Jia because it's the genius sword cultivator Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. Should Su Jia be grateful to you? Lu Baqiao shook his head. "There's no such logic in this world. It's right that you don't like me." Su Jia closed the book and gently placed it on the table. She said, "Sir Lu, if you feel guilty because senior brother defeated me in the sword debate, then I can sincerely tell you that there's no need for that. I don't hate your senior brother Huang He. On the contrary, when I fought him in the sword debate, I knew that Huang He was far superior to me in terms of sword mastery and cultivation base. A loss is a loss. Furthermore, if young Master Lu thinks that I've fallen to such a state after being expelled from the Ancestral Master Hall after being defeated, young Master Lu will have misunderstood me even more." Su Jia's eyes were clear. "I've been cultivating on the mountain since I was young. I don't have any memories of the lower part of the mountain. Therefore, ever since I can remember, I've treated Xingyang Mountain as my only home." Lu Baqiao said softly, "As long as Miss Su continues to open the shop here, I'll leave. I promise I won't bother Miss Su again." Su Jia laughed angrily. "I've already told you. I've already spent all my savings to open a bookstore and buy a small house here. Even if I want to move, where can I move to? I only hope that Sir Lu will keep your promise." Lu Baqiao nodded. "I will." In the end, Lu Baqiao still didn't step over the threshold. He only asked, "Can I sit here for a while? Just for a while?" Su Jia was helpless. That Lu Baqiao really did sit on the threshold. When the afterglow elongated his shadow on the street, Lu Baqiao finally got up and left. Xianxia was indeed a farmer. There were many good farmers. What was wrong with liking such a woman? Inside the bookstore, Su Jia shook her head. She only thought that such a baffling matter should end here. The fact that Lu Baqiao liked her was actually not a secret between Xingyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden. However, Su Jia really didn't like him. Su Jia closed the bookstore's door and walked to the small house. After that sword-seeking incident, Su Jia lost everything. A sword peak, her status as a direct disciple of the Ancestral Hall, and the blade-strengthening gourd that her master gave her. As a result, she was now covered in mud and could only hide in the marketplace. Before this, it wasn't that there weren't any bumps. It was just that she had dealt with all those big and small troubles with great difficulty. Now she was here. As she said, she didn't hate Xingyang Mountain. She even felt guilt that she couldn't let go of. What she couldn't let go of were some people and some words. However, Su Jia had an indescribable fear towards Li Tuanjing's last disciple, the current owner of Wind Thunder Garden, Huang He. It often woke her up from nightmares. She couldn't understand and couldn't let go of it. Back then, Huang He was on the fairy platform of the Wind Snow Temple where the 3 sword-seeking matches were held. The man carried a sword case full of small swords, but they weren't natal flying swords. It was unimaginable that he could split his attention to control the swords. One sword pierced through Su Jia's hand that was holding the sword. Another time, it cut the red string of the blade-strengthening gourd that was tied to her waist. Finally, 2 flying swords nailed into her wrists. After Su Jia fainted, the last scene before she closed her eyes was Huang He stepping on the blade's strengthening gourd and gently twisting it. The mountain-like man seemed to be a powerful and invincible existence, but he was ruthless and cold-blooded. Even when she saw Lu Baqiao today, Su Jia's heart still trembled. She couldn't help but think of Huang He and that nightmare, the main culprit. Su Jia walked in the secluded alley. She reached out a hand and wrapped it around her shoulder as if she wanted to warm herself. As she walked, Su Jia's face turned pale. She leaned against the wall and raised her hand to rub the space between her eyebrows. After a long time, Su Jia raised the back of her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead and went to the small house. Su Jia arrived at the end of the alley. After opening the door, she was stunned. Then her face was filled with tears. The other party looked like a woman. However, just like how Lu Baqiao could recognize Su Jia at a glance, Su Jia could also recognize the woman in front of her. It was her master who brought her up the mountain for cultivation. However, for some reason, it was not recorded in the Hall of Ancestral Masters records. Su Jia had long been under the tutelage of a patriarch of Xingyang Mountain and became a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. As for her master, there was still no record of any disciples under her. Her master's seniority was not low. However, she was never well known in Xingyang Mountain. In the past, whenever there was a meeting in the Hall of Ancestral Masters, her master almost never showed up. The chair at the very back was always empty. Because her master liked to travel the mountain, she would often leave for decades. The woman removed the camouflage spell. She was the female cultivator from Xingyang Mountain who went to Dali's imperial study to participate in the meeting. She was sitting at the back of the seat and no one paid attention to her. She looked young and wasn't very beautiful. She walked to the side of the teary-eyed Su Jia and reached out her hand to touch Su Jia's head. She smiled gently and said, "Silly disciple. Master has only left Xingyang Mountain and traveled for a few years and you've become like this. Why, without Master by your side, have you always been that little girl who doesn't even dare to walk at night? If I had known, I wouldn't have sent you to Ascension Peak back then." Su Jia smiled until her limpid eyes narrowed into crescents. It was as if with her master by her side, she could really be fearless and become that carefree little girl back then. The woman retracted her hand. There was a red string tied around her wrist. The woman stood for a moment before she got up and left. She did not say that she would bring Su Jia back to Xingyang Mountain and restore her status as a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. She also did not mention the future ownership of the blade's strengthening gourd. However, Su Jia felt that the peaceful days were not as unbearable as she imagined. Although she had many regrets in her heart, she was at peace as she guarded that bookstore every day and earned silver and copper coins. Of course, that was apart from that nightmare. After the woman left, she became an ordinary woman in plain clothes. Not long after the woman left, there was a knock on the door. Su Jia quickly ran to open the door, mistakenly thinking that her master had returned. Then Su Jia staggered back, her body swaying. With her sword heart destroyed, Su Jia, who had fallen to the lower 5 realms, could not even compare to that ordinary woman. The man stood outside the door with a cold expression. He said slowly, "Su Jia, you should know very well that Lu Baqiao will definitely secretly come to see you in the future. He's just hiding it from you. Now you have 2 choices. Either you scram back to Xingyang Mountain and struggle at death's door, or you find a man to marry and obediently take care of your husband and children. If after this, Lu Baqiao still doesn't give up on you and delays his sword practice, then I'll make him give up completely." Su Jia bit her lips so hard that blood seeped out. He could not say a word. This person was the owner of the Wind Thunder Garden, Huang He, who had broken out of seclusion some time ago. If it was not for the Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin, Huang He would be the #1 sword genius in the Aquarius continent. After saying that, Huang He left on his sword. If Lu Baqiao was not someone his master thought highly of, Huang He would not even bother with such a boring love affair. If it was not for the fact that the Wind Thunder Garden needed another person to shoulder the burden when something happened to Huang He would not even care about Lu Baqiao. Both of them were sword cultivators, but their great daos were too different. Now that Huang He had successfully broken out of seclusion, he would have to wait for the Wind Thunder Garden of a certain patriarch sword cultivator of Xingyang Mountain. He followed Lu Baqiao all the way here. There were a few times when Huang He resisted the urge to attack. Every time he wanted to knock Lu Baqiao unconscious and drag him back to the Wind Thunder Garden. He wanted to make this talented person cultivate in seclusion for 100 years. Su Jia went to close the door absent-mindedly. He leaned against the door and sat on the ground, sobbing. What should I do with this haunting Huang He? Su Jia's master, the woman, had just walked out of the county's city gate. She looked up at the sky and continued on her way. She was not going to Xingyang Mountain but to find the next disciple. As for the Wind Thunder Garden, it would stop here for the next few hundred years. Senior and junior brothers would become sworn enemies. Whether it was Huang He or Lu Baqiao, they would at most become the next Li Tuanjing. What was interesting was not that Su Jia did not like Lu Baqiao and would not like him in the future. Instead, it was that Su Jia herself did not know that she already liked Huang He. It would be better if Lu Baqiao and Huang He were both half dead. As for the woman from Xingyang Mountain who was killed by Li Tuanjing hundreds of years ago, she was also a disciple of this woman who walked on foot. Like Su Jia, she was an anonymous disciple. There were also some women who were not her disciples, but they were related to her. She might have done some small things that had nothing to do with her master. For example, how did Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple meet He Xiaoyang, whom he liked? There were also some old stories about the Zhuing dynasty in the early years. Unknowingly, she had played with the destiny of a continent's swordsmanship for 1,000 years. She did not dare to say all of it, but she had at least half of it. Apart from that, she had been to the Tongye continent and left a prophecy in the Fuyo sect. She shook her sleeves and raised her wrist slightly. She looked down and smiled. Then she retracted her gaze and walked forward slowly. Many of the so-called smart people on the mountain peak were also good at scheming. However, such scheming was only scheming after all. It was easy to break. Once it was broken, it would be gone. However, there was only one thread in the world. Once it was formed, it would be difficult for a sword immortal to break it. Even if it seemed to be broken, it would still be entangled for a lifetime. Unless there was a person who was good at scheming and meticulous, only then would he be able to face this deadlock and feel slightly better. Once the thread was pulled, it was not a sword immortal who attacked. In fact, no one would die. However, it would be better to die than to live. She never underestimated her enemies. Therefore, those who cared about her would have to bury more threads. The infatuated people in the world liked to be sad. They would find joy in pain. If they were not sad, how could they be considered infatuated? Her thoughts drifted away. It was a pity that she had not seen her senior apprentice brother for many years. Last time they were very close. Could even be considered as brushing past each other. It could not be helped. As long as senior brother wanted to avoid her, she would be blind. She might not even recognize him even if he was close. She heard that the last time he appeared was near the Tongye Continent's Taoist temple. There was one bad thing about senior brother. He would borrow her wrist to seduce her and did not like to return it. The woman suddenly mocked herself. Don't tell me he has already noticed? The woman shook her head and smiled. That's impossible. He's still so young. Why would he care about the small Xingyang mountain? A sloppy young man with a hunchback went to the small town's tavern to touch the small hands. After a few teasing words, he strolled to the street where the Yang family's shop was. The young man, Lingshan, who was both a shop assistant and old Yang's disciple, was sitting behind the counter. He was wading in the water to refine his soul. His mind was immersed in it and he was silent. He was half asleep. Su Dian, who was even more diligent in cultivation than junior brother Lingshan, was not practicing with that strange method today. Instead, he sat at the door and basked in the sun. When he saw senior brother Zheng Dafeng walking over, Su Dian stood up. Zheng Dafeng waved his hand. Little Su, you've become more beautiful. If you continue to be so beautiful, I'll feel even more uncomfortable when I think about how I'll have to get married in the future. As he approached Su Dian, Zheng Dafeng beat his chest in pain. Su Dian asked, Senior brother, are you looking for master? Zheng Dafeng said helplessly, I'm not looking for master. It's just that it's so cold on the mountain. I can't even warm my blanket when I sleep. I'll freeze to death. I'm just going down the mountain to stretch my legs. Jing Lass, you're really too much. You're just a few steps away from senior brother, but you've never thought of visiting senior brother. Senior brother has such a big house. Isn't Su Lass, who's as thin as a willow branch, living there? Su Dian shook his head. I don't dare to spend the night there. I'm afraid there will be rats running around the walls. Zheng Dafeng said seriously, Little Su, it's not that I'm nagging you because of my seniority. As someone who practices martial arts, you have to train your courage. How can you be so timid? Let's go and stay at my place tonight to train your courage. Su Dian said helplessly, Senior brother, if you have something to say, please say it. If he did not know that this senior brother of his only knew how to talk and not do anything, Su Dian would have already fallen out with him. Xing Dafeng put his hands behind his back. He saw a small stool and wanted to sit down. It should be warmer. In the end, Su Dian picked him up with the tip of his foot. Xing Dafeng stepped over the threshold and saw the stone spirit mountain. He shook his head and said, It's said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. You brat, you can't even keep an eye on your senior sister. Just you wait, you'll be sad in the future. Which Jianghu novel doesn't write about a senior sister or junior sister wandering the Jianghu and being tricked by a handsome and rich young hero? Xianxia, wake up. Your senior sister is getting married. Xianxia was fuming. He interrupted his cultivation and glared at Xing Dafeng. Xing Dafeng, stop fanning the flames here. Xing Dafeng rolled his eyes. You don't even know how to scold people. What do you know? Xianxia was about to speak. He did not expect senior sister to say, Senior brother, you said before that if I want to break through the bottleneck of the 4th realm or reach the 5th realm, I should choose an ancient battlefield. Do you know what to do? I want to go out for a while. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Xing Dafeng glanced at the youth. Senior brother didn't eat enough before leaving the mountain. If you don't go to the toilet, you won't be able to eat anything. Xianxia was sad and indignant. The two of them almost couldn't resist the urge to spar with Xing Dafeng. However, when he saw Xing Dafeng's hunchback, Xianxia felt a little sad and let it go. Xing Dafeng smiled and turned to Su Dian. There is a limit. However, for such a big matter, master has his own plans. It's not up to me to worry. Su Dian asked, Senior brother, do you also think that I can leave my hometown alone now? Xing Dafeng shook his head. It's better to bring a burden along. At least you can look after each other. Your realms are still too low and your brains aren't too bright. The dangers of the outside world are not in your realms but in your hearts. Xianxia is still okay. He's usually soft-hearted and can be ruthless at crucial moments. However, you're usually hard-hearted. That's troublesome. Su Dian, when you two go out, you can tell the outside world that Xianxia is your son so that those shameless bachelors won't bother you. Senior brother is on the mountain. When I think about this, my heart aches so much that I can't sleep. Su Dian did not know what to say. The stone spirit mountain was struck by lightning. Xing Dafeng looked at the bamboo curtain and turned to leave the Yang family's shop. Xing Dafeng went to the memorial archway where the 4 plaques were no longer mysterious. He walked around. After all, the plaques were still there. The 4 sayings were all very interesting. Xing Dafeng went to the iron lock well. It was now a private area on a mountain. He spent a lot of money to buy it but did not get any benefits. There was a hole in his brain. That big blockhead Jiang Yun had a lot of opportunities. When he thought of the Jiang family of Yunlin, Xing Dafeng grimaced. Seeing that there was no one around, he touched his pants. I've let you down. I studied hard and learned all kinds of martial arts. I didn't expect that even though I had a body of martial arts, there was no thief to kill. Xing Dafeng left the town and went to the immortal tomb. There was no such name now. Dolly had intentionally or unintentionally diluted this old saying. Now the dilapidated statues had been fixed up. They were repaired and remodeled. The Dolly Imperial Court had put in a lot of effort. As for the brand new martial temple, he did not go there. There was nothing to talk about. He could not see anything from staring at each other. Then he took a detour and went to the waterfall at the junction of the Tiefu River and the Dragon Whisker River. He squatted there and threw stones. What a good way to say it was like duckweed entering the water. Xing Dafeng changed to a place where the water was deep and slow. He stared at the water and muttered to himself, there is such a handsome man in the world. The more I look at him, the more I want to beat him up. Finally, Xing Dafeng passed by Ruan Tong's earliest sword shop. He walked to the stone arch bridge. The covered bridge had long been removed and the old stone bridge was restored. Xing Dafeng sat alone on the stone bridge. He turned his head and looked at the north of the town. There was the old porcelain mountain and the many dragon kills nearby. Xing Dafeng retracted his gaze. 3,000 years ago, the sword immortal who rose quickly and disappeared quickly. He did not know what went wrong. After he suddenly became famous, he specialized in killing dragons. He killed until the sky turned dark. It was said that he wanted to be the first sword immortal to break through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm. The most proud scholar in the Central Divine Continent was not a sword immortal. He was really just a scholar. Otherwise, the entire structure of the vast expanse world might change as well. But regarding this secret, the old man who definitely knew the answer did not give an explanation. In the early years, Jing Dafeng went in a roundabout way to beg Li Er, hoping that his senior brother would ask. Li Er agreed, but later there was no follow-up. It could not be helped. It was still okay now. In any case, he could endure a few words of scolding. In the past, the old man was willing to talk to him. As long as it was close to 10 words, it would make Jing Dafeng feel like he was celebrating the new year. Therefore, Jing Dafeng only knew that the last true dragon in the world did not try to go to the secret forbidden areas of the sea with a long history. Instead, it went ashore from the old dragon city and crashed out an underground dragon path. In the end, it died in Dali. Its purpose was to seek protection. It tried to let an ancient existence reopen the ascension platform and escape to an unknown place that the sages could not find. But that old man did not let it do as it wished. He chose to watch from the sidelines. In the end, it created one of the 36 small grotto heavens, Lizhu Grotto Heaven. The 4 sages of the 3 sects and 1 family set the rules and built the 4 hanging plaques. The local people of Lizhu Grotto Heaven jokingly called the Crab Square. The Song clan built another covered bridge on top of the original arch bridge. The purpose was to let Dali have a long and prosperous history and compete for the power of the world. Before Song Zhangqiang left with Song Jisun and the maidservant GQ, he specifically asked Prince Song Jisun to go to the steps of the covered bridge to offer incense. The people who offered the incense were the descendants of the Song clan who had died tragically. The old supervisor, Song Yuzhong, was personally in charge of this matter. It was equivalent to knowing the bloody inside story of the Song clan. In the end, the empress, who was more powerful than anyone else in giving birth to sons, ordered Wang Yifu, the retainer of the fallen general of the Lu family, to chop off Song Yuzhong's head, put it in a box and send it to the capital of Dali. After Song Yuzhong was killed, he became the mountain god of Luopa Mountain as a heroic spirit. It was hard to say whether it was Emperor Dali's compensation for this meritorious minister or another form of punishment. After all, Song Yuzhong had touched the old emperor's bottom line in one thing. That was, he dared to have feelings for Song Jisun. And Song Jisun did indeed have mixed feelings for Song Yuzhong. As the illegitimate son of the supervisor, Song Jisun, who had lived a carefree life in Mud Bottle Alley, did indeed regard Song Yuzhong as his biological father in those leisurely years. Deep in his heart he was both resentful and admiring. For some reason he thought of the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City. Actually, Jing Dafeng missed it a little. Humans, when it came to serious good things, they often didn't think much about it. The past was the past. Instead, it was the sad things that weren't all bad things that they couldn't forget. Jing Dafeng leaned back and used his hands as a pillow. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Is it so difficult to not think of yourself as a superior person and not treat others as fools? The world is strange." Wan Xiu returned to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. She had an appointment with Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to meet at the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. Today the 3 of them sat at the entrance of the shop to bask in the sun. Wan Xiu realized that Mili seemed to be avoiding her. She wasn't as fluent as before when she told the story of the North Continent. Wan Xiu looked again and roughly understood the situation. Anyway, it was related to the Jade Liquid River God residence. Wan Xiu wasn't curious about the specifics and couldn't be bothered to ask. Since Mili didn't want to say it herself, why would she make things difficult for a little girl? Wan Xiu just ate the peach blossom cake. She didn't need to spend money. To be honest, she was the first acting shopkeeper of the 2 shops. Pei Qian said, "Sister Xiu, I went on a long trip this time. I traveled a long way." Wan Xiu smiled and said, "That's amazing." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "Amazing, amazing. Even I have to admire myself." Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Sister Xiu, did you travel a long way too?" Wan Xiu thought for a moment and said casually, "The sky and the earth, the lakes and the seas, the mountains and the ancient abyss. There's nowhere I can't go." Wherever the sun shines, there are footprints. Wherever the light of the fire shines, it's the territory. Zhou Mili hurriedly raised her 2 palms. They didn't fit, but they were very fast. Wow, Sister Xiaoxiao, you're the best. Sister Xiaoxiao, you must have changed your shoes a lot. Wan Xiao smiled. It's all right. Zhou Mili racked her brains to finish the story and went to the straw shop next door to chat with Zhu. Pei Qian told her not to talk about what happened in Red Candle Town. Zhou Mili had actually forgotten about it, but after Pei Qian said that, she talked about it in her sleep. She was so worried that she couldn't eat well recently. Even eating melon seeds couldn't fill her stomach. So when she saw Sister Xiao today, she felt awkward. Wan Xiao stood up and said, "Let's go." Pei Qian also stood up. "Sister Xiaoxiao, don't go to the Jade Liquid River." Wan Xiao smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. "Liking you and liking little Mili's story is one thing. How to be a person is up to me." The next moment, Pei Qian stomped his feet anxiously and scratched his head. What should he do? Fortunately, Zhu Lian came and said to Pei Qian, "It's okay." Pei Qian smiled. "Old chef, why are you addicted to appearing and disappearing mysteriously?" Zhu Lian walked into the shop. Pei Qian followed behind and said with a smile, "We're family, 20% off." Zhu Lian said with a smile, "I actually know how to make some pastries. Among them, the golden ball of jujube paste cake is a little famous. I figured it out." Pei Qian said doubtfully, "Is it the jujube paste cake that was extremely expensive in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom?" Zhu Lian put his hands behind his back and looked at the various pastries in the shop. He nodded. "You didn't expect it, right?" Pei Qian praised, "Old chef, you really have the life of a chef. It's a pity that you don't look good. Otherwise, even if you're old, you still can't be a bachelor." Zhu Lian nodded. Shi Rou had a strange expression. Wan Xiao traveled to the Jade Liquid River with the wind. After hesitating for a while, she unwillingly used a camouflage. As soon as she entered the Jade Liquid River, the river water instantly boiled as if the sun had fallen to the bottom of the river and was being cooked by fire. The heavenly might was vast and mighty. Wan Xiao walked into the main hall of the water residence. The water goddess who had been repairing her golden body by relying on the water was already kneeling on the ground. She did not even know the reason why she could not control herself when she saw this woman and only wanted to die quickly. Wan Xiao walked past the so-called water goddess who was kneeling on the ground and trembling all over. She stepped up the stairs and turned to sit on the main seat of the main hall. Her posture was slightly tilted as she supported her chin with one hand and stared into the distance. "6:42. When Zhu Lian arrived at the New Year's shop, he complained that the shop had not opened for a long time. The stove had become a decoration, so he asked Pei Qian to buy some vegetables, saying that he wanted to cook a meal. Pei Qian was worried about Sister Xiao, who had gone to the Jade Liquid River. He was unwilling to move and wanted to wait for Sister Xiao to come back. He said that the straw head shop next door was open every day. They could just go there for a meal. Sister Jiao Er's cooking was still good. The entire Dragon Rider Alley could smell the fragrance of food. Zhu Lian did not agree, saying that each shop had its own feng shui. They could freeload off the food, but they could not bring back the feng shui. Where would the feng shui come from? It was nothing more than food in daily life. There would be smoke from the kitchen chimneys and there would be bedding to dry under the sun. It would be best if there was some sound of studying. Just the sound of an abacus would not do. Pei Qian had no choice. Old chef had a lot of rules and was particular about strange things. He couldn't argue with him. Pei Qian had to take the right guardian, Xiao Mili, and planned to go to a shop not far away to buy some game and vegetables. Shi Rou was ashamed and afraid. She always felt that Zhu Lian was beating her, despising her for being neither human nor ghost. She couldn't help Luo Pa Mountain make a lot of money and also ruin the shop's feng shui. Shi Rou secretly took out her private money and gave it to Pei Qian. At that time, Pei Qian said that it was more appropriate to record it on the shop's account. Before Shi Rou could take back the money bag, Pei Qian put the bag of copper coins into his sleeve. He stomped his feet and complained, "Sister Shi Rou, you are really treating me like an outsider. Don't do it again." Then he took Zhou Mili and roared away, disappearing in an instant. The small town had now become the county seat of Huaihuang County. There were many shops in the streets and alleys, and many shops had begun to sell antiques. Most of them were from Oxhorn Mountain, and Zhou Xian did not care for them. However, as long as they sold one, they could easily buy a house in the new county city with a few divine coins. In fact, the straw shop in Riding Dragon Alley was now quite famous. The items placed in the shop were not expensive, but at least they were real. It was just that they were a little expensive. Therefore, not many people bought them, but many people looked at them. This was because there was an endless stream of Dali students who came here to pay their respects to Old Porcelain Mountain and the civil and martial temples in the Immortal Tomb. They also traveled to the many immortal mountains in the west. They went to Padding Cloud Mountain and paid a visit to Linlu Academy. As for those cultivators who took the Immortal Ferry and went down the mountain at Oxhorn Mountain, they were nothing more than scholars who came here to enjoy the scenery. There were peach trees in Peach Leaf Alley, Iron Lock Well near Apricot Blossom Alley, Riding Dragon Alley's New Year shop selling pastries and preserved fruits, straw shop that seemed to sell sundries but actually had a touch of immortal chi, and the new school opened by Madame Chen at Dragontail Creek. People came and went. The small town was bustling with activity. Julien went to the kitchen. There was no water in the water tank, so he found a shoulder pole and carried 2 buckets on his shoulders. Now that he was drawing water, the iron lock well could no longer be used. It was cordoned off. The Dali Imperial Court had dug a few new wells in the town to prevent the people from having trouble drinking water. However, the aged local elders always complained that the water tasted wrong and was not as sweet as the water from the iron lock well. Life had to be lived and water had to be drunk, but it did not stop them from nagging. It was just like the old locust tree that provided shade and shade. The old people were heartbroken, but now the group of grandchildren with snot on their faces and wearing open crotch pants were also very happy and worry-free, weren't they? The shop was suddenly empty. Xianxia sat alone behind the counter. He was not used to it. She thought about what kind of food Pei Qian would buy home. Then she thought about the scene of Julien wearing an apron and cooking with a spatula in his hand. Xianxia could not help but want to laugh. She glanced at the afterglow of dusk outside the door. She also seemed to walk slowly back home. After a busy day, she went home to rest. Next door was also a straw shop under the name of Luapa Mountain. Compared to his own shop, which seemed to have a thicker and more trivial account book, it was actually much, much better. Casually selling one item was comparable to the New Year shop for many years. The blind old Taoist Jia Qing did not like to show his face in public now. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He handed the shop business to 2 disciples, the lame young man Zhao Dengao who did not smile and the clever Tianjiu. Old Taoist Jia spent half a year cultivating at the Yellow Lake Mountain, which was the latest vassal of Luapa Mountain. He did not care about the affairs of the world. Most cultivators were like this. Ordinary people spent half their lives in bed. Qi cultivators spent most of their lives cultivating quietly. They were far away from the human world and cut off from the mortal world. The so-called experience of going down the mountain was just to improve the hearts of others and their own Tao heart. According to what Julien casually said to Pei Qian in the past, cultivating in the dojo on the mountain was nothing more than using one's Tao heart to explore the heart of heaven. One could achieve something, but it was extremely difficult to achieve great success. That was why they took the initiative to walk into the mortal world. According to Julien, the immortals on the mountain who were far away from the human world and were used to the mountain wind and pine nuts falling from the sky had a temperament like this. They did not know. If one only talked about the size of one's fist, the level of one's realm and the long-term path of one's heart, one's hundreds of years on the mountain might not be as far as the short lives of ordinary people at the foot of the mountain. Whether the path of one's heart was long or not, one had to interact with more people. After all, there were few people on the mountain. Xianxia felt that these words did not make sense, but when she thought about it carefully, it made some sense. As for that young mountain chieftain of his, he was a little different. He had never been idle. Instead, he had left such a huge family business to manage and was always a hands-off shopkeeper. The amount of time he spent traveling in the outside world was far more than the amount of time he spent on cultivating and enjoying life on his own mountain. It was said that Qin Lingjun had performed great meritorious deeds for the mountain with great water luck to become his possession. Luapa Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain had exchanged money and deeds. The provincial governor's estate, the Imperial Court's Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Revenue had all recorded it down. As a result, Yellow Lake Mountain had silently become the young mountain lord's property. Shi Rou was not particularly close to old Taoist Jia, who was completely focused on the mountain. She always found him to be a little too unscrupulous. The feng shui of Yellow Lake Mountain was anything but simple. Was it something that Yu Jiaxing could covet? Before and after he became an honorary guest of Luopa Mountain, old Taoist Jia had only been two people. Before, he had been extremely polite to Shi Rou, visiting her every now and then. Even when he had nothing to talk about, he would sit there for a long time, beating around the bush to get close to her, which made even Shi Rou's head hurt. After the three of them became honorary guests, old Taoist Jia stopped coming to the shop. Shi Rou understood that he was putting on airs in front of her. He wanted her to take the initiative to sit next door and say a few words of praise, but Shi Rou refused. In the past, she had been busy worrying about everything, so she did not think too much about it. Before she knew it, she had spent so many years of peace and stability. Finally, Shi Rou had developed a lot of lingering feelings. The young hill lord was really shrewd when it came to buying mountains. He had always made a lot of money, and he was the kind of person who kept his head down and did not show off. A poor young man from Mud Bottle Alley who had never studied for a day actually did not have the slightest intention of showing off after he made a fortune. It was really rare. However, to say that the hill lord was stingy was absolutely wrong. Even on Shi Rou's side, which could not be counted as any merit, he was extremely generous. Those mountains were all bought by the young hill lord at a very low price. Not only that, there were ready-made immortal mansions in Yellow Lake Mountain, which were all handed over to the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Luopa Mountain. It was the same in Cinnabar Mountain. There was even a ready-made ferry on Oxhorn Mountain. Even the immortal shops that were built with a lot of immortal money also fell into Luopa Mountain's pocket. Zhou Lian returned with water. As soon as he arrived, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, each with a bamboo basket, also arrived. Zhou Mili helped to start the fire and puffed up her cheeks to deal with the blowtorch. Pei Qian was picking vegetables while teasing little Mili, telling her to take it easy and be careful not to blow the entire stove away. Little Mili laughed and sucked a lot of ashes into her mouth. Pei Qian held his stomach and laughed. Zhou Mili also laughed and said that she was almost full. Old chef wore an apron and used the well water to carefully clean the chopping board. He had already sharpened his kitchen knife and was ready to show off his skills. Shi Rou wanted to help but could not. Standing at the kitchen door, she seemed a little redundant. It was not good for her to leave, so she just stood at the door like a door god. In fact, Shi Rou did not feel embarrassed. Anyway, she had always been like this. She looked at the lively atmosphere in the kitchen. It was just the end of the year, but there was already a festive atmosphere. Zhou Lian cut the vegetables with his knife smoothly and pleasing to the eye. Pei Qian stood at the side and praised, "Good knife skills." "Old chef, why don't you use your knife to fight the enemy?" Zhou Lian did not raise his head and said with a smile, "Kitchen knife? If I have to carry a weapon, wouldn't it be better to travel with a sword?" Pei Qian said helplessly, "I'm curious. Old chef, you must not have been handsome when you were young. Why do you have so many flowery ideas?" Zhou Lian said, "It's because I'm not handsome that I have to be fastidious. Otherwise, if I have nothing to lose, wouldn't it be even more difficult to find a wife?" Pei Qian said, "Then did you find one?" "In that Jianghu we are too far apart in terms of seniority. You are not famous, so I don't know much about your Jianghu deeds." Zhou Lian said casually, "Jin Tuan or Jujube paste cake. Didn't you hear about it when you were in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom?" Pei Qian immediately stared and said softly, "The walls have ears. You are an old man in Jianghu. How can you be so careless? Previously, when I said something about the capital of some country, I regretted it so much. It was already wrong for you not to correct me at that time. Why are you still doing it now?" Zhou Lian nodded and said with a smile, "It makes sense. I will pay attention in the future." Pei Qian asked, "I wonder if Master Zhong and Chao Mutu dare to come back this year?" Zhou Lian shook his head and said, "It's difficult. When a scholar goes to the Hassa continent, it's similar to when a woman goes to the shops at the foot of Elk Cliff. There's plenty to see." Pei Qian asked again, "Then who will write the couplets this year?" "Master's ancestral house, Luopa Mountain, Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, Bamboo House, those houses and so many other mountains. It will take a lot to write." Zhou Lian smiled and said, "If you are too busy, Brother Dofeng and I can help." Pei Qian frowned and said, Old chef, if you help I can reluctantly agree. But can Jing Dafeng's writing be readable? I'm afraid that his writing is too evil. The mountain spirits and ghosts will be too scared to enter, but don't scare away all the fortune and fortune. Zhou Xian said, Brother Dafeng is actually very good. Other than playing chess, his writing is very good. However, Zhou Xian suddenly said, forget it. I won't let Brother Dafeng help. Pei Qian laughed. Zhou Mili, who was sitting on a small stool beside the stove, was holding the bamboo fire blower with a puzzled expression. Pei Qian sat at the side eating melon seeds and explained softly, when praising someone for being good on the inside, it's actually scolding them for being ugly. Zhou Mili looked at old chef and then at Shi Rou. She thought of Jing Dafeng's appearance and grinned. At Luopa Mountain, it seemed that only Wei Shanjuan's appearance was worthy of the mountain's scenery. Zhou Xian asked Shi Rou to cook 2 dishes. Shi Rou wanted to refuse but she did not dare. Zhou Xian gathered his apron and sat by the kitchen's threshold. Pei Qian finished eating melon seeds and began counting with his fingers. My master Wei Shanjun, the big white goose, Zhou Fei. Actually, there are many good-looking people on Luopa Mountain. Zhou Mili covered her mouth with her hand and whispered in Pei Qian's ear, the mountain's sects can make money. He said that the easiest way to make money in the world is to make money from the fairies. Pei Qian pulled Zhou Mili's ear. What are you thinking? Can my master earn this kind of money? Zhou Mili changed her words. No, absolutely not. Pei Qian let go of his hand and said with a smile, but you can make the big white goose, Wei Shanjun and Zhou Fei sell their bodies to earn this money. Maybe you can really make money. Zhou Mili hurriedly flipped through a book and copied it. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, I'll record your contribution in the account book. Zhou Xian was gloating. It's possible now. You can talk about it in the next meeting at the ancestral hall. Pei Qian sent a voice transmission and said to old chef, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I saw a jade unpolished realm sword immortal called Miyu. He looks okay but he's a little silly. Look at his state of mind, he's full of flowers. He's so fickle I'm dying of laughter. If he provokes us, Master and the big white goose haven't even made a move, that Miyu almost suffered a sword strike from eldest martial uncle. Actually, he can make up for his mistakes by coming to our Luopa Mountain to be the chief servant disciple of the outer sect. Together with the big white goose and the rest, he can make up for it by helping Luopa Mountain earn enough money and then go home. Zhou Xian nodded. Our Luopa Mountain needs a sword immortal to hold the fort, even if it's just for show. Then Zhou Xian suddenly laughed and did not explain the reason to Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Cui Dongshan was in the upper 5 realms. Brother Wei Pai was in the upper 5 realms. Lord Beiyu, worshipper Zhou Fei or Jiang Shangzhen, was in the immortal realm, the current sect master of the Jade Tablet sect. There was a jade unpolished realm sword immortal called Miyu. The 4 of them did not care about their pride anyway. None of them would feel awkward about earning money from immortals like catoptric deflection. Zhou Xian leaned back and glanced at the old spring festival couplets in the main building. They had been hanging there for a year and had silently protected the courtyard for a year. Soon they would be replaced. Zhou Xian said, the spring festival couplets are different in my hometown. There are 2 invitations. During the spring festival couplets are placed on the beams. It's the same in young master's hometown. It's just that my hometown still has an invitation. On the day before the 2nd day of the 2nd month, invite the spring festival couplets down from the beam. That is to invite the spring festival couplets down and into the furnace. That would be considered a success. According to the old saying, these spring festival couplets are another type of incense for the various deities. Then they would have to write another spring festival couplet to protect the feng shui of each household. Also, the feng shui of each household has to be pasted inside the house and not at the entrance. After the feng shui reaches the entrance, it's still not considered as entering the door. Some families have accumulated good karma from their ancestors and their family style is pure and honest, so naturally they can keep the feng shui. Pei Qian rolled his eyes. I've been wandering the pugilistic world since I was young. The world is my home. What do I know? At this point, Pei Qian whispered to Zhou Mili, actually we don't even have a place to stay. Zhou Mili nodded vigorously. It's all the same. Wandering. The word wandering is used well. It's to your liking. I'm also a pugilistic person. I also like to wander around Mute Lake. Zhou Mili raised her hands and gestured as she swam around. Pei Qian liked to chat with Zhou Mili. He was not afraid of embarrassing himself by talking about his childhood. That was because little Mili did not know the difference between glory and poverty. Pei Qian pressed down on little Mili's head and swung it around. The black-clothed girl was very cooperative. Zhu Lian said, "The punch isn't heavy." Pei Qian asked, "Is there a saying?" Zhu Lian smiled. "Do you think I was heavy on the Jade Nectar River's water goddess?" Pei Qian nodded. "Not really." Zhu Lian asked again, "Then why did you punch?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and answered, "To be reasonable. To earn money to save her." No one understood Sister Xiaoxiao, but Pei Qian did. Zhu Lian asked again, "Where's the source of the trouble?" Pei Qian answered, "As a water goddess, she's in the pugilistic world. She doesn't care about the morals of the pugilistic world at all. She's focused on befriending heroes and immortals. She does what she does, but she doesn't care at all." Zhu Lian nodded. "Very good. You can go out and roam the pugilistic world alone." Pei Qian rolled his eyes. "Without Master's permission, I won't leave the mountain." Zhou Mili nodded. "The pugilistic world outside is fierce." Then the dishes were served. It wasn't too sumptuous, but there was plenty of rice. When Pei Qian was at the table, the main seat had to be empty. Every time there was a festival, bowls and chopsticks would be placed. Today, when the four of them were eating together, just as they were about to put down their chopsticks, Wan Xiu walked from the front hall of the shop to the backyard. She stood by the door and said, "It's time to eat." Pei Qian stood up and said, "Ah, you came at the right time. Sister Xiaoxiao, let's eat together. I'll sit with you." Wan Xiu smiled. "Sure." Shi Ro hurriedly stood up, took the bowl and chopsticks and went to sit with Zhou Mili. Zhou Mili scooped a big bowl of rice for Wan Xiu. She pressed it firmly with a spoon and brought it to Wan Xiu's table. Wan Xiu patted the girl's head, sat down and picked up her chopsticks. Seeing that no one had any intention of eating, she smiled. "Let's eat." Pei Qian wanted to say something but hesitated. He glanced at the front hall of the shop. On the other side came the Jade Liquid River Water Goddess, whose golden body was unstable and whose body was thin in water fate. Wan Xiu said, "If you dislike that guy, I'll let her go back to the Jade Liquid River Manor first? Or go kneel at the entrance of Luopa Mountain?" Pei Qian shook his head vigorously. "No need, no need." Zhu Lian also smiled. Let's eat first." Ancestral Mountain, Luopa Mountain, where the ancestral hall was located, Luopa Mountain's Jisei Peak. Located in the easternmost part of the mountains, Xinzhu Mountain had never been moved because it was too small. Treasure Tree Mountain, Rainbow Cloud Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain were rented to the Dragon Spring Sword sect for 300 years. The closest to Luopa Mountain was Mt. Grey Mist in the north, Oxhorn Mountain with Immortal Fairy, Cinnabar Mountain, Chalabak and Azure Dawn Peak. The westernmost part of the mountains was the Sword Prayer Platform, and the newly acquired Yellow Lake Mountain. Luopa Mountain actually already had a total of 11 vassal mountains. Luopa Mountain, some tall trees attracted the wind. In particular, the Sioux family of Clearwind City had new grievances with Luopa Mountain, both old and new. After all, Clearwind City had drawn a clear line with Dali in the past due to their lack of understanding of the situation, selling off Cinnabar Mountain. They did not care about the price at all, so it ended up in the hands of Luopa Mountain. Before the marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the Pillar State, Clearwind City could not care less about this. However, once the situation stabilized, they began to scratch their heads. After all, a Cinnabar Mountain was not some kind of dispensable benefit. They were even more worried that Cinnabar Mountain would become a thorn in the young emperor's heart, so they wanted to take it back very much. As a result, the Sioux family had contacted the new provincial governor of the Dragon Province, Wei Li, as well as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The feudal officials of the local government and the noble officials of the central government all visited Luopa Mountain one after another. Unfortunately, they were all turned down by Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian was extremely polite to the new provincial governor of Huangting Kingdom, Wei Li, who had once been a provincial governor of Huangting Kingdom, when he took the initiative to visit Luopa Mountain. However, he was not so friendly with the official from the Ministry of Rights who had come to Luopa Mountain to discuss matters through the ritual. After all, Wei Li was only going by the book. He did not take sides with the matter of Cinnabar Mountain. Even if it was for the sake of his reputation, all he needed to do was get the provincial governor to come up the mountain. Even if the etiquette was sufficient, Wei Li still paid a personal visit. On the other hand, it was the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Rights who did not hold a high position and put on quite the airs. He was only an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, a subordinate official of a ministry. As soon as he arrived on Luopa Mountain, he said he wanted to take a look at the ancestral hall of Clarity Peak, so Zhou Xian did not give him any face. Because of this, Xing Dafeng made fun of Wei Pai for an entire month, utterly disgusting Wei Pai. In a fit of anger, Wei Pai wanted the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Rights to move his position. Did he really think the mountain lord of a province had no connections at all? However, Zhou Lian dissuaded him, saying it was a good thing to have an idiot like him as an opponent. He needed to be nurtured properly. In fact, the brave but timid foreign sword cultivator Cui Wei was at the bottleneck of the Aurus core realm. Logically speaking, Cui Wei could also challenge the Jade Liquid River. However, Zhou Lian felt that it was a pity to use such a useful talent too early. The Su family of Clear Breeze City was not enough to make Luopa Mountain flustered. In the future, when Cui Wei drew his sword, he needed to be at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, or even at the pure jade realm. He had to succeed in one strike and make his opponent die without knowing the reason. Cui Wei had already quietly returned. Of course, there was a prerequisite. Cui Wei had to truly acknowledge Luopa Mountain. As for what the little girl Yuan Bao said, what was her biggest mistake? Her mistake was that she underestimated the human heart and spirit. A true pillar of a mountain, a cornerstone in troubled times, valued life and death, but could also forget life and death. What was the right thing to do? The right thing to do was that the little girl did not know herself. If she did not treat Luopa Mountain as her own mountain, she would not have said those words and would not have thought of those things. Zhou Lian knew the human heart very well. As long as Zhou Lian was in charge of Luopa Mountain, Mountain Lord Chen Pingon could travel without worry and not be afraid of returning late. Over at the front hall of the shop, the water god of Jade Liquid River stood in place in fear and uneasiness. The water manor did apologize, but she did not personally go to Luopa Mountain. Instead, it was the second in command of the water manor who gave Luopa Mountain a treasure of the water manor. She felt that this was enough sincerity. As for the old man who said that he gave her a life-saving method, she did not take it seriously at all. Not only that, she had already written a secret memorial that could reach the hands of the Minister of Rights. There was a water monster in Luopa Mountain who came from the imperial river of Huangting country. He actually publicly took out a Dragon King basket in an attempt to suppress the Jade Liquid River temple and intimidate the people. It almost led to the tragic death of the people in the temple. The steward of Luopa Mountain, Zhou Lian, was even more rude and unreasonable when they met. He directly punched and seriously injured a river god who had meritorious service. In fact, before sending out the memorial, the water god of Chongdan River had advised her to endure for a while and calm the waves. For the water god, it was most appropriate. However, how could she listen to him? Moreover, she had never really taken a liking to her colleague from Chongdan River, who was born as a spirit and had suddenly obtained a divine position. As for some roundabout inside stories, he was even more of an outsider. Wan Xiu came from the Dragon Spring Sword sect and was the only daughter of Saint Wan Tong. However, Wan Tong was famous for following the rules. Was he really willing to wrestle with the entire Dali Mountains and Rivers law for such a thing? When an accident happened, everything made sense. When she was detained in this small town, Dragon Riding Alley, the water god of Jade Liquid River wanted to cry but had no tears. It was better to die than to live. The people at the table were like a family eating a home-cooked meal. This water god was like holding a bowl of rice, and it was an empty bowl. She did not even give the rice to eat. After eating, other than Shi Ro cleaning up the table, everyone else walked to the shop. Wan Xiu was choosing pastries. Pei Qian brought Zhou Mili to stand behind the counter and stood on a small stool together. Otherwise, Zhou Mili was too short and could not even see her brain. Zhou Lian sat on a long stool and said with a smile, "In a fight in the streets, how much pain would it be to hit someone with a punch? In a battle with that immortal who would be hit by a Dharma treasure? Actually, the logic is the same. If you really want to argue, there is no difference in the size of the logic. Madam Water God, do you understand?" The water god nodded. She pretended to understand when she didn't. Even if she understood, she didn't recognize it. However, the situation was forced. What else could she do? If Zhou Mili wasn't a disciple of Luopa Mountain, if Luopa Mountain didn't have that she to help you teach me a lesson, how would this happen? In the end, both sides were on the same side. They were using their strength to suppress others. Wan Xiu, who had her back facing everyone, frowned. Zhu Lian smiled and said, Pei Qian, bring Xiaomi to the back. Pei Qian nodded and patted Xiaomi's head. The water god immediately knelt on the ground and faced the counter. I know I'm wrong. Pei Qian scratched his head and said helplessly, why is it so difficult? Isn't it just a sincere apology? Is it that difficult? Why do you think that you have enough etiquette and superficial skills? Is everything enough? Then Pei Qian leaned on the table. I don't like this. Originally it was such a simple matter. Wouldn't it be fine if the water god residence official apologized to Xiaomi? In the end, be it the old woman or the officials, they were so scheming. It's fine if they don't admit their mistakes, but all of them have evil intentions. They're like a bunch of black seaweed scaring people. What are they doing? Zhu Lian smiled and said, You're wrong. This is really the most difficult part for us. If others see and hear this, they will think that we are unforgiving and making a mountain out of a molehill. And what makes you even angrier is that the compassion of these people is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it's the bottom line of the world. Pei Qian's head hurt when he heard this. He said unhappily, but we can't just blow up like this. If we kill a water god, how will outsiders view our Luopa mountain? You already said that outsiders will help the Jade Liquid River. Besides, I also feel that even if this water god says that she won't admit her mistake, they won't beat her to death. If Master is here, how should we deal with it? Zhu Lian thought for a moment and said, Young Master can probably help smooth out the entire Jade Liquid River water god residence from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Right and wrong, not a little more, not a little less. However, there were some things that Zhu Lian did not want to tell Pei Qian. For example, it involved the Su family of Clear Wind City Xingyang Mountain, and some other insider information. Zhou Mili, who was in a daze, had already quietly bent her knees and secretly hid her head behind the counter. I don't know anything. I'm not in the shop. None of you can see me. Zhu Lian was not in a hurry. All of this could also help Pei Qian cultivate his heart. Otherwise, Zhu Lian would have followed Miss Ruan's instructions. Just like what Pei Qian knew in his heart, the real enemy of the Jade Liquid River water god residence was actually Pei Qian's sister Xianxia. It could be to directly destroy the water god's golden body, or to refine the entire Jade Liquid River, leaving only the water god alive. Don't you like to think that small matters are not a problem? Then you can use your own reasoning to talk to the Dali Imperial Court. Changing to a more dedicated and responsible river god, for the current Dali Imperial Court, wouldn't it be simple? As for some possibilities, ordinary people would not think about it. For example, the little spirit being kidnapped and a mountain being destroyed. Anyway, as long as nothing happened, it was not reasonable. It was difficult to have the best of both worlds. Pei Qian asked tentatively, Old chef, why don't we forget about it? I don't understand. When Master returns home, I'll ask Master again. Zhu Lian smiled and nodded, looking at Wan Xiu. Wan Xiu picked up a peach blossom cake and put it in her mouth. She turned her head and said vaguely, I'm fine with anything. Wan Xiu looked at the water god who was kneeling on the ground. Why aren't you leaving? The water god left in a hurry. She hated the Su family's guardian of Clear Wind City, and hated the subordinate who caused trouble even more. As for Luopa Mountain, she did not dare to hate at all. As for that Wan Xiu, she did not even dare to think about it. Zhu Lian said to Pei Qian, the matter of cultivation is not to be unreasonable but to be more reasonable. If it is within your power, help the weak to reason clearly. This has to do with cultivation. If the realm is high enough, the fist is the reason. There is a world of difference between the two. Then Zhu Lian smiled again. Just take it slow. Everyone's good deeds may be big or small, but a good heart is just a good heart. There is no difference. Wan Xiu continued to choose the pastries and said, It's actually not that complicated. Pei Qian asked, Sister Xianxia, what do you mean? Wan Xiu said, Cultivate well. Zhu Lian was relieved. He was really afraid that this Miss Wan would say some shocking pure reason. Wan Xiu picked up a pastry and said with a smile, Fresh pastries are indeed delicious. Pei Qian was a little worried. I cultivate like a turtle crawling. Zhou Mili poked her head out and said, actually turtles swim and run ashore. They are very very fast. At the mute lake I chased them many times. Pei Qian reached out and pressed Zhou Mili's head. What's going on? Zhou Mili shook her head and suddenly thought of a small question that she often thought of but forgot. Why do people like to bully others? Zhu Lian laughed involuntarily. This question was really not easy to answer. Wan Xiu said, when people are hungry they eat everything. Zhou Mili laughed. Sister Xiu is still the best. You only like to eat pastries. Zhu Lian did not speak. Pei Qian blinked. Wan Xiu smiled. A master and a servant girl, 2 riding horses in the snowy south. Their destination was the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. But the 2 horses took many detours. They traveled through Clear Breeze City, Su family's Fox Country, and also passed through Stone Hair Country and went to Book Slip Lake. The young man sat on the horse's back and was dozing off. The servant girl's horse only dared to follow behind, and did not dare to ride side by side with the man. Song Jisun from Clay Bottle Alley had a servant girl following him. Ma Ku Xian from Apricot Blossom Alley also followed suit. He took in a servant girl and named her Xu Dian. The servant girl behind him, Xu Dian, probably would not think that the real reason why she was able to survive was because of this. On the road to the south there were no more sneak attacks, because those who were willing to stand up for her were all dead. The world of the Aquarius continent gradually stabilized from chaos. But on this road, because Ma Ku Xian did not take the immortal ferry boat and only rode on horseback, he did not like to walk on the main road. So it was inevitable that he would meet all kinds of existences. There were mountain and swamp cultivators who did not know where to go, demons and ghosts. There were also mountain and swamp cultivators who were afraid of being marked as obscene shrines. There were also mountain and swamp cultivators who would cry and shout for no reason. There were also descendants of old kings who suddenly gained power and had hopes of rising from the noble families to the rich families. They were arrogant and would always say that they were Dali. Ma Ku Xian never hesitated when killing people. He did it based on his preferences. If he did not like those with high cultivation, he would kill them. If his cultivation was low, he would also kill those who were not cultivators. If they bumped into Ma Ku Xian, he would also kill them. But Xu Dian still did not know why this heaven-blessed person with a strong killing intent was able to eat and sleep in the open. When he was in a good mood, he could chat for a long time with the mountain woodcutter and the farmer. Not long ago in the Stone Hair Country, Ma Ku Xian killed a group of rich and powerful young masters who were climbing the mountain to enjoy the snow. They saw the beautiful Xu Dian and also saw Ma Ku Xian and the servant girl who were leading the horses. They should not be immortal cultivators. They mistakenly thought that Ma Ku Xian was from a wealthy family in the Stone Hair Country. Which one of them did not come from an influential family in the capital? Thus they had crooked thoughts. The Stone Hair Country had been through a real war. It was normal for ordinary people to have a little accident when they went out. Ma Ku Xian flipped onto the horse and gave Xu Dian 2 choices. She could either take off her clothes and be humiliated by others, or she could show a bit of the demeanor of an immortal cultivator and kill the group of rich and powerful young masters. Xu Dian's face was pale, even paler than the snow. Ma Ku Xian was not very patient. He flicked his finger and hit one of the rich and powerful young masters off the cliff. His body flew like a bird, but his cry was a bit miserable. The rest of the young masters followed one by one. They climbed the mountain together and fell to their deaths together. During this time, the local god hurriedly came out to stop them and begged for mercy on behalf of the rich and powerful young masters. However, he was also slapped by Ma Ku Xian and his golden body was smashed into pieces. Some of the heaven and earth's qi came back and got close to Ma Ku Xian before it dispersed. In the end, Xu Dian's cultivation was restrained by Ma Ku Xian. Her hands were tied with ropes and she was dragged behind the horse all the way down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Ma Ku Xian removed the technique. Xu Dian was a cultivator after all. She was not badly mutilated, but she was battered and exhausted. She sat in the snow blankly. Ma Ku Xian seemed to have forgotten about this servant girl and rode away alone. Xu Dian hesitated for a long time. In the end, she still rode the horse and followed Ma Ku Xian in the snow. At that time, Ma Ku Xian only smiled and said one sentence. It is true that I killed indiscriminately. However, if I killed innocents, I was wronged. At that time Xu Dian did not know where she got the courage to cry and shout, "You killed so many people. Most of them did not deserve to die." Ma Xian smiled and said, "Those who died innocents were not as lucky as you. Not only are they alive but they can also speak so loudly." In the end Ma Xian looked up at the sky and smiled, "The heavens and earth should thank me for killing people like this." Xu Dian sat on the back of the horse dejectedly. She was mentally and physically exhausted. She sobbed and murmured, "You are a madman, a madman." Ma Xian yawned and continued to rush forward in languid. Xu Dian silently told herself that she could not die. He definitely could not die. She had to see this madman with her own eyes. People like Ma Xian would definitely be punished by the heavens. Then she realized that this madman seemed to be in a good mood. In fact, after passing by the book slip lake, Ma Xian smiled more. Ma Xuan was still in the mood to leisurely go to one of the mountain peaks as a guest. He sat in the host's seat and asked a few questions which made him even happier. The guy from Mud Bottle Alley had been here for almost 3 years. It seemed that he was not happy. Ma Xian was very happy. Ma Xian grabbed a snowball and turned around. He threw it at Xu Dian's head. She did not dare to dodge. The snowball exploded and snow flew everywhere, blocking her sight. Stretching his waist, Ma Xuan smiled. "I've never had a snowball fight with anyone in the town." "Well, that's not right. I've always been hit by snowballs for no reason. I'm happy to see them happy." When she thought of the small town and the Pearl Grotto heaven, Xu Dian felt cold all over. Everything that happened today was the result of that trip. Ma Xian waved his hand and signaled her to follow. Ma Xian said, "The Pearl Grotto heaven opens every 60 years. You guys are the last candidates. Don't you have any thoughts?" Ma Xian said, "I don't think so. I just go with the flow and never think about going ashore." Xu Dian said, "I did think about it." Ma Xian turned around and smiled. "Oh? You still have a brain?" Xu Dian said, "Since your heart is higher than the sky, what's the point of humiliating me?" Ma Xian was too lazy to answer this question. He only asked, "Do you remember the people who entered the Pearl Grotto heaven before you?" Xu Dian was silent. Ma Xuan stretched out his hands and began to grab the snowball again. Then he said to himself, "The Imperial Court of Greatly opened its doors for the last time to welcome guests. Those who arrived at the small town first and those who entered the heavenly abode of Li Pearl first were not ordinary people. Those who arrived later were also carefully selected by the late emperor of the Song clan and Xiu Hu. They are not useless. Of course, except for you. Speaking of which, you are a complete piece of trash. However, the ocean tide iron cavalry that was implicated by you was originally of some use to the Great Li." Ma Xian shook his head. "It's a pity that they met me." Xu Dian cried, "It was you who said that you should take responsibility for your own actions. You were the one who made a mistake first. You deliberately attacked me and delayed my cultivation. Even if I made a big mistake, why didn't you just kill me? Why did you kill so many people?" Ma Xian had already turned to think about his own matters. After a while he turned around and asked, "What did you say just now?" Xu Dian was silent again. Ma Xian did not care. If her Taoist heart was completely broken, it would not be fun. Ma Xian suddenly asked, "Why don't I take in a disciple who will definitely like you in the future and let him avenge you?" Xu Dian was stunned. Ma Xian was in high spirits. He felt that this seemed to be interesting. "What do you think? I promise that I will not kill him before he kills me. After that, I will not kill you. Just watch the show. I only want to remind you of one thing. Do not let him get what he wants easily. Don't make it real and fall in love with him. I don't care about this. However, if you do this, he might get tired of you and kill you to show his loyalty to me. At that time you two will die together. Are you trying to disgust me?" Xu Dian stared at this madman. Cultivators were emotionless and had few desires. But how many would be as extreme as the man in front of him? Ma Xian curled his lips. "When you have thought it through, tell me. I will definitely fulfill your wish." Ma Xian weighed the snowball in his hand and looked into the distance. The wind and snow were everywhere. The road ahead was vast and desolate. Ma Xian's thoughts drifted away. That year, when the bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley ran to the small town gate to receive the letter from Jing Dafeng, Ma Xian had also left Apricot Blossom Alley and looked at the gate from afar. The scene that Qin Pingon saw outside the gate, Ma Xian naturally saw it too. Previously, the only Upper Five Realms wild cultivator in Aquarius continent, Lu Laocheng's only direct disciple, Yunlin Jiang clan's descendant, Jiang Yun. This guy had obtained the fortune from the Iron Lock Well. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhou Xian, bought the golden carp from Li Air, and also obtained a Dragon King basket for free. Later, the Great Sui Kingdom and Dali signed an alliance, and Zhou Xian became a hostage living under their roof and studied at Cloud Mountain Deer Academy. In the future he would most likely become the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Fu Nanhua, the next city lord of Old Dragon City. Xianxia Mountain Kai Qinqian. That Xianxia Mountain was one of the few immortal mountains in Aquarius continent that cultivated Buddhism, and now it had become one of the 4 major sections. The cultivators of Xianxia Mountain had always been proficient in Buddhism and building temples. They all went down the mountain to assist Dali's officials, and rebuilt temples in various Dali vassal states. Wasn't it glorious? Xingyang Mountain. The moving mountain elder ape protected a little girl. What was her name again? Taozi? He remembered that at such a young age she looked like a mountain person. There was also the mother and son of the Su family from Qingfeng City. Later, relying on the marriage of the daughter of the first wife to the son of a concubine, they finally connected with the Yuan family of Dali through marriage and became in-laws. Now they were also the sex candidates. Minya. Zhou Xian, an attendant eunuch. Jiang Yun. Fu Nanhua Kai Qinqian. Moving mountain ape Taozi. The Su family's woman from Qingfeng City, with a child in a bright red robe. At that time the young man from Mud Bottle Alley who was earning money to deliver letters, stood at the door and a group of people stood outside. Both sides of the sect, no one would have thought that they would have so many grievances in the future. What Ma Xian regretted the most in the past was that the Clear Breeze City had been too soft. That old beast, the mountain-moving ape, was even worse. Whether it was Lu Xianyang or Qin Pingon, none of them had been able to kill him. Ma Xian sighed. Below the mountain peak there are actually people with a little bit of brains and the depth and precision of their calculations, they only lack height. This is what smart people hate the most. They can see it with their eyes open but they can't get there. If one's fate is bad, what can they do? Song Jisun of the Mud Bottle Alley, from an illegitimate son of a manufacturing supervisor who was criticized behind his back, to a descendant of the great Li Song clan. Now he's a vassal. He's just lucky, that's all. Ma Xian lightly tossed a snowball. I didn't think that I would have to work for such a lucky idiot. My fate isn't too good either. Book Lake Palace, Willow Island, where the True Realm sect's ancestral hall was located. When Jiang Shangzhen killed his way back to Tongyi continent from Aquarius continent, the entire continent was turned upside down. Not only Jade Gui sect but the entire continent's structure also changed. As for the Jade sect, 9E Peak's Peak Lord, Wei Ying, a Jade unpolished realm sword immortal, was personally sent out by Jiang Shangzhen. She went to the Calligraphy Lake True Realm sect under the Jade sect, and Wei Ying became the new sect master. Wei Ying left the continent and went north, bringing many people with him. Among them was Jiang Shangzhen's eldest son Jiang Heng. There was also a young girl Ye Er who was brought to Vast World by Jiang Shangzhen. The 6 disciples of 9E Peak were all direct disciples of Wei Ying. Among the 6, 1 was a military cultivator, 1 was a pure martial artist and 4 were sword cultivators. The 6 of them had their own disciples, making a total of 14 people. Other than 9E Peak, there were also disciples from other peaks of Jade Gui sect. They were all cultivators below 100 years old, and most of them were cultivators of the middle 5 realms below the nascent soul realm. Qi refinement warriors of the age of teenagers made up the majority, totaling 60 people. When Wei Ying led the team to Book Lake, True Realm sect's head consecrator, Lu Laocheng, happened to be in Dali's capital for a meeting. However, although Lu Laocheng was not at Book Lake, his influence had already spread throughout True Realm sect. It could even be said that every corner of Book Lake carried Lu Laocheng's strong imprint. Wei Ying arrived at True Realm sect, or more accurately Jiang Shangzhen left Book Lake. In an instant 3 peaks and 3 factions were formed. The faction of Old Book Lake led by Lu Laocheng. Li Fuyao was the first Jade Gui sect's immortal record master to leave Tongye continent. In fact, the person who followed her back then was not Jiang Shangzhen. but the Tongya sect's patriarch of discipline who betrayed Jade Gui sect with the sect's cornerstone treasure. Lu Jimao, who became a consecrator and advanced to the upper 5 realms, finally succeeded in reclaiming Verdant Gorge Island. He was very close to Li Fuyao and could be considered the pillar of this peak. Otherwise, Li Fuyao's dragon crossing the river faction would not be able to compete with Lu Laoqing and the other local tyrants. Then there was Wei Ying, the new sect master who picked up ready-made gains. When Jiang Shangzhen was at Book Lake, things were not so complicated. What was mine, and what was yours was still mine. After Wei Ying arrived at Book Lake, she did not do anything. In any case, True Realm sect had already established regulations on how to settle this group of Jade Gui sect cultivators. There were many islands and almost all of them were vassals of a sect. How could the new sect master not have any subordinates supporting her? Li Fuyao was from Jade Gui sect, so she naturally did not dare to be disrespectful to Wei Ying. However, reverence was reverence. Li Fuyao did not dare to rely on Wei Ying and rely on her. Today, Li Fuyao arrived at Verdant Gorge Island and drank tea with Lu Jimao in the newly built mansion. Li Fuyao was worried and frowned. Lu Jimao smiled. Are you that afraid of sect master Jiang? Li Fuyao and Lu Jimao's relationship was not bad, so she would not be so loyal. But when it came to important matters, she was still willing to show some sincerity. She said frankly, "How can I not be afraid? I'm scared to the bone." Lu Jimao nodded. "It's not just you and me. Lu Laoqing is actually afraid too. So let's just leave it at that. Do what you have to do. If you can survive, you should thank the gods." Li Fuyao smiled bitterly. "What else can we do?" Even though Jiang Shangzhen had established a lower sect at the Calligraphy Lake, returned to the Tongya sect and became the sect master of the Jade Medallion sect in one leap, he did not care to speak to Li Fuyao at all, nor did he give her any instructions. He acted as if Li Fuyao could do whatever she wanted. Without even saying goodbye, he returned to the Tongya continent alone. But Li Fuyao was still cautious and conscientious. She did not dare to make any small moves. She scrupulously adhered to her duties and guarded her original territory. She did not want to lose anything or fight for anything. Even though Wei Ying was publicly acknowledged as the most talented person in Jade Gui sect, the owner of Jui Peak, and the current sect master of True Realm sect, Li Fuyao still did not dare to overstep her boundaries. She could only bite the bullet and be the villain who did not know what was good for her, in charge of restricting Wei Ying and Lu Laoqing. The reason was simple. She was afraid that she would not even know how she died. Li Fuyao even felt that it would not be strange if Wei Ying died at Calligraphy Lake one day. For example, she died in seclusion, accidentally fell into the water and drowned, or choked to death while eating a bun. This was because Li Fuyao did not know what Jiang Shangzhen wanted, what he would do, or what he was after. Instead, it was Wei Ying who showed off her abilities. Some of her thoughts were traceable. On the other hand, Jiang Shangzhen was always a man who was right in front of her, yet far away. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Shangzhen was clearly far away, yet seemed to be right in front of her the next moment. Back then, Jiang Shangzhen left Jade Gui sect in a fit of anger. It was rumored that Du Mao had personally invited Jiang Shangzhen to join Tongya sect. He promised that Jiang Shangzhen, who was only at the Golden Core realm, would be the next sect master of Tongya sect once he ascended to the upper 5 realms. Jiang Shangzhen asked Du Mao if he would die if he did not agree. Du Mao laughed and shook his head. Jiang Shangzhen did not agree and continued to travel north, all the way to the North Continent. However, it was said that on his way back, Jiang Shangzhen deliberately took a detour and did not take the land route. He chose to sneak south by sea. However, he was still intercepted by a pure Jade Realm cultivator of Tongya sect. He was then chased for tens of thousands of miles. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen landed on the shore like a beggar. The pure Jade Realm cultivator disappeared without a trace. Until today, Jiang Shangzhen did not explain the reason. Tongya sect did not ask about it either. Both parties acted as if nothing had happened. It became an unsolved case that outsiders took delight in talking about. Before the True Realm sect could gain a foothold in the Aquarius continent, Jiang Shangzhen, as the sect master, gave up and went sightseeing. The second time he went to the North Continent, he did nothing but bring back a baby in swaddling clothes. The child's aptitude was extremely ordinary, but Jiang Shangzhen treated her like his own daughter. who in Jade Gray sect did not know how Jiang Shangzhen treated his only son, Jiang Heng. There were so many strange stories about Jiang Shangzhen that even a few large baskets could not contain them all. In his early years he did not go to Jui Peak. Everyone thought that Jiang Shangzhen had no fate with the title of sect master in this life. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he replaced the Tongye sect's patriarch of justice who defected to Jade Gray sect and became the sect master of a lower sect. Now he even made an exception and became the sect master of Jade Gray sect. After becoming the sect master of the True Realm sect, this guy who had single-handedly wreaked havoc in the North Continent, had inexplicably started behaving himself with his tail between his legs. Then, after becoming the sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, just when everyone thought that Jiang Shang was really going to make a move on the Tongye sect, he personally made a trip to the unstable Tongye sect and took the initiative to ask for an alliance. Li Fuyao asked, "When will Lu Laoqing return? Will he join forces with Sect Master Wei to deal with you and me?" Lu Zhimao smiled and said, "Are you overestimating yourself and me? Underestimating Lu Laoqing and even more so Sect Leader Wei?" Li Fuyao was a little annoyed. She nodded and said, "Indeed." Lu Zhimao said, "We so-called smart people always feel that there are benefits everywhere and can be picked up easily. Therefore we always want to do more things. Actually, smarter people should know from the start that they can't do anything." Li Fuyao thought for a moment. "I'm not as good as you." Lu Zhimao smiled and said, "It's not that you're not as smart as me. It's just that you're a chi refinement warrior born in the mountains and lakes. You like to think more. Immortal masters of the big sects have nothing to worry about. On the path of cultivation they don't have to cultivate their minds too much. They follow the prescribed order and ascend to the heavens step by step. Wild cultivators can't do it. If you think about a small matter too simply, you'll be doomed eternally. Do you know what the most annoying thing in my life that I still can't let go of is?" Li Fuyao shook her head. Lu Zhimao said, "It was when I became a third realm chi refinement warrior. Because of my stupidity I lost an inferior grade spirit weapon. I only felt that the world was dark and my life was over. I almost couldn't recover from the setback and my Tao was cut off. Since then, even if I was surrounded by danger and my life was hanging by a thread many times, I have never been so disheartened." Li Fuyao said sincerely, "It's really unimaginable." After the new sect master Wei Ying arrived at Verdant Canyon Island, she lived in seclusion in the residence. Since Wei Ying had nothing to do, she created a landscape painting in the main hall and drew circles on it. For example, she drew the northern peaks Cloud Pinning Mountain and Dragon Spring Sword Sect together, the Middle Peak and Lakeview Academy together, the Southern Peak and Old Dragon City, the East Peak and Marshall Mountain, the West Peak and Wind Snow Temple, the Jiang family of Cloud Forest and Qingwan Country. Wei Ying raised her head and smiled. "High Official Lu, there's no need to bother about those complicated formalities. Just enter the residence directly." Lu Laoqing came to the main hall and Wei Ying casually scattered the painting. Lu Laoqing only took a glance at the painting. Wei Ying and Lu Laoqing sat down together. Wei Ying did not sit on the main seat. Instead she sat on the left and right facing each other. Lu Laoqing said, "It's very rude of me not to welcome you, Sect Master." Wei Ying smiled. "For cultivators like us we just have to ask our hearts." Although Lu Laoqing had signed a secret agreement in Dali's capital, Wei Ying was the new sect master and had the right to know. It did not affect the contract. After Wei Ying heard it she said, "Imperial Tutor Cui is fascinating. Since True Jing sect chose Aquarius continent we should do our best. Other than leaving some Dao seeds we should fork out money and manpower. High Official Lu, you can immediately reply to Emperor Dali. Including me, Lu Zhimao, Li Fuyao and all the cultivators of True Jing sect other than the Dao seeds. All the vassal forces can be mobilized by Dali Imperial Court." Lu Laoqing was silent for a moment. He stood up and cupped his fists. "Sect Master is far-sighted." Wei Ying stood up and smiled. "High Official Lu, I have a request." Lu Laoqing did not ask and nodded. Finally, Wei Ying took a long sword from the table and left the residence with Lu Laoqing. They found a woman strolling by Gong Willow Island. Lu Laoqing was actually confused. He did not know why this young sect master wanted to see Sui Yu and had to show up with him. Wei Ying walked to her side. "If you don't bring High Official Lu, I'm afraid you'll die for nothing again." As for why Sui Yu could live, Wei Ying would not ask. As for why he did not follow Jiang Shangzhen back to Jade Guy's sect and avoid her, Wei Ying would not ask. Because the answers or the truth of many things in the world were not important at all. Sui Yu stopped. Are you done? Wei Ying smiled. No matter what, to be able to meet again so soon. Very surprising. Wei Ying raised the long sword in her hand. This is your infatuation sword. I picked it up for you. Its rank is not high, but its name is very good. Wei Ying lightly tossed the long sword to Sui Yu. Sui Yu did not catch it. When the long sword fell to the ground, she kicked it into Book Slip Lake and fell to the bottom of the lake. When my realm is high enough, I will retrieve the sword. Wei Ying nodded. Sui Yu continued forward. Wei Ying stayed where she was. That Uncle Jiang had only told him two things, neither of which had anything to do with the great cause of True Realms sect. One thing was to not provoke Sui Yu. The other thing was to take good care of the child that he brought back from North Continent. All the expenses were to be recorded and the Jiang family would naturally pay back double. Wei Ying agreed. Looking at the back view of the lady who was walking further and further away, Wei Ying started to look forward to the Q-sword match, hoping that she would not have to wait too long. Wei Ying's only worry was that the sword Dao luck in Treasure Vase Continent was slightly strange. It would affect her own Dao. In an alley, a white-robed young man was playing chess to earn money. He had already earned a lot of copper coins and his dinner was settled. As for the chessboard and chess pieces, he had won them from a comrade. The latter lost everything and cursed as he left. Beside the white-robed young man, there was a wooden-looking child. Cui Dongshan looked at the sky. It was about time. He rolled up his clothes and left the alley. As for the chessboard and chess pieces, he let the child carry them in his bag. Relying on the money he earned, Cui Dongshan ate some food and found an inn to stay in. Cui Dongshan took out a piece of white paper and laid on the table. Holding a brush, he lightly tapped on the table. Glancing at the child sitting quietly opposite him, Cui Dongshan smiled. Brother Gao, maybe in the future, you and Cui Ci will be old ancestors. The child looked at Cui Dongshan in confusion. Cui Dongshan retracted his gaze, but from the start to the end he did not write, but continued to perfect the 3 fundamental meridians, the 9 main outlines and the 36 details. But in this, Cui Dongshan needed to filter and define many things. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, worry, confusion, shock, fear, silence, thinking. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. Body, family, customs, country, world, life and death. Recognition, resisting loneliness. Sense of belonging, a place of peace. Sense of accomplishment, using nothingness to resolve reality. Many situations in life. Separation in life, separation in death. Clamor, solitude, loneliness, happiness, eating to one's heart, hunger and cold. Comfort, warmth, contentment, satisfaction. Scorching heat. Bitter cold. Needle pricking, heart twisting, grief, anger. Anger, joy, shame, annoyance, regret. Respect, love, envy, hatred, resentment, joy, sadness, worry, jealousy. The next level, which was relatively complex. Relief, trance, confusion, entanglement, epiphany. The next level of perception. Tenacity, collapse, persistence, indifference, passion, vigor, calmness. Between the 3, Cui Dongshan still had to do a lot of reversals, substitutions and corrections. Between the 3, there was an extremely complicated process of mutual struggle, fusion, killing, disappearance, rebirth, strengthening and returning to nothing. There would be vortexes of different sizes that would ripple in all directions. Some would increase and decrease, some would increase and decrease, some would overlap, some would bypass each other and some would almost never meet from beginning to end. One of the key starting points was the storage of people's thoughts, how many there were and how to classify them. Seeing with one's own eyes from books far away but close to one's eyes, hearing, remembering, thinking that one remembered, remembering clearly, remembering vaguely and chaos. Occasionally it would be triggered but only at some critical moments. For example, the playing of Go, the theory of fixed patterns, and the sudden flash of inspiration were the hands of immortals. Therefore the second thing was derived from this, which was to determine a trigger mechanism. Only in this way there would be the words and actions, the poems and songs, the ups and downs of people's hearts and so on. There was nothing in the world that was purely motionless and silent. Everything was pieced together. Countless tiny things became visible to the naked eye. Every tiny thing became a dreamlike life. Books would turn yellow, mountains would rise and fall, plants would grow and wither, and people would grow old and die. Cui Dongshan had been gently tapping the end of the pen on the table, staring at the blank piece of paper. During his travels to the Great Sui Kingdom, he had taken out 3 items: a bowl of water, a stone, and a tree branch. He had also joked with the teacher and little treasure bottle about how many times a mortal teacher would have to be reborn in this lifetime, and how many times he would have to quietly switch between life and death. The stone was like a person's body, but also like a mountain. It carried all things and was a world. In fact, it had always been in a state of relative stillness. The water in the bowl was the flow of thoughts. The tree branch was the fundamental meridian, where the rules of the great Tao operated. All these years, Cui Dongshan had actually been competing with him on these matters. Just the more general 7 emotions and 6 desires were, in fact, far from enough. The first porcelain man that Cui Dongshan had created, the study boy Cui Ci, who was brought by Li Shixing, could be considered to be proficient in general calculations. However, when it came to emotions, he was still very weak. To put it simply, his meridian was too weak and it was difficult for him to have a sense of belonging. Also, his soul was too simple and the bottleneck of the great Tao was too great. Even becoming a Jindan cultivator was an extravagant hope. However, this brother Gao in front of him had more thoughts, and his meridian was clearer and more stable. In the future, not only would he be able to play chess, but he could also cultivate to the nascent soul realm bottleneck. He could also write poems and create everything related to emotions. He could also sincerely believe that he was a real person. In this world, there were no illusory things. Everything was traceable. Therefore, when those so-called talisman puppets met Cui Ci created by Cui Dongshan, especially Brother Gao, they all had to kneel on the ground and call out, "Ancestor." However, even so, there was still a big gap between Cui Dongshan's expectations. Firstly, the cost was too high. Secondly, the bottleneck was too great. Thirdly, Cui Dongshan's real concern was that he would repeat the mistakes of God and man. Cui Dongshan sighed and felt annoyed. He called out to Brother Gao and let the child carry him around the room. Cui Dongshan swung up his snow-white sleeves with one hand and patted the child's head with the other. He imitated the senior sister's words and said happily, "Little brother, why are you so obedient?" "643. In the southeast region of Aquarius continent, a white-robed young man stopped in a forest deep in the mountains. It was a riverbed that had been abandoned for many years. The traces of digging were obvious, but it could not be considered an old stone. The stream had dried up. Cui Dongshan jumped into the riverbed and used all his strength to dig out the soil, and finally dug out a stone slab that could barely be used to make an inkstone. He bent his finger and listened. The sound quality was not bad and brushed away the soil. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. It was something that could not be bought with money. Cui Dongshan took a deep breath and blew on the stone slab to smooth out the creases, fine cracks, and then used his face to rub it for a long time. The lines on the inkstone became even more exquisite. Cui Dongshan held it in his hands. The child squatted on the shore. His eyes were dull, as though he did not understand what Cui Dongshan was doing. When Cui Dongshan climbed onto the shore, he smashed the inkstone on the child's head, and finally, when Cui Dongshan reached the shore, he made the child walk on the stone slab and did not use his hands to hold it. Looking back at the riverbed, Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue. To be able to swim and reach the shore, truly a hero. Along the way, he spent the night at a burial mound in the wilderness. He laid on the ground and used a small blade of grass to carve an inscription. Then a young scholar appeared. He squatted by the side and laughed. "I've seen him, not bad. He is a good seed. My senior brother might really like him, and be willing to accept him as a direct disciple." Cui Dongshan held the blade of grass and stared at the stone slab and asked, "Helping you return to White Emperor City, shouldn't you thank me?" The young scholar was Lu Qiqing, who had gone to Book Lake's Cloud Tower City. Lu Qiqing laughed. "I should have been here to disrupt the situation of Aquarius continent, but now that I have not done anything, let's call it even?" Cui Dongshan sneered. "Forget it, you have been locked up for 1,000 years. Don't you know how to break out of the formation? If I did not carefully select your body and help him open up a path, how could I accidentally let you out? Call it even. Why don't I lock you up and then we can talk about it again?" Lu Qiqing sat on the ground and asked curiously, I have left White Emperor City for too long. How do you feel about playing chess with my senior brother? Is his chess skill higher or lower than before? Cui Dongshan sat up, shook his sleeves and wiped the stone slab with his arm. There were 16 words inscribed on the ink stone. Bathing in the sun and bathing in the moon, the body is healthy, the spirit is full, and the sky is opposite. Cui Dongshan asked, "Who was the one who asked you to seek refuge in Aquarius continent?" Lu Qiqing chuckled and said, "I can't tell you that. You have to be loyal to your friends." Cui Dongshan nodded and used his finger to stroke the 16 words on the ink stone. Suddenly, each stroke was like a riverbed with golden streams flowing within. "Impressive, impressive." Lu Qiqing immediately said, "You saved my life, and that's even more righteous. You can say that name." In the Aquarius continent, the young man in front of him was invincible, and it had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was only related to the brain. On the first floor of Luopa Mountain's bamboo building. After Pei Qian finished copying the books, he went to the bottom of the small bamboo box by his feet. There was a large pile of words, and inside the booklet he took out a blank booklet with great difficulty. He shook it lightly and spread it out on the table. He took a posture of qi sinking into his dantian, and prepared to start the bookkeeping. It was all related to the Jade Liquid River God residence. Zhou Mili carried a small golden pole and ran into the house. Pei Qian quickly extended his hand to block the blank booklet and frowned. "Impudent, this is our Luopa Mountain's most important place. Don't you know how to knock before entering?" Zhou Mili quickly ran to the door and knocked on it. Pei Qian said, "Come in." Only then did the black-clothed girl step over the threshold and run to the opposite side of the desk. She reported softly, "Old chef's brother De Feng went to Red Candle Town and bought a sack of books back." Pei Qian nodded. "We will check the books later. This is official business, and if we hurt old chef's feelings we can't do anything about it." Zhou Mili stood on tiptoe and stretched her neck, wanting to see what Pei Qian was doing. "Right, what?" Pei Qian waved his hand. "Go to the door and stand guard. Except for Nuanshu, no one is allowed to come in." Zhou Mili made a no sound, suddenly turned around and leaned on the table, frowning her thin yellow eyebrows, wanting to say something but hesitated. Pei Qian was puzzled. "What?" Zhou Mili lowered her voice and said, "We all know the little incense stick of the city god pavilion, and we are friends, right? He wants to replace my previous position of the right protector of the Riding Dragon Alley. Do you think he is qualified?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and shook his head. "Yes, no, no. Although the two positions of the right and right protector of the Riding Dragon Alley are decided by me alone, but we can't just nod and agree when that little guy asks. Let's wait for a moment and test him first." Zhou Mili's face was sullen. She had patted her chest and promised him before. Pei Qian sighed. Okay, you go and tell him that I agree, but the responsibility is important and he is not allowed to neglect his duty, and he has to come to me once a month. As for filial piety, forget it, he is just a poor little guy." Zhou Mili straightened her back. "Yes, sir." A horse left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom and traveled south. The young woman was dressed in red, with a narrow saber and a silver blade strengthening gourd hanging on her waist. She looked up at the sea of clouds in the sky. She remembered that when she was young she would look at the clouds casually and feel that they were fairies who loved to dress up, and they were changing their clothes. When she was young it seemed that she would have these messy thoughts every day. They would be noisy in groups, just like a group of mischievous little people. She couldn't control them, nor could she stop them. At this moment she took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Li Baoping was a little sad. "Little uncle, after I grew up I didn't seem to have those thoughts anymore. It was as if they left home one by one without saying goodbye, and never came back to find her." After the sword cultivators of both sides exchanged swords, the army of the demon clan that had moved north arrived at the battlefield one after another. This time, the master of the Lotus Nunnery and the god in golden armor were in charge of the army. This was the first time that two sovereign stage demons had appeared on the battlefield to lead a battle together. The master of the Lotus Nunnery had refined half of the moon essence of one of the moons in the desolate world. Previously on the battlefield she had fought with Qin Chunan, a scholar from the Hassa continent who traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was no victory or defeat, but the master of the Lotus Nunnery was at a disadvantage, which was obvious. This had to do with the fact that neither side had used their full strength, or perhaps it was because the situation on the battlefield was so complicated that neither side could use their full strength. There was only one great demon in charge of each of the previous 4 battles. They were the Withered Bone Great Demon Bai Ying, the sovereign of the old Yaluo Huangwan, who liked to refine buildings to create cities in the sky, the bearded man in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the desolate world of Sword Qi, and the heroic hero Lu Cha, who was both friend and foe of Alliance. However, Lu Cha was even more pretentious than Bai Ying and the other great demons. At the rear of the battlefield, he glanced at the sword formations on both sides, but after the battle ended he chose 10 some young sword cultivators to become his in-name disciples. Lu Cha's first disciple and only direct disciple was the sword cultivator Zhu Gong. These young sword cultivators who seemed like they were dreaming were actually still 2 major thresholds before they could become Lu Cha's direct disciples. First they had to be initiated and then they had to be accepted. After becoming an in-name disciple, if the disciple had some accomplishments in the Tao and passed the test, they could be initiated. Only after that could they become a direct disciple of their master, becoming a direct disciple and receiving their master's teachings and orthodoxy. Even though the great Tao was still far away, the dozen or so people were still excited. They instantly gathered together and formed a small mountain. After all, the swordsman Lu Cha, who was half a master, was at the peak of the Tao of the sword in the wilderness. To be able to become his disciple, even if it was just an in-name disciple, was something to be proud of. As for the last disciple, they were not any simpler than the first disciple. Usually, the person who passed down the Tao felt that he could entrust his skills and knowledge to others without any worries and could rest here. The disciple closed the door and outsiders stopped. They were the last disciples. Joining a master was like reincarnating, and choosing a disciple was like giving birth to a child. To both sides it was a huge matter. Before the start of the battle, Qi Shou had already reached the nascent soul realm. Lord Gao Ye's bottleneck had also loosened and he was about to become a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. Pang Yuanji, whose talent was better than Lord Gao Ye's and whose great Tao was considered to be better than Qi Shou's, had his sword heart clouded and his great Tao was unstable. This was probably what they meant by the great Tao being unpredictable. The battle was magnificent. Fan Dash, who was only in the Dragon's Gate realm, managed to advance to the Golden Core realm. This was actually a small matter. It was nothing more than Fan Dash and his friends drinking a pot of celebratory wine during a break in the battle. The group of demonic cultivators rushed back to the battlefield and continued to use their magic treasures to clash against the sword formation. The demonic sword cultivators did not participate. They were too precious and they were unwilling to waste too much on the siege. If the demonic cultivators of the wilderness who had yet to take human form were the most worthless copper coins, then the demonic cultivators who had opened their apertures and cultivated their Tao were the snow money. Those who had cultivated their Tao were the small summer money that sat on spiritual tools and magic treasures. The demonic sword cultivators were the most protected grain rain money. It was not to say that it was meaningless to continue to practice the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just that they could use an endless stream of copper coins to achieve the same results. Why would they waste the grain rain money of the sword cultivators that would rarely appear again after using one? If it was in the vast world, the fact that the military camp dared to deploy troops like this and disregard the lives of ants and sent hundreds of thousands of them to their deaths and their corpses piled up on the battlefield below the city was destined to go down in history. However, it was not a problem in the wilderness. For the first time in the wilderness, there was finally a siege of ants. For this reason, there was a special bugle call that resounded through the clouds. The morale of the wilderness was greatly boosted. The pure martial artists had been waiting for a long time. Their fists were upright and they could finally use their fists to kill the demonic cultivators to their heart's content. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials' lineage were still in groups of 3. They took turns to go to the city and attack. Every day the casualties of both sides were recorded in detail. Guizhujia was in charge of summarizing them. The atmosphere in the main hall of the summer palace was getting heavier and heavier. Everyone was so busy that even Guizhujia would stay at the desk all day long. Over at the inverted hanging mountain, almost all the managers of the 8 states ferry who were in charge of the inverted hanging mountain business had already gone to the spring banner house once. Yan Ming, Nailan Seihuan, Miyu, Xiao Yunyan, and the direct disciple Wei Wenlong were also not idle. When it came to war, other than the killing on the battlefield was actually also in the account book. This was the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the 8 states ferry. Both sides were trying to use a new method to trade, and there were many small conflicts. Moreover, the Snow Peak Continent's fairy collection of snow money did not progress particularly smoothly. The main reason was that the Snow Peak Continent's Lu clan had not expressed their position. Furthermore, the Lu clan controlled all the mineral veins and shares of the snow money. The Lu clan did not open their mouth and was unwilling to give a discount. Moreover, with only a few cross-continent fairies, even if they could collect snow money, they would not dare to swagger across continents. A fairy full of snow money would make even the cultivators of the upper 5 realms jealous. It would be a disaster if they called their friends, 3 or 5 of them, to hide in the sea and intercept the fairy. The Snow Peak Continent's fairy did not dare to take such a risk. The Great Wall of Sword Chi also did not want to see such a result. Therefore, when the Snow Peak Continent's fairy returned to the inverted hanging mountain for the first time, they did not bring any snow money. They only brought the other materials on the Spring Banner House's booklet. The owners of the Snow Peak Continent, including Jiang Gaotai, made a request to the Spring Banner House. They hoped that the Great Wall of Sword Chi could mobilize sword immortals to help escort the fairy, and there must be sword immortals on both trips. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan both felt that this was not feasible. They still hoped that the fairy could pay for 1 or 2 cultivators of the upper 5 realms. After all, this kind of snow money business, as long as it was successful, the Snow Peak Continent's fairy would make enough money. They should not expect the Spring Banner House to mobilize the sword immortals to protect them. Otherwise, a round trip plus the stopover in the Snow Peak Continent, often half a year or even a year's time, a sword immortal would be far away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Xiao Yunyan gave a compromise proposal. Every fairy did not have to bet all on snow money. The Snow Peak Continent was rich in materials and had a lot of profits. Small accidents in these big business deals required both parties to grind. As long as one link went wrong, the business deal would be considered a failure. It was already scorching summer at the Spring Banner House. The Great Wall of Sword Chi had no snow this winter. This made Guizhuzhou feel a little regretful. Originally, he had already agreed with his master to build 17 or 18 snowmen during the heavy snowfall. Every sword cultivator of the Hidden Officials line would have a share. The only thing that made the Hidden Officials line of sword cultivators feel a little better was that the young Hidden Officials flying sword, Hidden Official, which brought about a lot of criticism, dissipated on its own. Perhaps the criticism still lingered in their hearts, but they did not care about what to say. The war was tragic and too many people died. As for Sword Immortal Chou Miao, Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai, they only dragged the real body of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon. They chose a gap in the war and went to the top of the city. They said that the Great Demon was hiding in the inverted mountain and was trying to cause trouble. The 3 of them followed the clues and found its roots. They decisively joined forces with several sword immortals, including Lu Ji, to kill it in the sea. Killing an Ascendant Realm Great Demon. Of course, this was not a trivial matter. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was in an uproar. Countless people were cheering loudly. In the end, Lin Junbai could not bear to cut off the head and return the favor to the savage world. He bit the bullet and decided to keep the real body of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon and dragged it back to the Summer Palace. After returning, the young Hidden Official saw the head of the Great Demon's real body. He could not stop smiling. He scolded Lin Junbai for being stingy and not being generous enough to ruin the reputation of the Hidden Officials line. However, he immediately kept the real body and patted Lin Junbai's shoulder heavily. He laughed like a thief who picked up money on the street and quickly put it in his pocket. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui looked at each other. They knew that Lin Junbai, this lackey, would definitely be remembered by the Hidden Official. On this day, Qin Pingon left the hall of the Summer Palace. When he went out for a walk, Lin Junbai followed him. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Do you have any ideas?" Lin Junbai said, "This matter is progressing smoothly for now. However, the biggest problem is not the buyer and the seller, but the view of the Academy of the Howren world." Qin Pingon seemed to be curious. He said, "Tell me about it." Lin Junbai said worriedly, "Previously, if the 8 States Ferry did not change the way of trading with the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would still be scattered and everyone would go their own way. The Confucian Temple might not interfere too much. However, now that we have changed the situation, the Confucian Temple might retaliate. To be honest, we have affected the fundamental interests of the Howren world. Every bit of goods transported to the inverted hanging mountain is a bit less for the Howren world. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That's true." Lin Junbai asked, "Once the Confucian temple orders to restrict the 8 states ferry to the inverted hanging mountain and only allow goods to be transported to the Howren world, what should we do?" Although Lin Junbai was a swordsman, he had many spells. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and used the talisman's local spells to form a mountain. He created a map of the Howren world that floated in the air and followed the 2 of them. Lin Junbai pointed at the map and condensed his qi into water. He drew new routes to travel between the various continents. The goods from the Central Divine Continent and the White Jade Continent can only be transported to the South Hassa Continent. The goods from the Liuxia Continent and the Jinjia Continent can only be transported to the Southwest Fuyao Continent. The ferries from the North Reed Continent and the Aquarius Continent can only be transported to the Southeast Tongye Continent. Even if the price to construct and reinforce the coastal defense of these 3 continents is 10 to 20% lower than the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I believe that the 8 states ferry will have no choice but to comply. As for the ferries from the Hassa Continent, they won't rush to the inverted hanging mountain. Qin Pingon brought Lin Junbai along for a stroll. Regarding this matter, Sword Immortal Choumiao has already warned me about the worst-case scenario that you mentioned. However, I have no choice. I can't just sit back and do nothing because I'm afraid of the outcome. We'll take it one step at a time. Every time a ferry approaches the inverted hanging mountain, we'll treat it as an additional sum of goods. I just hope that the Confucian temple will take some time to come to a conclusion. Lin Junbai asked, "Mr. Wensheng, can you speak to the Confucian temple on such an important matter?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "It's difficult. The Confucian school values status. They're particular about having a good reason." Lin Junbai asked again, "Is it still not enough with the addition of mellow scholarchin?" Qin Pingon shook his head again. "Everyone has their own difficulties." Lin Junbai gritted his teeth. "I'll write a secret letter to my teacher. Can you help me say a few words?" Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks and said, "Remember, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi you're just a sword cultivator, Lin Junbai. Don't drag your own lineage into this, and don't drag Xiao Yuanchao into this. Not only will it be useless, but it will also make you work for nothing. Might even ruin things." Qin Pingon smiled. "I appreciate your kind intentions." Actually, Qin Pingon could have just nodded and agreed. Regardless of whether Lin Junbai was acting on impulse or scheming, Lin Junbai had already written a letter and sent it to Xiao Yuanchao via flying sword. Then the Sword Immortal would intercept it midway. Qin Pingon would first read the contents before deciding whether to keep the secret letter and keep it in the summer retreat temporary residence. It would be placed in a secret record that only the hidden officials could see, or it would be sent to the Central Divine Continent. However, after spending so much time together, Qin Pingon had a rough understanding of Lin Junbai's temperament. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything. However, Lin Junbai's pursuit was not just for personal gain. He was ambitious, but also for the peace of the nation. Thinking of this, Qin Pingon confessed his intentions to Lin Junbai. He got him to write the letter and then go through the formalities. Finally, it would be filed in the hidden official's lineage. He would try to find an opportunity to let the world know of this little secret without leaving a trace. Perhaps one day, it would be the icing on the cake for Lin Junbai, who would return to the world. Lin Junbai was stunned for a long time before he sighed. "Do you really want to do that?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Good intentions are rewarded. What's there to be surprised about? Doing good without leaving a trace is naturally the best. However, since the world is temporarily unable to be so pure, and the hearts of people are clear, then it's a little inferior. Didn't I hear that calligraphy and painting have the reputation of being inferior to the original? I think it's pretty good that it's like this. Junbai, regarding this matter, you don't have to feel bad. Doing good deeds with a pure heart is the only good deed." Lin Junbai thought for a while and did not feel awkward. He nodded and agreed readily. Qin Pingon said, "If the Confucian temple really wants to do this, it's not for personal gain or prejudice against the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Opening the door to the thieves is to beat the dogs behind closed doors. This can solve the problem once and for all." Since ancient times, the Confucian Temple has had this idea. However, this idea can be debated behind closed doors, but it can't be said to the outside world. Not a single word can be leaked. The burden of benevolence and righteousness is too heavy. However, which lineage will bear the blame for opening the door to the thieves? Someone has to take the lead and advocate for this, right? The Confucian Temple's records must have recorded everything clearly. Once the door is opened, the people of several continents will be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if the end result is good, so what? How will the Confucian disciples of that lineage pass the test of conscience? Will they be heartbroken and disappointed in the sages of their lineage? As a virtuous sage of the Confucian Temple, how can they treat human lives like grass? How is that different from those vile people who seek merit? Will the lineage's legacy of literature and Taoism not collapse just like that? As long as the fight for the lineage is involved, the sages can uphold the bottom line of the fight between gentlemen. However, there are countless Confucian disciples and so many half-baked scholars. How can all of them be so virtuous? The bigger problem is that within the lineage, there are those who only care about the honor of their lineage and don't care about right or wrong. When the time comes, this group of people will be the ones who will argue the most with outsiders. The bad things will be worse and the wrong things will be worse. How will the sages deal with this? Will they deal with the criticism of outsiders first, or will they suppress the anger of their own lineage's disciples? Will they say that they are at fault first and then they will shut up and stop scolding others? Scholars and cultivators, in the end, aren't they still humans? At this point, Qin Pingon patted Lin Junbai's shoulder. Let's just talk about the people around you. Didn't Mr. Shi Lu, who is your friend despite the difference in age, become famous after he ran to smash the statue and took advantage of it? If he didn't have some knowledge and ability, how could he write the quasi-pavilion chess record? If you say that he didn't contribute to the Shao Yuan dynasty's literary legacy, I don't think so, right? The flattery of some scholars was really beautiful, like a bouquet of flowers, but in fact, it had long been rotten to the core. Once these people worked hard to curry favor, it was very easy for them to reach a high position. It couldn't be said that these people didn't do anything and were just sitting in their positions without doing anything. The reason why the world was complicated was that bad people did good things and good people made mistakes. The good and bad of some things would vary from place to place and from person to person. It was getting easier for people in the world to obtain information. They could connect facts into the truth and get used to it. The world should be getting better and better. It was probably because they were well-fed and knew etiquette. It was hard not to be disappointed when you didn't know anything. If you knew more, even if you were still disappointed, you could still see a little hope. What was scary was that a person would use his own despair to casually destroy other people's hope. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, Lin Junbai, do you really approve of this person? Lin Junbai was resentful and didn't say anything. Lin Junbai really didn't approve of the matter of smashing the idol, but he wouldn't go so far as to agree with the young hidden official and scold him. Then Lin Junbai, would be too petty. Moreover, Lin Junbai also acknowledged Mr. Shi Lu in many aspects. The autumn air was refreshing and countless thieves were killed. Guizhuzhou flipped through the 7th edition today and then flipped through the pages. The little girl's forehead was sweating. Master said that when more than half of the people were killed in battle, all the hidden official sword cultivators would have a meeting. Today someone visited the summer palace. They abided by the rules and stayed outside. Sword Immortal Wuxia would temporarily leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a period of time. He needed to escort Jin Zhenming, Yu Zhuanfu and Zhu Mei to the inverted hanging mountain and then to the South Hassa continent before returning. Before leaving, Sword Immortal Wuxia brought the three of them to visit the summer palace. They had 3 young children with them. 2 of them were potential sword cultivators, and one of them was a rare candidate for a purely martial husband. Lin Junbai had obtained an exception from the hidden official and was allowed to send them off. It was obvious that Lin Junbai was special in the hidden official's heart. When Lin Junbai went to the gates of the summer palace, he was a little emotional. That Mr. Cui probably hadn't predicted today's events. Could it be considered that he had risked his life and tied his head to his belt? He had only managed to turn the tables on the chessboard that Mr. Cui had left behind because Mr. Cui hadn't placed another piece. At the gates, Lin Junbai bowed. He didn't take the initiative to say anything. It was a silent farewell. Yu Zhuanfu took the initiative to speak to Lin Junbai. This was the first time. Yu Zhuanfu smiled. Lin Junbai, don't die if you can. When you return to the Central Plains Divine Continent, you are welcome to take a detour and visit the Yu family. There are people of my generation in the family who are good at chess since young. Lin Junbai smiled bitterly. I implore Miss Yu not to be a crappy matchmaker. Yu Zhuanfu smiled. Let's talk when we meet. Lin Junbai hesitated, then took a step back and bowed. He said apologetically, Junbai apologizes to Miss Yu for some shady schemes in the past. Yu Zhuanfu smiled. Your master has good eyes. Unfortunately, this student's ability is lacking. Lin Junbai, since you are so straightforward, then I will definitely be your matchmaker. As expected. As expected. Mr. Cui was right again. That was close. Yu Zhuanfu might be a female martial artist who had been pressed by the hidden official to smash his head against the wall, but in reality the Yu family's first wife's daughter was not simple. Yu Zhuanfu didn't say anything else. He rubbed the head of a little girl beside him. From now on, this little girl would be his disciple in name. She would learn martial arts with him and they would travel the vast world together. As for the other two sword cultivators of similar age, their talents weren't considered top-notch in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but they weren't vulgar in the vast world. As long as they were sword cultivators, which sect would complain about having too many? Moreover, they weren't considered top-notch only when compared to geniuses like Qi Shou, Peng Yuanji, Situ Weiran and Guizhu Jiu. Earth immortal sword cultivators in the vast world were still very rare. Jin Zhenming said, Junbai, when we reach home, if you don't despise me for running away and still treat me as a friend, I will find you for a drink. Lin Junbai nodded. I do despise you a little. But if the wine is good, I will hold my nose and drink it before cursing you. The reserved Jin Zhenming laughed out loud. She took a step forward and patted Lin Junbai's shoulder. The youth in front of me is the Lin Junbai in my heart. The #1 prodigy of our Shaoyuan dynasty. Sword immortal Wuxia was very pleased. Zhu Mei was also somewhat happy. Should have been like this long ago. Zhu Mei's words were very concise. Lin Junbai, let's meet at home. Lin Junbai smiled and nodded. After entering the door, Qin Pingon leaned against the screen wall. He was holding the blade's strengthening gourd and was drinking wine. He said softly, Junbai, if you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi now, you will have profited greatly. You haven't lost much. Next, you can earn more, but you can also lose a lot. Generally speaking, you can leave the gambling table. This white-clothed youth from the Central Plains, a genius sword cultivator, was a little proud. I've made a big profit. Lin Junbai smiled again. Besides, I've calculated that hidden official will not let me die at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon asked, outside the door, you will naturally still be calculating people's hearts. But will you be happier than playing chess with others? Lin Junbai grunted in acknowledgement. Qin Pingon said softly, don't throw away your previous skills. You've gotten used to things outside the door. That's good. Lin Junbai nodded. Qin Pingon said, those who see deeper into people's hearts are already fish in the abyss, dragons in the well. You don't have to be afraid of this. Lin Junbai asked, what do you mean? Qin Pingon smiled. The moon is in the water. As long as you are willing to open your eyes, you will be able to see it. It is within reach. Lin Junbai hesitated but decided to be honest. Hidden official, have you seen people like Yan Lv and Jiang Guanqing? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Qin Pingon said, don't they have Yu Zhuanfu and Zhu Mei by their side? Besides, the real majority are those who are unwilling to speak or those who are unable to speak. Lin Junbai asked, hidden official, when will you be heading to the battlefield? Qin Pingon smiled. Even if you want to go, you can only sneak over. Then Lin Junbai saw the young hidden official do something strange. He raised his hands and ran them through his hair. Lin Junbai did not dare to ask. He looked around but there was no girl. Miyu and Gu Jianlong's actions were normal. But the young hidden official's actions were a little awkward. Qin Pingon looked at the sky and said, I am waiting for someone. He is a swordsman. 8. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.